Good afternoon, everybody. At the risk of interrupting some perfectly good conversation among friends, I figured we'd start the meeting for the afternoon of January 14th, and Vice Mayor Chappie Jones will tell us more, but today's invocation will be delivered by Dr. Lula, member of the Hindu American Foundation. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Lula is a retired physician from Kaiser Santa Clara after 40 years of service. She is an active member of the Hindu American Foundation. HAF works to educate the public about Hinduism and speaks out about issues affecting Hindus worldwide. HAF's 3 areas of focus are education, policy, and community. Since 1983, Dr. Lula has been the organizer and coordinator for the Gandhi Youth Camp each summer, where children learn the values of peace and nonviolence. Welcome, Dr. Lula.
Namaste. By namaste, we acknowledge that you and I, we are one. I'll say these prayers which have been translated into English. It's a universal prayer. O adorable Lord of mercy and love, salutations and prostrations unto thee. Thou art Sat Chit Ananda. That means thou art truth, consciousness, and bliss. Thou art omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. Thou art the indweller of all beings. Grant us an understanding heart, equal vision, and a balanced mind. Give us faith, devotion, and wisdom. Grant us our inner spiritual strength to resist temptations and to control our mind. Free us from ego, lust, greed, anger, and hatred. Fill our hearts with divine virtues. Let us behold thee in all different names and forms. Let us serve thee in all these names and forms. Let us ever remember thee. Let us sing thy glories. Let thy name be ever on our lips. Let us abide in thee forever and ever. This is a Sanskrit prayer translated into English. May peace radiate in the whole sky and in the vast ethereal space everywhere. May peace reign all over this earth and in the water and in all the herbs, trees, plants, animals, and insects. May peace flow over the whole universe. May peace be in God of the universe. And may there always exist in all peace and peace alone. Om, peace, peace, peace to us all beings. May these all-encompassing invocations pacify all that is terrible on this earth, all that is cruel, and all that is evil. May all of us be peaceful. May all be auspicious. May all of us be tranquil. Peace, peace, peace unto all. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Dr. Lula. Thank you, and be pleased. Thank you. Please stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we have several ceremonial items. First, I believe Councilmember Foley will join me at the podium. We're going to present a commendation for Chuck Davidson for his work over a few years here, building thousands of affordable homes in the city of San Jose.
invited Dev Davis too because she is the council member for Mr. Davidson. It is my honor and privilege to present this commendation to Chuck Davidson for all his work over many, many years. He demonstrates an innovative spirit, a commitment to civic engagement, admirable humility, and a dedication to improving our San Jose community. Chuck has been a pioneer in developing affordable housing and has been an enthusiastic advocate for vulnerable communities, including San Jose's low-income families and seniors. Early in his career, he recognized the need for affordable housing and became a model affordable housing developer. He set the standard for home builders back then, for home builders today, and for home builders tomorrow. In San Jose, Mr. Davidson owns 700 affordable homes. He maintains each one's affordability and did not convert any of these units to market rate, even though over the past several decades, he's had many chances to do so. Chuck has repeatedly proven to be a tireless advocate for the city of San Jose, having been one of the creators of the city's charter. He has contributed philanthropic support to education, the arts, social and human services, and medical research activities, positively impacting San Jose State University and the greater Silicon Valley. Please join me in thanking him for his efforts to create much-needed affordable housing. Would you like to say a few words?
I say a lot of words, not a few words. Councilman Foley, Councilman Davis, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, on behalf of myself and my family and my associates, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for this recognition. I want to compliment this city council on having affordable housing at the top of its agenda. You know, it wasn't always that way. Over 50 years ago, when I first started, subsidized housing was a dirty word. Although all the projects that I did over the years, I cannot recall one council or one board of supervisors ever turning me down for zoning, even in those days. And now, if I can take a few minutes and give you a brief history on Section 8, as you know it. President Lyndon Johnson in 1968 said if we're going to do anything about affordable housing, we got to get a private industry involved. And so they set up a program called 235 and 236. 236 was rental housing, 235 was for sale housing, which we did a lot of both. And then they would make loans to me, the developer, HUD loans. I have to pay them back, of course. And I had to guarantee to keep them subsidized for 20 years. After that, I could go market rate if I wanted to. Well, we got millions of housing built in the United States in those years. Then in 1986, they decided to cancel it. Well, we had a backdoor way of getting in anyway. Over 40 years ago, Mike Ladone and I started L&D Construction Company. We started it for the primary purpose of building for sale and rental housing for ourselves. But when they took private industry out and said we could no longer be owners or developers, we figured that we'd switch gears and stay in the business. So we started building for nonprofit organizations. And today, we build exclusively for nonprofits. Now, we're a fair-sized operation. Between renovations and new construction, we do over 500 units a year, half of which are in San Jose. And after having such a successful company, we decided we wanted it to go on. So Mike and I passed it off to the younger generation, and it's now run by Mike Ladone Jr., who runs the L&D Construction Company. So we understand the business one way or the other, and we think we're still in the business. And I'll tell you something, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Foley and Davis, members of the council, if you don't figure out some way of getting private industry back into the affordable housing business, there's a limit on how much nonprofits can do. They're doing all they can, but you're never going to get any meaningful numbers until you can get private industry back into the business. I thank you very much for having listened to me.
I'd like to invite, I know there's a Chuck Davidson fan club here, so if you guys want to come on down here and get in the photo, please join us. Okay, as the crowd makes its way out, I have, with mixed emotions, commendation to offer, and I welcome anyone on the council who'd like to join me. I'll just ask if folks, as you're leaving, could keep it down. I'm powerless without that gavel. Okay. Thank you for leaving quietly. All right. With mixed emotions, I'm here to offer a commendation to someone who's been an incredible champion for San Jose and a great friend to our community and to me, and that is Tim Ritchie, who has led the Tech Interactive, as it is now called. He arrived under very difficult circumstances when the Tech was really struggling, and he now leaves the Tech Interactive as one of the very premier institutions for learning, particularly for technology and science learning for children in the country. And we are so grateful for all he has done to build this incredible institution. Just a couple data points to add. In 2015, Tech Interactive won the National Medal for Museum and Library Service, the highest award a U.S. museum can earn, although he insists this is not a museum, right, Tim? Okay, it's much, much more. This fall, the Biotinkering Lab on the upper level, the Interactive, was awarded the Leading Edge Award for visitor experience. Under his leadership, the Tech Interactive has raised more than $100 million to fund exhibits and educational programs. And although we all know about the exhibits because we see those and they're actually a lot of fun for those of you who've been recently, what really impresses me about Tim and his leadership are the programs that he has led. He's been so diligently focused on closing the opportunity gap in this valley, and we know it's a very wide one, and ensuring that children of all income levels, particularly low-income children, are getting the opportunity to engage in technology and to get excited about gaining technological skills. The Tech Academies program reaches about 30,000 students a day in underserved San Jose schools. The program trains educators in all 10 districts to integrate engineering design into the curriculum, helping students become problem solvers and learn those very important analytical skills. And this program has now taken off. It is now not just national, because I understand you've been helping some folks, particularly in some states that are typically on the other side of the digital divide, but in fact, I understand it's now international. This Train the Trainer program is helping children be able to engage in technology in a meaningful way that helps them ultimately lift their aspirations and opportunities. So Tim, of course, has been a great champion for all of us, but of course, here in San Jose in particular. We're losing him to a small town on the East Coast. I know that he is certainly motivated first and foremost by love, because his wife is there waiting for him. So we know this is not easy being on this coast while she's on that one. So we understand, and we'll give you absolution for leaving San Jose this time. But Tim, we expect you to come back, and we will be warmly greeting you when you do. Thank you, Tim.
So I'd just like to say very briefly that among the things about San Jose that's so impressive really is the quality of civic leadership. Right from the beginning, I worked in several cities, and I've never seen anything quite like it. And I think in this community, there's this palpable optimism that we can get things done. There's a kind of creative confidence that we will find a way. And there's a kind of civic courage that has the courage to both balance what's innovative, but also preserve what's enduring and worth keeping. And that's very rare. And so whatever disagreements we have in this community, it is still undergirded by a degree of integrity and competence that's extremely rare. The whole world pays attention to Silicon Valley, and it especially pays attention to the capital of Silicon Valley. What we do here does echo throughout the world. So I am your biggest fan, and I go to Boston singing the praises of this city and the civic leadership we have. So thank you very much.
All right, finally, Councilmember Perales will join me. We are going to be presenting a commendation to Barbie Ulmer. Finally, welcome, Barbie, for her exemplary service to the community of San Jose, particularly at the Peace Center. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and welcome. So a little bit about Barbie. Barbie Ulmer was a co-founder of the San Jose Peace and Justice Center in 1957, along with Shorty Collins and Dorothy Goebel. The San Jose Peace and Justice Center was founded by individuals like Barbie, Shorty, and Dorothy, who were profoundly concerned about peace and justice issues, especially the growth at the time of nuclear arsenals and atmospheric nuclear testing. Today, the center continues to empower the local community and works towards a more peaceful and sustainable world. Barbie is a former educator and a steadfast supporter of the rights of workers, teachers, and farm laborers. Just a few months ago, I had the opportunity to attend Barbie's 90th birthday party, where she was surrounded by her friends and community members who came together to celebrate her and all of her contributions to the community right here at the Peace and Justice Center. Barbie and her husband also co-founded Our Developing World in 1969 in Saratoga to give voice to the voiceless and lead reality tours to countries in Africa, Central and South America, and Asia. She has also been a pillar of the Women's International League of Peace and Freedom, excuse me, in Santa Clara County. Barbie has spent her entire life working for peace, and it is now my honor to ask our mayor to present Barbie Olner with a commendation in recognition for her exemplary service to the communities of San Jose and ask her to say a few words.
I felt so in the right place when the invocation was given because it was about peace. And that word was repeated many, many, many times. Imagine if we could use the money that we use for war for human needs, we would really have a peaceful world and we'd have money left over, a lot of it. I'm so glad that in the description of my life, I wasn't alone because I never was alone. None of us are alone. We work in communities, and I've got several communities here today. And I was so lucky to have a husband who was so supportive and so active. And we raised kids who understood too. When our son was about, maybe 7, he would tell his friends, please don't bring toy guns to our house because our dog will bark at you. And he would. I don't know how he was trained. We didn't train him, but maybe Craig did. And when Shorty Collins and I walked the streets of San Jose to find a place for the Peace and Justice Center, I was representing the San Jose branch of Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, a 104-year-old women's peace and freedom organization internationally. Shorty was representing his church, Grace Baptist, and some of the other churches in the Council of Churches. We weren't alone, and we weren't doing it for ourselves. We were doing it to give a house for all of the organizations that were concerned about peace and economic and social justice. There wasn't a word for it then, but there is now. It's intersectionality. And it has become a center with more than 40 partners. So intersectionality is alive and well in San Jose. And it grew many times over at the last presidential election because of a strong need that everybody felt. So I accept this award for all of you and all of the others who aren't here, whom we have worked together with, because that's what made anything that happened happen. And it's the only way that it ever will. Thank you very much.
Did anybody want to join us? Yeah, come on down.
Oh, please, everybody come down. Tianita and Rafa and Carol and all of you folks in the
Oh, you've got it handled.
Feel free to deposit cell phones.
I'm not alone.
Let's back up a little bit so everybody.
And for those of you who don't know, Michelle Mashburn is the incredible coordinator of the Peace and Justice Center, and she has done wonders.
All right, we're on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? I understand that the senior residents from Winchester Ranch have asked to hear item 10.3 before 10.2 to enable them to get home at a reasonable hour. I certainly have no objection to that. The maker of the motion would consider that.
Second, if I could say a few words on that.
Sure, Councilmember Pross.
If you can just make a notice of that before we hear the evening calendar, because I imagine there may be a number of residents that are here for the other item, and as they see it out of order,
Yeah,
an
I
explanation
understand.
would help.
Okay, fair point. Okay, let's vote on that motion. On to the closed session report.
We did meet in closed session this morning. There is no report.
On the consent calendar, Mr. LeBrun would like to speak on item 2.9. Would you like to come down, Mr. LeBrun, and then we can either consider it separately or together, if the council so wishes. This is the cooperative agreement with Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority and the right-of-way certification of Caltrans for 101 Blossom Hill interchange.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and Happy New Decade. So, I've been in front of Council and TNE multiple times in the last decade, and here's the situation. We have got the jobs on the other side of Highway 101, it's the Indian Vale. We have got the Caltrain station, and we built this massive housing in our first urban village in San Jose. Actually, I haven't actually mapped I-Star, which is further south on the other side. And as you can see, this project, which was supposed to be linking the transit village to the jobs via the Caltrain station, doesn't do anything like it. It seems to be connecting Coyote Creek to the back of the Arco station on Monterey Highway. So I'd like to thank Jessica Sank for facilitating a meeting with Mr. Zahi Gulzada. And I had, talking to Mr. Gulzada, I had about as much fun as the last time I tried to address a brick wall. But then I Googled it and I discovered that my friend Robin Holm is having the exact same problem with the Charcot extension. So in closing, it looks like we have an individual in Department of Transportation that does not understand land use, doesn't understand Vision Zero, and I'm going to propose a different approach. I'm going to ask for Mr. Gulzada's resignation effective immediately. And if it's not forthcoming, I'd like somebody from the city manager's office to reach out to me and let me know what it's going to take to get people fired around here. Thank you very much, and Happy New Decade.
Thank you, sir. I see Jessica and John in the audience. I imagine, would you like to respond and offer DOT's perspective about the purpose of this extension, given its, so I imagine anyone watching may have the question, why aren't we making this direct connection to Caltrain?
Good afternoon, John Russo, Director of Transportation. So let me give a little bit of background that didn't come across in the memo. The project does improve the interchange at Blossom Hill and US 101. It does add, fills in the middle of the current interchange to add a left turn lane. But the primary scope of the project actually builds a conflict-free pedestrian and bike connection from one side of the freeway to the other. So the pedestrian and bicyclists will actually avoid all the conflicts with the ramps. One of them is going to go under and one is going to go over the ramp. So it does do a very safe connection from one side, connecting the Coyote Creek Trail all the way over to Monterey Road. So we did, the speaker did mention that there were some other alternatives we looked at, and one of them was the one that he had mentioned that we had looked at it. This is the project that came out the best in terms of the alternatives that we had considered for the project. The thing in front of the council today is actually a co-op agreement with the city and VTA just to actually manage the construction of the project. It's preparing to go to construction this year.
Right.
So I hope that answers any questions you have.
Thanks, John. Okay, any questions from the council? All right, we'll entertain a motion on, that's the entire calendar, consent calendar? Okay. Again, to repeat, are there any other items anyone wants to pull? All right, then we'll vote on all the consent calendar together. Let's vote. Councilmember Jimenez's motion. All right, item 3.1 is a report of city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
Okay. The consent calendar seems to be
Still
stuck.
waiting. Yeah, I'm still
We're waiting
waiting
for a
on
vote. We'll push
Councilmember
again.
Camus. Okay, so we'll take you verbally.
Okay.
That's unanimous of all present.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Camus has a stuck screen. Thank goodness. All right, I understand we're going to hear the item 3.4 last in the afternoon when the candidates will be coming to us. So we'll jump into 4.2, which are actions related to loan commitment to affirmed housing group for development of Alum Rock Family Housing, 2350 Alum Rock Avenue. Oh, wait, we have a presentation on 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4 together, combined, except...
I don't see our staff here from the Housing
Okay.
Department.
Well, we're going to change gears then. John Aiken will be the beneficiary of that because he patiently has to wait till the end of the calendar. But welcome, John. You'll be here to present on item 6.1, which is the Airport Master Plan Amendment and Capital Plan. Welcome, Judy. Welcome, Judy and John.
Mr. Mayor, Council, John Aiken, Director of Aviation, and with me today, Judy Ross, our Assistant Director. And there we are. So before we got into the PowerPoint today, I wanted to clarify what you might have read or seen in the media. This is not a vote today to approve the master plan or the EIR. This is an opportunity to accept staff's report on our status on the master plan and EIR that was discussed at T&E and forwarded to the whole council so that you guys could have an early briefing on what was to be coming to you in late March. So we'll jump into the presentation. So as you know, we've had tremendous growth at the airport that's been impacting our operation. The challenge of this growth has caused a lot of impact to passengers, baggage, screening out at the airport. We're trying to lay a path forward to include necessary precursor projects to plan for the future of the airport. You've probably seen this chart before, but this is our annual passenger growth. We've been the fastest growing large airport for the past 3 years in a row. 2019 looks like it'll be the 4th year for us. On this one, this is kind of the growth we've been seeing lately and into the future. Into the future, we backed ourselves down to a 3% growth rate, which still 3% of a large number is still a large number. And so that growth curve continues to get up pretty high. The asterisks that are there, the first one, 2017, we reached 12.2 million passengers. That was the trigger in the old airline agreement when we could have started this process, but we didn't because it wasn't the right time in the economy, it wasn't the right time for the airport, so we continued. On the double asterisk, that's when we met the 14 million passenger capacity of our existing building, which we built from 28 gates now to 36 with some interim creative ideas that are allowing us to continue to grow while we manage what the economy and our growth patterns are going to do for us. This one, hold on. There we go. This slide talks about hundreds of thousands of passengers per gate to show you the density and the impact to our customers that are traveling through our airport. Back at 9/11, when we were at our original peak, we had about 385,000 passengers per gate, and it felt crowded and it felt uncomfortable. We're currently operating at about 448,000 passengers per gate, even after we've added our new gates to the complex. So what we're doing is continuing to put more people into the hold rooms, more people through the passenger processing process. Go ahead. So the phase 2 of the original TAIP, why now? The airport has approval from our airlines in our new lease agreement. So they've agreed to go forward with this program when it's the right time. 11 of our 13 airlines have signed that agreement, committing to 10 years at San Jose in that lease. The airport's added 8 temporary gates since 2017, but no infrastructure, no baggage screening, no bag claim, no passenger screening improvements. The airport continues to experience challenges at our peak times, and as we all know, given the time for procurement, design, development, and construction, we need to start now if we want it, within the next 4 years. The demand for the air traffic will only increase with our new corporate downtown and residential projects that are coming online. And high quality service from the airport's what's going to drive that demand for corporate offices in our downtown districts. What happens without phase 2? Without phase 2, we'll increase congestion, impacts to the passenger, potential delays, declining level of service. Our checkpoints are already backed up in our main times past the piece of art that's on the top floor and down the escalators into ticketing and bag claim. We also will increase the need to use hard standing, which is where you leave the terminal on a bus and you get bused to an airplane and you go up an air stair like the old days at Terminal C. We've done that for a little bit before the interim facility was built. We'd have to be going back to that to maintain the operation. So our next steps is to complete the EIR and master plan updates. We hope to come back to council at the end of March to do that. Start the precursor projects because there are things in the way that are currently being utilized that we need to move out of the way for the future. And then eventually, when it's the right time, come to you and get prepared to build phase 2. To kind of orient the council to where some of these things are, you can see on the left side the economy lot garage. That's the one that's under construction now. You can see a short-term garage next to the rental car facility. And the hotel is at the bottom of the loop where parking lot 4 currently is located. You can see the Terminal C and the phase 2 expansion basically going south from the terminal through that parking lot 5, through parking lot 6, through our belly freight facility, all the way down to almost where Fire Station 20 is. And then a future belly cargo facility just to the south of that terminal expansion, just so in your mind you can kind of lay it out. So the keys to the proposed master plan amendment, we're changing our horizon year out to 2037. So we're doing a new analysis, stretching back out to 20 years from when we started this process 2 years ago. Incorporate some airfield safety improvements. If you remember a while back, we started a runway incursion mitigation study, and from that we have some safety improvements we can do on the taxiway structure. Modify some landside facilities, which include the terminal and the parking garages and hotels, and allow for up to 42 gates. We're currently, our master plan council had limited us to 40 gates. This would ask to go up to 42. The new environmental impact report will have mitigation measures for air quality, noise, and biology, which is our burrowing owls and some of the other wildlife that is on the airport. But there will need to be overriding considerations for council to approve on air quality and greenhouse gas, where we can't mitigate all of that problem from the aircraft itself. And we can talk more about that when we come back in March about ideas of how to help mitigate as much as we can, but it won't go all the way to zero. We're partway through the approval process. The public comment period was technically supposed to end yesterday. We extended it till Friday because there was some requests to get a little bit more time, so we extended it till Friday. We still go through the Airport Commission, the Planning Commission, the County Airport Land Use Commission, and then to the City Council at the end of March, hopefully. So there's those opportunities for the public to engage with the different commissions, plus they've had 45 days plus this extra week we gave them to do their comments on that. The precursor projects that I alluded to earlier, the ones in progress right now, we have 900 net new parking spots that we're building in the economy lot. We have Fire Station 20 being built over where San Jose State used to be on the southwest corner of the airport. It's important to notice that 14.5 million of that cost is coming from the FAA, so it's not going to hit even our funds. Facilities relocation, our facilities division has been in trailers for as long as I've been there, which is 27 years. The trailers are falling apart. We're going to build them a permanent facility over by San Jose State also on that southwest side. And then the police department hangar for their helicopter and aircraft will also be over on that San Jose State location. The future projects that we're looking at, the new belly freight facility, I don't think it's a wise use of our money to put the capital into that, so we're exploring a P3 opportunity where a developer can build it, manage it, rent it to our tenants, and we just collect ground rent. It's not a wise use of my limited capital spending. Looking at up to 4,000 new spaces in the terminal parking structure, which would be the garage next to the Conrack. Now remember, these numbers, when you go in for your master plan, you go in for everything you need, everything you might need. Depending on what the circumstances are, you might build different. If Lyft and Uber, if little helicopters drive us to the airport later, that number can get smaller, right? But we're getting an environmental approval for the garage we might need if our reality stays like it is today. A new fueling station for our vehicles, and we're scaling that back because we're hoping to go to more electric sedans for us and more of the green and stuff. But there are still vehicles, our fire trucks, some of our operations vehicles that need to stay powered by diesel and gasoline. The terminal aprons, which is where the airplanes will park outside the terminal. The other projects, the hotel that we've been talking about, I think it's a great opportunity in the community where we're hotel room short, and the benefit of having business travelers and a hotel right at the airport. But again, I don't want to spend my limited capital on it, so I think a P3 opportunity with a developer who's tied in with a hotel operator to come in and build it for us, and then we collect a concession fee and a rent is really a wise choice for some of that property. And then again, the runway incursion mitigation safety projects that will help realign our taxiways with the runways. For the Phase 2 project, the new Terminal C building is basically a mirror of Terminal B. So if you just take Terminal B and flip it over to the south, you'd have what we're proposing to build. So you'd have a terminal front end with ticketing and bag claim and bag processing and passenger screening, all of that. And then you'd have your concourse going to the south. Instead of Terminal B, you go through and the concourse goes to the north. So it'd be an exact mirror of it. We'll be doing a new central utility plant for the heating and cooling of the structure, and then the stormwater mitigation measures that we have to do to maintain our compliance with that program. In the Phase 2 planning portion, we're going to bring on a program management support services contract, hopefully in spring or summer of this year, to help guide us through the process, help us write some of the RFPs if things stay on this track of great economy, great passenger growth. All of this stuff that I'm showing out in the future is if things stay good. If things back up, then we back up and slow down the process. The design build RFP, if everything goes well, could be out on the street late summer of 2020. Financing, we're working with the finance department. We hope to fund it first out of commercial paper until we can get a guaranteed maximum price on the design build. So we only bond what we need. I don't want to bond too much, and I don't want to have to go out twice because I didn't bond enough. So we'll use our commercial paper to get to that point and then lock in our long-term bond financing. And consultation with the airlines in the design process is required under our lease with them, but it's also a good thing to do is to work with your tenants that are going to occupy the building as you continue to work through that process. This is a quick estimate just to show you there is a financial impact to the region. When we add new flights, it's a boon to the economy. It's extra people hired, working, earning salaries here, spending their money here locally, plus all the travelers. So this is the annual economic impact if those 6 new gates were half full. If we only put half as many flights on those gates, there'd be an annual economic impact to the region of $165 million, plus the jobs and the direct employment that you see under the line there. Now, that money obviously stays in the community. It doesn't come to the airport. I just wanted to illustrate the benefit of growing those flights. Part of this exercise is to see if we're prepared to pay for this construction. If the EIR and the master plan are approved in March and we decide to move forward, we have to make a financial decision about that. So I wanted the council to feel comfortable that staff has run and will continue to run the financials against 4 different scenarios. The base case, which is basically growing at your standard 2%. The economic slowdown, you can see we have a few years of -2% growth. The recession is a -10%, a -4%, followed by a 0 growth. And then we have kind of that deep recession, which would be kind of the great recession we had a few years ago, -15, -7, and then a 0, and then a slow grow out. This is important because I want to show you on the next couple pages that even in that deep recession case, we can make it. So the first line we're going to show you here is the $12 CPE that council requested we stay below back in 08. And we took that, it was a 2007 dollar number. We've adjusted it for inflation to kind of put it in perspective as we move forward. So that base case growth, you show the CPE, or the cost per employment, still stays way below that $12 value that we had set back in 07. When we go to the economic slowdown, we barely cross over it 1 year and then fall back below it. This assumes that the terminal opens in 2025, and when it opens, obviously the bonds are due. So on the next one, the recessionary model, our CPE gets up to a little shy of $22 in that FY25 timeframe, but then starts to drop back down. And in the deep recession, the blue star on 2025, we actually end up short of our bills by about $900,000. But the key is that within that budget that I'm doing, we have $15 million for renewal and replacement budgeted in there. So it would be a matter of not replacing the carpet in Terminal A, and I could pay all my bills. So the carpet waits a year to get replaced. So I wanted to be honest with you that if everything stays the same and I budget like I always do, we would technically be short there, but I have a lot of tools to mitigate that shortfall before going to the airlines to ask for extraordinary coverage. And remember, we don't come to the general fund to ask for help. The airlines have committed with extraordinary coverage to cover the debt, period, whether we can do it or not. So for those of you that like numbers instead of charts with lines on it, there's all the numbers that went with the chart with lines. So I wanted you to have both ways in case some people are pictorial, some people are number-based. And then finally, the aggressive schedule. This is the master plan being approved second quarter of calendar year 2020. You can see some of the precursor projects are already in progress. And if everything stays great, I'm still growing at 6-8%. The economy is still strong. We would like to start on that terminal parking garage, the terminal building, some of the other things this summer, this fall, trying to get forward on this. Because remember, it's 4 years to build it. And I'm looking at how fast do I grow over those next 4 years. Now, even in March, when we come back for a decision on the master plan and the EIR, that doesn't approve me to pick up a shovel and do anything. That gives me the legal permission that we've gotten past the environmental and the master plan. I still need to come back to council and say, I feel I'm ready to go. I feel I'd like to put an RFP out to move forward on these projects and discuss with council the affordability, my payment plan, how I see the finances working out. So I want to make sure that you remember that we're going to come back in. It's a decision of council each time we move forward on one of these things. I'm just laying out what it could be if everything moves in a great pace. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thanks for the great presentation, John. These are good problems to have. I remember not too long ago when our problems were very, very different at the airport. And
Yes.
I'm happy to be saying that we're bursting at the seams, and it's time for us to build out our infrastructure and meet the demand. Councilmember Camus?
Yes, John, and I echo the thanks for all your fiscal acumen here. And when I first came into office, we were nervous about paying the bond indebtedness that we've had outstanding. And I wanted to ask a couple questions. First, you said that 2 airlines still did not sign the agreement. Right. Which 2 airlines?
Frontier has not signed yet, and Frontier, as an ultra low-cost carrier, has an internal policy of not signing anything longer than 5 years because they're kind of a in one day, out the next day. And no offense, I mean, their marketing, their program works for them, but they're not always a long-term committed airline, and that's okay. The other one is British Airways, which concerns me a little, except they've told me that they don't have a problem signing it. They're owned by IAG, which is a huge corporation in England, and getting it through the path and who's talking to who has been a struggle. It's important for us to get British Airways to sign on, not only from this standpoint, but per the lease, they pay a 25% surcharge on their fees to us for not signing. So to keep that flight affordable, I have to get with our staff and get with their staff and get it signed. But those are the only 2 that haven't signed.
Okay, yeah, and actually I think would deflate our airport if they didn't maintain a route here, because we were, this is one of the, second carriers that agreed to come do an international flight, and we were so proud of them, and
yeah,
it didn't seem like such a long time ago either. So I appreciate the charts that you have up here, but I don't know if CPE speaks to me as a measurable things to measure. I understand the money that you're receiving, but I kind of wanted to see, here's how much we need to pay off our existing bonds and the future construction bonds, and here's how much we can expect from CPE revenues in this time, or I like what you did is that you gave us the worst case scenario, best case scenario, but it didn't tell me how much revenues you actually needed, because you get a lot more revenues than just from CPE. You get revenues from other things, parking fees, whatever, concessions.
So I think for this presentation and at this point in the process, we were trying to give a high-level conversation with council that financially this is doable. This master plan that we're looking to approve is an achievable thing. As we would move forward with the first project in the plan and say, I'd like to move forward with X, I think we would come back with a much more detailed, how does this work financially? We're paying $95 million a year on the first $1 billion, right?
Yes.
And how does this stack on top of that and come through that in much more thing? But in this instance, I didn't want it to sound like we're approving a project. So I kind of gave a quick overview, but I appreciate what you're saying, and I think we can really do that when we start coming back to say, now we're ready to build, here's the financing plan, here's how it sits on our balance sheet. Remember also when we refinanced a couple years ago, we were able to drop our payment at a certain point, which is like 2024. About the time these bonds come in, our first bonds drop to a lower bond payment. So there were some things that we did in anticipation of having to go out for another bond that will help us. But we can lay all that out when we really get to the point of saying we want to move on Project X. And I don't mean to not answer the question, but I really didn't prepare for that because we're focused more on the master plan and the environmental here.
I understand. And that's, you actually predicted what I was going to ask you for. When the next time you come, I'd like to see current bond indebtedness, future bond indebtedness, and how we're planning to pay them off, even in the worst of times. Now, in your worst of times scenarios, I remember we actually lost a lot of actually, an airlines came out of the mix. Was it not Continental, Delta, or American Airlines stopped, and United actually pulled most of its flights too.
A lot of them pulled flights. We didn't have, none of the majors pulled out altogether, but You're right. We lost we had a year that was a minus 18%,
Right,
right
and
after
can
9/11. So you're
you-
right.
Yeah, can you go back to your worst case scenario?
So, yeah, a couple more, Judy. No more again.
One more, two more.
All the way
Three
off
more.
that slide. There you go.
There we go,
So
yeah.
when we look historically, the big drop of 18% was back in '02, right after the 9/11 dot-com bust. So if you look back just the last 10 years, the Great Recession hit us in '08, '09, where we lost 3%, 15%, 7%. So that's what I'm duplicating as a deep recession. I wasn't really going for a 9/11 type incident on top of a dot-com bust bundled together and delivered to us in a package. So because my hope is that we've had that, we learned from it, the economy in Silicon Valley has diversified a little more, that a dot-com bust won't drop us off a cliff like that. And so I didn't go for the worst. I went for the last one that was bad is where we went. And I can model the other one if you want, but at some point you kind of have to stick to 3 or 4 models and run forward.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm with you that there's going to be an economic recession. But our airport had, at a minimum, I don't think that we're going to be growing as robustly as we currently are. And the next question I have is, why do you? I actually think that our recession isn't really due till after fiscal year 2022. I think we still have a couple of year worth of small economic growth, or at
Right.
least not robust economic growth, but I don't see a recession coming for another couple of years. Why did you choose FY22 and FY23 to model in your recession?
Because I have a very conservative deputy director of finance
Okay.
who works with the city finance, and we look at our outlook. We only look out even for the general fund. You go out a year or two, and then it kind of gets really cloudy. So I
Yeah.
said, well, you know what? Let's pick a moment in time and say it's going downhill, and do it. I could slide the numbers to 2023, but it was really just we feel comfortable with 2020. We feel pretty comfortable with 2021, but after that it gets so cloudy. And
Yeah.
I think the general fund process would kind of mirror that same. We don't know much after 2022, so we just picked it, and
But you don't think that the bond that we're going out for will be there till 2024? Is that what you're saying? We're going to go. When will we go out to, if we want to build this? When will we go out to a bond? This year or next year? Or
No, we wouldn't bond for probably, if everything was perfect and we went late summer, to do a design build, we probably wouldn't bond for 18 to 24 months, because we do commercial paper first. The bond would come later. The bond would be due when the building opens in 2025, 2026. That's when the bond would then start its payments. You defer the payment, right, until you get beneficial
Yes.
occupancy.
Yes.
So that would look at a 2025-ish time frame that we would start making payments on that secondary bond.
Yeah.
And I think if we slid the advantage of bringing the negative numbers early is that it cuts my growth, and then when you do grow, you're growing from a smaller number. If I let it slide further down, I keep growing that base number, right, and then do a recession, it doesn't end up with as dramatic as a cut. So
right. Yeah. It's you were modeling your worst case scenario earlier, and earlier is worse than later.
Right.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
I really appreciate being fiscally sound reasoning, so I appreciate that. And I really like the fact that you're modeling in some really tough times. And, I've never wanted to put us in the same position that we were in when I first came in. We were panicking about, what to do with the airport then. So thank you for all your efforts. And your predecessor did a great job too. But
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve. Approve the mayor's memo. Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, John, for all the work. And I have just 2 questions, one related to some of the projections. I guess the one thing that comes to mind for me is not too long ago we approved the increase in the height limits and such. And so what I'm curious about is, in some of the projections and statistics that you ran to try to evaluate where we're going to be in a few years, did you take into account any possible drop in airline service, which obviously then translates potentially into less passengers, and how that impacts the projections?
I think as we discussed when we went through the OEI discussion, there are certain destinations around the world, none in North America, that would be affected by OEI.
Like China.
And so,
other
yeah, it
regions,
was distant. Remember, I made the arcs around the world,
Correct.
and if you were outside this circle, we would have challenges. Inside that circle, we were fine. And so, when you look at, even if you just take British Airways, the percentage of our passengers that come from that one-day flight to London is minuscule in the scope of things. So, if we got a flight to Hong Kong or not, because perhaps of a OEI decision we made a few years ago, wouldn't affect the real number of passenger growth, right? Because it's a minuscule amount out of the 16 million passengers we're doing now.
Right.
It's a small amount. So I don't know that losing a few flights there, and really, we are a domestic North American airport for the community that has some strategic international flights, based on our business market, right? And so I don't think we'll ever be a San Francisco or something like that. So I think the impact of that is minimal.
Okay, all right, thank you. The other question I had is, when we talk about sort of deep recessions and other sort of categories you have up here, right? Economic slowdown, recession, deep recession. Those are obviously very general sort of catch-alls. There's a lot happening when that occurs. And so, for example, the price of fuel increasing for the airlines, for the airplanes, is that wrapped up into some of those scenarios? Because I'm wondering, and the reason I ask is I'm wondering if there's anything else besides these recession type of events that are not or hopefully being accounted for when we're doing some of these models.
It would be accounted for in these situations because this is the percentage of growth or decline of passengers. And so if fuel price spiked like it did in 08, 09, there would be less flights, therefore there would be less passengers. So whether it was an economic slowdown or a challenge in the economy that made the airlines, reduce some flights, having the passengers come out of the mix is reflected then through my financials. So whether it's because of a recession or because of high fuel prices, you could still illustrate that within those four scenarios.
Okay, all right, thank you. The other question I had is related to the mayor's memo. I think part of the recommendation is fee reductions for airlines that utilize hybrid, electric, or low-emission fuels for airplane and ground vehicles. That sort of prompted me to think about what can you share with me or us? How many vehicles is, say, Southwest operating there? I mean, besides the airplanes, like what other type of infrastructure vehicles are they running? I know obviously carrying the luggage and things of that nature, but can you educate us a little bit?
Southwest is actually a great example. Even their pushback tugs, which are normally a very, very heavy diesel-powered tractor that pushes the plane back from the gate, they have now converted to an electric pushback tug. So they've got 14 of those. They have their baggage carts, the little tug that pulls your baggage around the airport, that is now all converted to electric for Southwest. So they've gone very heavily in electric GSE, as has Alaska and some of our other carriers. So I think in the mayor's memo proposal, encouragements to get our airline partners to continue that trend, I think is positive. How we work out the encouragement, I think the idea is financially help them make this decision that's the right decision for the environment. When it comes to aviation fuels, there is a consortium up at SFO that's working on biofuel for jet aircraft that reduces the greenhouse gas and the particulate matters by like 80%. And so it's not there yet, it's close, it's being used on a couple flights, but I think the airport joining that program, exposing our partner airlines to that program, and perhaps bringing some of that fuel down through our airline consortium fuel system. Again, I think the mayor purposely made it vague. Electric power, put in some kind of fuel that reduces greenhouse gases, those opportunities, and I think we need to, again, encourage that participation through making it attractive.
Yeah, and I support what he wrote. I was just trying to get an understanding, so just to better understand how much of the the vehicles or things that they use that are
It's
actually,
quite a bit because
Yeah.
the vehicles on the ramp are diesel, which is dirtier than gas, but they need the power of the diesel engine. And so getting those to electric is a big opportunity.
And do
for
you
us.
foresee any challenges, say, for example, if we are trying to incentivize and reduce fees to get folks to move in that direction, say, for example, Southwest that's already doing it, are they going to sort of cry afoul and say, hey, wait a minute, we're not going to, are they going to be grandfathered in? And so I look forward to seeing that when this comes back.
Okay.
But,
Yeah.
but I'm just be curious as to how you're going to manage that.
It's always tough to start a program after somebody's done it once. I mean, you start a student loan forgiveness program the day after I pay off my student loans. All of those things. There's never a great time to do it. You just have to kind of do it because it's the right thing. And so I think we'll have to work with Southwest to say we need to continue the rest of them going on this trend because it's the right thing for the environment.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And I would just echo John's words. I don't mean in any way to be too prescriptive in exactly what we do. It may be that where the industry is already moving, they don't need a nudge. But there are areas where they do need a nudge, and we're probably a decade off from seeing electric planes taken off. But there's no reason why we couldn't be leading and nudging along the way. And after all, we're Silicon Valley. We should be doing it first. So I appreciate, John, your openness to the direction, and I know that you're working with partners now, and appreciate that we also now have the largest electric bus fleet of any airport in the country. That's a great thing. Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, John, for the presentation. As you're very aware, there's a airport roundtable that's in existence and operating. It's focused on airplane and airline noise. My question to you is, one, have you had any interactions with that roundtable? Has there been any input from that roundtable? Do you anticipate
I think
input from them? Any issues or concerns that you have?
My staff and myself directly have limited our interaction with that roundtable based on council's clear direction. And however, they have met with us outside the roundtable. A couple members came to meet with myself, and I reiterated council's stance, and I reiterated the fact that the work they do with the FAA, they're free to do it. It's positive. I don't know. You've seen it in other communities where the FAA makes small changes to the programs. There's not going to be a perfect solution, and so I tried to manage their expectations that they're not going to solve the south flow noise or the approach from the Pacific Ocean noise that comes over those houses to the north of us. I see them, they are in the public comments. So, I mean, if that's your question, in the environmental, we have 42 public comments already submitted in writing. And Judy, what, eight or nine maybe, based on noise from communities to our northwest. So I think it's still a point of contention, but it's not something we can really deal with because the FAA, control, as you know from sitting on some of those committees, the FAA controls those flight paths, and they control whether or not they change it.
Right, and that goes to the heart of my question, is the input or interaction that they'll have with our EIR process. And
I think it's going to be limited to their public comments, and then our consultants will talk about those complaints and are there any mitigation measures, or is it only the FAA, which I believe is probably where their answer will go. Whether, and this is the interesting thing, whether we build the building or not, if the demand is here, the airplane will come, to service the passengers. Now, it may mean that it's in a holding pattern, which puts out more greenhouse gas. It may be that they idle on the ground because I don't have a gate. But not building this building doesn't mean we're not going to get more arrivals and departures every day. The airlines make these decisions based on money. People that want to leave Silicon Valley and go somewhere else for business or for leisure. So I think that noise issue won't be solved through the EIR, and there's not an opportunity for us to, in the EIR process, to make headway on it. Hopefully I'm answering your question.
Yes, yes, you are. Yes,
Okay.
you are. And then the other part is, first of all, I want to commend you and your team for the work that you've done facilitating contracts and opportunities with DBE, small businesses and local businesses. And I'm anticipating that with the master plan and the new construction, that we're going to double and even triple our efforts to get more businesses involved in
Of course.
contracting. Not to put words in your mouth, but
No.
I'm assuming. But thank you, John.
Yes.
Right.
Scott Mace would like to speak. Mr. Mace, welcome.
Good afternoon. I live in the historic Reed neighborhood south of San Jose State and very near the flight path. And although I understand that the planes are going to come, there's certainly a lot more planes than there used to be. And I'm struck by, I believe it was this very room was practically filled with people who live near Reed Hillview, talking about all the noise of Reed Hillview. That's really nothing compared to the noise every day in my neighborhood from this airport. And yet those people aren't here. I don't know why. I feel like I'm speaking for them a little bit. So that was my point number one. Point number two, this city council has passed a climate emergency resolution, and I'm kind of wondering what that really means at this point. There was a story today, says climate change fight to have massive impact on air travel in 2020, according to a survey of 30,000 respondents. 69% of them plan to do less holiday travel this year by airplane because of their concern about the climate. And I understand that, circling jets does create its own problem, but overseas in Europe, we're seeing a great rethinking of traveling by air. We're seeing a great rethinking towards rail and other means of travel that are less damaging to the climate, because all the studies say that in general, air travel has a big impact on climate change. So I feel like I'm speaking for some of those people too, the climate change people who you've seen in these chambers. I just want to inject that note of concern. There's also a breaking story this afternoon that in Los Angeles, a jetliner was dumping fuel onto a school playground and multiple patients were being assessed. I know there's some playgrounds that some jets fly over in this city. So let's think about some of the negative impacts that growing this airport, even more than it is, might have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Certainly appreciate the concerns of those in the environmental community, and I know I've had some conversations in the last couple of weeks. I think the reality is that whether we grow or not, people are going to continue to fly here in the Bay Area. And what we already know, and I remember doing the market studies of direct flights to New York back in 2014 or 15, and we were finding out that at the time, I think SFO had something like 33 direct flights to New York, and we had 1 or 2. And we found that 40% of San Jose, of the seats on the flight to New York were being filled by residents coming from the San Jose metro area. So those are all people sitting in traffic on 101 and 280, emitting a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. And then to wait in fog delays at SFO. And the reality is we're not doing the climate any favors by telling more of our residents to go get on the freeway and go to SFO in Oakland if this is the airport of the local community. I don't think anyone's going to stop flying. We're going to continue to provide the service. I think flying itself is going to transform, as just about every other industry has, as we continue to see cleaner fuels, and ultimately, I hope soon, and by soon I mean within the next decade, significant movement toward electric transportation, but we know that technology isn't there just yet. So I appreciate everyone's openness to those changes. I do want to really commend Judy and John for a couple of important things. In addition to all the success we've had at the airport and growing, we're still under the $12 CPE, which I find remarkable because I know that was a goal we set, I think, back in like 2011 or something like that.
Long time ago.
Long time ago. I know inflation has certainly carried us well above that, but that makes us very competitive, and I know it hasn't come easily. We came through some very tough decisions. Second, I want to thank you for your flexibility on Station 20, being able to expand fire and emergency medical response to downtown and parts of North and West San Jose is really important, and I appreciate the flexibility of being able to add on there and provide that service. The big question, I guess 2 questions I have is, as we look at this, I know you're a long way off here from design on construction, but are we fairly confident we can build out these permanent gates without disrupting the overwhelming amount of traffic we're already dealing with on the gates we've got, particularly in those interim gates that we've built out that I know will ultimately get replaced?
As we discussed a little bit earlier, you know, you look at a 3 to 4 year design and construction phase. I'm nervous how we're going to get there, even if we grow at 2%, right? Because again, 2% of a big number is still a big number. And so Southwest has taken on those 14 gates, all the new ones, plus some of the old terminal, and they are saturating those gates. And I think we're going to go back to where some of the Terminal B carriers are in Terminal A. We're going to have to make difficult decisions about do certain carriers stay in a certain terminal, or do things move to increase the density in A? As you know, A is not quite as heavily occupied as B.
Right.
And so we may have to make some hard decisions to get past, you know, the next 3 years or so. But again, at council's direction, and I think it came from you, Mr. Mayor, the interim building is built with a blank wall at the south end. And if I have to knock out the metal studs and drywall and go out another 250 feet and put another gate there, it's not the right, I mean, it's an expensive opportunity, but when opportunity knocks, you have to respond. And so we're able to do that if we have to make it from today to opening day of the full facility. We're able to knock that south end wall off
Right.
and just continue.
Right, thank you. And then last question, you know, is there any reason why we shouldn't just move full speed ahead now? And the economy can always change, we know, in summer it may change dramatically, and we can always hit the brakes later. Is there any reason why we wouldn't want to just go full speed now?
My plan is to go, when you saw that schedule, that was the full speed ahead. That was you guys approving me at the end of March. I get a team in here to do an RFP. We put it on the street over the summer, and when you come back in August, we're making a decision about a recommendation to award and move forward. And that's about as fast as we can move.
Yeah.
So that the green bars was the full court press, and then again, like we've talked even here, if it needs to, it can always get mitigated, slowed down, and there will be decision points along the way where we say, you know, we haven't put a shovel in the ground yet. If the economy is bad, should we, shouldn't we, you know, stop or go? Right. So I'll be able to bring back those moments in time. But again, even with a deep recession, I think the growth might be the right thing, because we proved we can pay for it even with the deep recession. So
Yeah, understood. Thank you, John. I'm also mindful, though, also about just how much construction costs have grown. And boy, it's as awful as recessions are, it's nice when you can time them perfectly so you can actually get projects to be bid out right in the middle of one, if you're going to have one anyway. Anyway, okay. Any other questions before we move on? On the motion from Councilman McCamus, let's vote. All right, thank you, Judy and John. We'll return now to the housing items. There are 3 housing items that will be heard together, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4. These all relate to our city's financial commitments to different housing projects, affordable rent-restricted housing projects on Alum Rock Avenue, on West San Carlos Street, and on Almaden Boulevard. Welcome, Rachel and Jackie.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Jackie Morales-Ferran, the Director of Housing, and I'm joined today by Rachel Vanderveen, who's our Deputy Director. And today, as the Mayor just stated, we're providing a presentation on all 3 funding commitments, or 2 funding commitments and 1 separate action, but that are all related because they're affordable housing. So as you may remember, in 2018, the city issued a NOFA for $100 million. And to date, we have funded 3 of the developments out of that $100 million for close to $27 million worth of funding commitments. We are pleased today to bring you 2 two new funding commitments that we would like you to consider for affordable housing. And what's interesting about these two new funding commitments is that they both used two different streamlining processes that were created by the state legislature. And Rachel will talk to you a little bit more about that when she goes through each of the projects. We just wanted to give you an update on the progress that we have made under the Community Plan to End Homelessness, which was adopted in 2015. Since then, we have housed 8,000 people, and this next bullet is incorrect, so I just want to make sure I correct it. It's 3,000 affordable opportunities, not apartments, and those affordable opportunities include new affordable housing that's been built, but it also includes the new rental subsidies that we have released through our rapid rehousing programs as well. So we didn't build housing, we actually gave rental subsidies that allowed people to actually find new housing. We also wanted to highlight, because we often get questions about what the county's doing, and so to date they have committed close to $257 million in Measure A and other funding that they have to fund 22 developments in 6 different cities. That will create over 2,272 new affordable apartments, and as you can see, half of them are for supportive housing targeting our homeless residents, both in the city and throughout the county. And the City of San Jose has also been doing funding, even though at this point we don't have an ongoing funding source. We have managed to bring together our resources to commit close to $84 million in 14 developments, and you can see we're working on close to 1,600 affordable apartments, of which 700 are going to be set aside for people who are homeless. We just wanted to assure you that these developments, all 3 of them, do support our public policy objectives. So first of all, we're going to be adding 251 new affordable apartments in San Jose, which is consistent with the mayor and the city council's goal of building 10,000 new affordable apartments in our city. Second, these developments are providing housing for the most vulnerable residents, including formerly homeless residents. So a significant investment in ELI housing. Third, these 3 developments leverage over $120 million in outside funding, bringing valuable resources to our city. And finally, the design of these new buildings align with the city's climate smart goals.
All right. I will now walk you through the details related to these 3 developments that we're asking for your action on today. So the first is the Alum Rock Family Housing Development. This development will include 85 affordable apartments with 29 supportive housing units. We are requesting a funding commitment of $9.35 million in city funds for this development. It's also important to note this is the first development in San Jose that has used the SB 35 process to streamline development. SB 35 was passed to streamline the construction of affordable housing throughout the state by waiving specific requirements, including CEQA review, and if specific criteria are met by the development. This is a landmark moment for our city, and we wanted to just point this out to you. I also wanted to share with you the critical dates for this project schedule. Affirmed, the developer for this project, will be submitting this development to the state for an allocation to the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee this Friday, and will plan to start construction in summer 2020 and begin the lease-up process in fall 2021. The West San Carlos development is being developed by Danco, a new affordable housing developer here in San Jose. This development will have 80 affordable apartments, 40 of which are reserved and dedicated to permanent supportive housing. The City Council action today is to approve $9.8 million in funding to this development. It's important to note that this is the first development approved under state law AB 2162. Similar to SB 35, this law requires local agencies to streamline the approval of housing developments that target at least 25% of their development for permanent supportive housing. This proposed development exceeds those requirements by designating half of the units as permanent supportive housing. Danco is also planning on submitting this development for funding for a funding allocation to the state this week, and plans to start construction in summer 2020 and begin lease up in summer 2021. The third action for your consideration today is the approval of the ground lease for the Saha Arya Affordable Housing Development. Last February, the City Council approved a funding commitment of $10.8 million for this development. The developer submitted an application to the state under the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities, the ASIC grant program, and was successful in securing $18.9 million in state funding for this development. In order to meet the requirements of the law to move forward with the city ground lease on this property, a public hearing must be held to review the economic impacts of the ground lease on this property. Approval of this action will allow the development to move forward with an application to the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee later this week. Construction for this development is expected to begin in summer 2020 and conclude in winter 2021 if all of the financing goes well. So again, we in 2018 we issued $100 million in notice of funding availability. If we combine the prior actions with today's actions, this will be over $46 million allocated to 5 affordable housing developments moving forward. And today's action will allow these 3 developments to pursue additional financing to make these developments a reality. This concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you. All right, several members of the community would like to speak. I'll call them down now. Everyone has 2 minutes to speak. Robert Stromberg, followed by Ray Bramson and Chris Stark. Hi, Robert.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Bob Stromberg. I work with Destination Home. We're a nonprofit working to prevent and end homelessness throughout the county. And I'm here to encourage you to approve the loan commitment in line with staff recommendations. The development, specifically on Alum Rock, being proposed to move forward by Affirmed Housing Group, provides some of the affordability levels that are most needed in the neighborhood and will really be a tremendous asset to that part of town. But additional to that, they really deserve applause for their community engagement efforts in collaboration with PATH, who would be the service provider in this development, engaged in extensive conversation with immediate neighbors, but also with community-based organizations who are already active and plugged in, long-standing in the neighborhood, as well as the local business association. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Bob. Welcome back, Ray.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. On behalf of Destination, Ray Bramson, Chief Impact Officer of Destination Home. On behalf of Destination Home, I'd like to thank Council for advancing all 3 of these items today and your consideration and continued support for supportive housing. In particular, item 4.3, the Danco Communities property in District 6 is a project that Destination Home has provided early acquisition and pre-development funding for to help move forward. And we'd like to extend our thanks to Councilmember Davis for her continued leadership, not just for this project, but projects throughout District 6, a number of different affordability ranges, and we're happy to create that. This project in particular is going to not only include the $9.8 million considered by you today, but $9.3 million from County Measure A funding. We're happy to see this and many more projects go forward, and we look forward to continuing to work with Council to advance these opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ray. And Chris Stark? If anyone else would like to speak, please just submit a yellow card.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members.
My name is Chris Dart with Danco Communities. I'm the developer on 4.3, president of Danco Communities. We're honored to be part of this project. Such an impact of this project here in the city of San Jose. Today's meeting is an important milestone in this long process of development, and we're grateful to be at this juncture. There's much more to accomplish and many more months to trek ahead, but this will allow us to secure the remaining financing and needed to complete the project, permitting, and get the construction underway. I just wanted to thank and acknowledge the many people who make projects like this a reality: city staff, County of Santa Clara staff, Housing Authority, the Board of Supervisors, Councilmember Davis and her staff, the good people at Destination Homes, and all of you on the City Council who are dedicated to provide affordable housing and make projects like this possible in San Jose. And we hope that you vote to approve this and this resolution, and I'm here if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. And welcome to San Jose. Good to have Danco developing here. Okay, back to the council. Councilmember Camus.
Yeah, I appreciate the efforts here, and I'm going to be definitely supporting this. Well, let me put it to you this way. The projects seem optimistic from from the construction angle. You said they're going to be open within a year and a half. Is that? Are you using some kind of construction? I don't know. Every project that I've seen happen, it seems to take a lot longer than this. I mean,
Those are the, we worked with the developers to produce a timeline, and we included that in the memo for each one of these. And so that is the current timeline. So as we all know, many things can happen to cause delays, but at this point, that's their projection.
Yeah, and again, I'll be supporting this. I know that this is, I've had your staff to explain this project, and I know that this is, close to, in the end, this is our piece, not the whole pie, and the whole pie is over $650,000 per unit, I think, is what your staff came up with. And I had been advocating for some time now, can't we just buy units that are already built? And I'm hoping that we can, I know that for-profit housing producers are producing them for a lot less than $650,000 per unit, and I'm hoping that we can actually just buy buildings that are already built, brand new. We don't have to buy old buildings. In fact, I think not a good idea to buy buildings because we have to put money to refurbish them. But to buy brand new buildings, and I'm hoping that, again, I'm supporting this, and this is no reflection on the work that you've done, and I appreciate this, and I appreciate the developers, and we'll be supporting this. But I'm hoping that we can start looking for for ways to just buy buildings that's cheaper, faster. We get people in there quicker, and you can get revenues off of them instead of going out for all these loans. And so I'm hoping that that's the direction that I know that you put aside 10 million this year, and I think 10 million may not be enough.
So we have talked, and we can definitely meet with you. I'm not sure this addresses exactly what you were thinking of, but we have been exploring a moderate income housing strategy that would allow us to bond, have a third-party entity bond, purchase a building. They would operate and own, and after a period of time, it would be 100% affordable. It would not be at the levels of affordability that you see here, but it would be more of a moderate income strategy, and that is something that we're looking at. And they specifically look at new buildings where market rate developers are trying to sell those. So that's one way that we have thought of that we could pursue something similar to your idea, not exactly it, because we're not going to go as deeply as these are, because in order to do that, we need the tax credit program, and that becomes more complicated for new construction, something that's already been built.
Well, the benefit to buying these buildings, I mean, quite frankly, that when we build buildings, they're not giving us any tax revenues as through property taxes, and the ones that are already built are. So in any case, I appreciate having that discussion, and I'm looking forward to hearing some options because, you know, we could talk about crisis all we want, and unless we're trying to get something in faster than building, then people are going to still complain that we're not doing enough, you know. And I know that we're doing a lot, Jackie. I'm not criticizing in any way. I want to make sure that I'm very appreciative of this work that has been done, but I think that in order to go faster, and actually will help us get out of this discussion of not in my backyard either, because you could buy a building and people already expect other people to live there. Anyway, it avoids so many different complications, and I think it would be a much easier path to start heading down. Plus, we're already collecting revenues coming in from the loans that we had out existing. People are already paying off our loans that we're receiving revenue in on a yearly basis. I've looked at your budget. We get quite a few million coming in every year. I was hoping to use that to be able to go through and buy buildings with that monies, and I'm hoping that you'd consider that. Anyway, I don't know if anybody made a motion yet to pardon me, I'm the first speaker. I'll make a motion to accept.
Okay. Motion seconded by Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you for all your work. I just had a quick question. I know tomorrow, for example, we're having, well, not we, but someone, I think it's your department, is having a press conference on the community anti-displacement report. And I know that there's going to be ideas that are going to start flowing from that as it relates to displacement and things of that nature, preferential treatment to folks in certain radiuses from projects and things of that nature. What I'm curious about is how do these projects tie into some of the things that may emanate and grow from some of that, the information in that report? Is it too early to tell if these projects are going to be impacted by decisions that come from that?
Yeah, so first of all, it's not the housing department who's releasing the report. It is a group of community members that partnered with the city to do a community-based report on looking at this whole issue of anti-displacement and 3 different approaches on how we might address the issue. So we have had conversations about tenant preferences, and that is something that the City Council already directed the housing staff to look at. There are some legal challenges with us in terms of moving forward with that. So our goal is to overcome those legal challenges, or hopefully before the end of this fiscal year. And how they would impact these projects is we've already put into their agreements that if the city adopts preferences, they will use them when they come online.
Okay, and their response to that? I mean, they've agreed?
It's part of our loan agreements.
Okay. All right.
So yes, they've agreed to that.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. First, I just want to clarify that the motion includes all 3 items, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I just want to thank Danco and Destination Home for all their work on the 750 West San Carlos project. I think you saw a picture, and it looks like there's going to be a little bit of teal on the building, so I just want to clarify. That's going to be a shark's teal on our building. And Danco is great on our community meeting, which we met just next door. There's a nice new apartment building there, which is, by the way, just a market rate, and everybody was pretty excited about having something that's not a burned out building, which is what that site is right now, next door to them. They're looking forward to a more beautiful view, or at least something that's not a burned out building. They're very happy about that. So we're all excited in District 6 to have this new development that is pro San Jose. Thank you.
All right. Pretty soon, all the council members are going to want a teal building. Here we go. Councilmember Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to express as well my gratitude to the housing staff, and especially excited about the project in my district on Almaden Boulevard. It's been a vacant lot for quite some time. A lot of great opportunity and potential there, and the work that we did with the neighbors has been great. It's a neighborhood that's really receptive of affordable housing, and I appreciate that the developer there has worked with us to try and prioritize affordable artist housing. But excited with all 3 of these projects, and I think it's a testament that that we have had pretty smooth sailing with projects like these, and I hope that we get more to come. Thanks.
I want to thank the Housing Department and all the partners, developers and others, funders, Destination Home, everyone else who's helped to make this happen, the county. So certainly important step. I know we've got much more work to do. I really want to thank Councilmembers Perales and Davis and Carrasco for welcoming these projects into your communities and ensuring that they would be successful and moving forward. It is the reality, however, that these are the familiar districts where we see affordable housing, and we know that well. This has been the history now for several decades, and I know we spend a lot of time talking about the historic segregation in this city and in every other city in this country, and I think it's going to be really important for us to see these kinds of projects happen throughout the city, well beyond these districts. And I'm looking forward to seeing us have all 10 districts embracing projects like this, because obviously we've got a lot more to build, and I think it's critically important for us to ensure that our communities are well integrated. I did have a couple of questions. I noticed Almaden Boulevard is a ground lease, which is great. Welcome that. It's good to have city ownership of land. I notice other projects may not be. I know there are sometimes other agencies that insist on ownership. What can the city do going forward as we allocate our dollars to ensure that the land at least stays with the city as we lease out?
Yeah, so this issue was brought to our attention in December at the last city council meeting. So we're going to be working with the county regarding a policy on who would get the land. And it shouldn't be whoever just goes to their public agency first, but there should be something more predictable that we can better understand. So we're suggesting whoever has the most funding in the project be the entity that takes control over the land, except if you're the public entity, you already own the land, as in the D3 case, the city purchased that site right out. We owned it, we RFP'd it out, that would be a different scenario. So that's something we're still negotiating with the county.
Great.
But it's our intent to bring back a policy to you.
Thanks, Jackie. And then I don't think anyone is here from Affirmed. Is there anyone? Yes, you are. Thank you. Welcome, sir. Come on down. I had a question for you, not to put you on the spot, but I guess I'll put you on the spot. First, really appreciate this important project that you're doing on Alum Rock Avenue. I know we've spent some time talking to your team about the possibility of that ground floor being used for daycare, at least, I think, roughly 1,500 or 1,000 square feet. Right. I know it's a small space. You've got other space that you're making available for other community uses. I'm grateful for that. And I'm wondering, to help us understand better how we can integrate daycare into many of these projects, is your team able to do some kind of cost analysis that maybe you'd be willing to make available to our staff so we can understand whether or not this is viable?
On this project, it would be difficult. First, let me introduce myself, Rob Wilkins with Affirmed Housing. I'm the regional director out here. On this project, it's just gotten to the point design-wise and approval-wise where it wasn't designed for a child care center. I think it would probably require us to rework the permitting aspect of it a little bit. The car parking ratio would be different, I think, and some other things I'm sure would be different. But for this development, the ship has probably sailed on that a little bit. But if we get into earlier design processes on projects, I think it's possible. I mean, we're open to it as an idea, and also with the anti-business displacement strategy recently that came out, we're sensitive to that, and a lot of the tenants are coming back. Probably like 2/3 of the space is already probably taken up from businesses are going to return after construction's over.
Understanding that there are barriers, some of those are barriers that the council can eliminate. And so I guess I just asked, would you be willing to at least prepare some very basic analysis for us to understand what exactly you would need to make daycare or childcare work there?
Sure.
Recognize, thank you, because I know that certainly the residents who will be working in that project will avail themselves of that, but we know there's a huge unmet need, particularly in that part of the city.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
No problem. Is that it?
I did want to jump in that the Housing Department is working with the library to identify potential sites that developments that we have going forward that aren't as far along in the, they just got their, literally just got their permit approved today, which is allowing us to come forward with funding. And there are very specific requirements for doing daycare in terms of outdoor space, indoor space. And so, really for us to be effective in creating these opportunities, we really need to get to developers much earlier. And so we are beginning to send out that information regarding, our desire. And the next funding cycle that we're going to release will include some priority for developers who are willing to put childcare on their sites. So we are looking to see how we can make that happen, especially when we see a more family-oriented development.
Yep. Great. Thank you. All right, any other questions? All right, let's vote then. And we are on to item 6.2, that's approved unanimously. 6.2 is the electric mobility strategy update. I believe Laura Stachinsky's here, Jessica Zank, and John Risto. Welcome, everyone.
Good afternoon, John Risto, Department of Transportation. With me is Jessica Zenk and Laura Stuchinski, and we're going to run through a PowerPoint presentation on electric vehicle mobility roadmap. Jessica is going to give a little background.
Absolutely. So, hi and good afternoon, Mayor and council members. While the PowerPoint is loading, oh, great. While the PowerPoint is here, I'll just give a little bit of background very quickly. This electric mobility roadmap is responsive to existing City Council direction from 2018 to develop an electric vehicle strategy as part of our work on Climate Smart San Jose and generally. This item has also been heard in the fall by the Transportation and Environment Committee and the Smart Cities Committee. So we appreciate the input and the direction that we received at those committees and have incorporated that herein. And then finally, as Laura will get into more detail, we received the memo from Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, Council Members Carrasco and Davis. And as Laura will describe in more detail, staff from the Departments of Transportation as well as Public Works are supportive of the additional recommendations contained in that memorandum. So thank you for that. All right, and now I'm going to turn it right over to Laura Stachinsky, our lead on emerging mobility and sustainability.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I'm going to start this presentation by providing some context for the roadmap, and then I'll walk you through the major subsections of the roadmap and discuss how DOT is incorporating the directives in the memo issued by Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and Councilmembers Carrasco and Davis. Transportation, as you well know, and by extension our land use patterns, is the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in California and San Jose. It's also been the most difficult to get traction on. Passenger vehicles are the single largest source of emissions within transportation. Climate Smart takes a dual-pronged approach to reduce emissions from passenger vehicles. It seeks to reduce the need to drive alone by encouraging more compact development, as well as expanding the variety of electric-powered shared mobility options that can get you where you need to go when you need to get there. It also promotes the adoption of electric vehicles for trips that requires a car. That's why we renamed this report the Electric Mobility rather than the Electric Vehicle Roadmap. This comprehensive approach is reducing transportation-related emissions is strongly supported by climate and transportation experts. The city won't be able to reach its greenhouse gas reduction goals and its vision for itself by simply switching from gasoline-powered vehicles to electric ones. It also helps ensure that the benefits of electrification are made available to all. Thus far, they have not. The income and geographic distribution of electric vehicles illustrates this disparity. Thus far, ownership of electric vehicles has been concentrated in more affluent households and single-family neighborhoods. One reason for this is that it's much more difficult to get chargers installed in multifamily and rental properties. And a second reason is just simply the cost of buying electric vehicles. As a result, large segments of our community are not yet seeing the benefits of electrification, including neighborhoods disproportionately impacted by air pollution and its associated health problems. Electrifying passenger and freight vehicles in these neighborhoods could significantly reduce this harm. Also, electric vehicles cost far less to operate and maintain than gas-powered vehicles, particularly old ones. If we could help low-income families that own cars replace them with electric vehicles, it could significantly reduce their expenses. The darker areas in this map are those with the highest concentrations of EVs per household. This is disadvantaged communities and low-income neighborhoods, those designated by crosshatch marks, have the lowest levels. The Electric Mobility Roadmap is a 2-year strategic plan that seeks to advance the city's efforts to electrify transportation. The roadmap builds on the work the city is already pursuing through the American Cities Climate Challenge, and it lays the groundwork for a more comprehensive emerging mobility action plan the city will begin work on this year. That plan will involve extensive community engagement. In collaboration with the community, the city will identify ways to use electrification, shared mobility, and automation to improve mobility for all while advancing the city's transportation and environment goals. Consistent with item 7 in the blue memo, this effort will focus on environmental justice, including communities of color, monolingual communities, and low-income communities. The roadmap is divided into 4 sections: infrastructure, fleet vehicles, personal vehicles, and shared mobility. The next few slides will offer examples of actions in each section. A handout at your seat provides a matrix of all the roadmap actions. The first section of the report is electric vehicle infrastructure, or chargers. I wanted to provide a little bit of context on electric vehicle charging before I describe our actions here. There are 3 major types of electric vehicle chargers. Level 1 is the standard 3-prong household outlet. It provides a very slow level of charging, but it's readily available. Level 2 is the 240-volt outlet. The vast majority of non-residential chargers in the city are level 2. And fast chargers are an increasingly array of very powerful chargers that are being installed along highways and at key destinations, such as shopping centers, to provide faster charging for vehicles with more powerful batteries. Under the climate challenge, the city is committed to substantially increase the number of non-residential chargers available in the city. The roadmap takes the next step. It identifies how many more charger ports we need. It also identifies where we should prioritize those installations to open up more areas of the city to EV ownership and to support electric shared mobility services. Here's a map that shows where non-residential chargers, both public and workplace chargers, are currently located. You'll see they're primarily concentrated in the downtown and in North San Jose, with a smattering in the rest of the city. This map shows our 2025 projected need based primarily on commute patterns and where chargers are currently available. The dark green locations are where we've met our short-term need. The light green, yellow, and red zones are where we have increasing levels of need. Staff is using this data as well as information on which neighborhoods have a high proportion of multifamily housing or are designated low income or disadvantaged or have a high propensity for shared mobility to prioritize where additional chargers should be located in the city. This information is informing the city's application to the California Electric Vehicle Improvement Program, also known as CAL-EVIP, which the council helped fund. Staff has submitted a budget request to create a city EV charging fund to augment CAL-EVIP in cases where that program cannot cover the total cost for some of our priority locations. That's why the EV charging fund is highlighted in yellow in the matrix at your table. The second section of the roadmap addresses fleet vehicles. Again, I'll give an example of the roadmap actions as illustration. Electrifying fleet vehicles is a powerful means of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, given the number of miles on average, these vehicles log per year compared to personal vehicles. Another advantage is that a single decision maker can affect change for a large number of vehicles, such as for the city. Nearly 60% of the city's 215 non-police sedans are electric, either plug-in hybrid electric or all electric. The remainder are gas-powered or hybrid gas-electric vehicles. They're also old. 29 are more than 15 years old. As a result, the operating and maintenance costs for the city's gas-powered vehicles are more than twice as much per mile than its all-electric sedans. The city could reduce its emissions, cut its operating costs, boost San Jose Clean Energy's revenues, and demonstrate leadership if it were to replace all of its remaining non-police sedans that are more than 10 years old, a total of 84 vehicles, over the next 2 years. This action is also highlighted in yellow in the matrix because it has a budget request associated with it. The third section of the report addresses personal vehicles. To meet its climate-smart targets, the city will need to nearly triple the number of electric vehicles in San Jose by 2025. It will need to nearly 13 times as many by 2040. To get there, we will need to overcome 3 major barriers to electric vehicle adoption: access to chargers, awareness about electric vehicles, and the cost to purchase them. The city is beginning to tackle the first 2 barriers through the climate challenge. It could tackle a third, cost, by organizing a group buy with other local public agencies and auto dealers. Communities in Colorado and Oregon have done so and seen significant increases in EV sales. Staff is planning to launch a pilot group buy in April 2020 in conjunction with the dealer education program it's been pursuing through the climate challenge. San Jose Clean Energy is aiming to schedule its first ride and drive event during the 3-month group buy. If these initiatives are successful, staff will repeat and expand these programs. Consistent with the Blue Memo, staff will also explore the possibility of creating a financial planning and empowerment program for lower-income residents interested in buying or leasing an EV. The final section of the report is shared mobility. In the last several years, the city has seen an explosion in shared mobility options, particularly electric scooters, shared bikes, and more recently, electric assist bikes. The city also has shared vehicle options for trips that require a car. Zipcar has offered its station-based car-sharing service in San Jose since 2012. Its 15 vehicles are clustered in greater downtown and north San Jose. None of them are electric. Car-sharing and ride-hailing services such as Uber and Lyft provide alternatives to those who can't afford or choose not to own a car. Ride-hailing also offers an option for those who are unable to drive. The key is to expand these services and to encourage their shift to electric vehicles. Through the climate challenge, staff will be reaching out to ride-hailing drivers and companies to determine how best to encourage drivers to switch to electric vehicles. DOT is also talking to a one-way car share service interested in expanding to San Jose. Consistent with the Blue Memo, we are looking at ways to incentivize this service to include electric vehicles. Staff will integrate the memo's other directives around car sharing in the ordinance it brings to council later this year. Here's a summary of the city's current and proposed electrification actions. Those in dark greens are ones the city is already pursuing. The white ones are those originally proposed by the roadmap. As mentioned earlier, the 3 in yellow require additional funding to be fully realized. The roadmap actions highlighted in light blue are those staff has already begun work on. The 3 in pink are the new pilot programs discussed in the Blue Memo: financial counseling, an EV car share service in an affordable home development, and an electric school bus demonstration project. In June, DOT staff will return to council with a proposed ordinance to allow for one-way car sharing that integrates the council's recommendations on that topic. Public Works will bring an updated green fleet policy and recommendations for electrifying the rest of the city's fleet to T&E and then council. Staff is happy to address any additional questions or recommendations you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Thanks for all your work on this. Okay, coming back to council. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank staff for bringing this forward to us. We know, based on your first slide, that we have to work on transportation. We really have to get this right in order to meet our climate smart goals. So I appreciate all of this. The total cost per mile per vehicle type was very enlightening. I know I've had other people who have gotten all electric vehicles, and they've they've been surprised that there's no maintenance. There aren't moving parts. So it's not just that it doesn't need an oil change, but gaskets don't wear out, things don't wear out because nothing's really moving in there. So thank you for including that, and that's why we asked for a life cycle cost analysis for replacing. We know it's going to cost a little bit, it's going to cost upfront, obviously, to replace these vehicles, but if we can do it over a 5-year timeline, get all those vehicles, then we know that we'll be able to reap all those maintenance costs in the meantime. So thank you, and I'm going to move the memo from the mayor, the vice mayor, Councilmember Crosco, and myself.
Okay. Motion from Councilmember Davis, many seconds. Councilmember Pross.
Thank you. So I just had two questions, maybe concerns in regards to the direction from my colleagues. So the first one was, I was curious in regards to the workload, and I'm looking at the list here, the electric mobility roadmap, and I'm seeing in green, develop an EV shared mobility pilot program. I'm thinking that says existing actions that are on track. Is that in line with sort of what my colleagues are asking for here, that work and level of work? And the only reason I ask is because I didn't know if this was new work, and there's a timeline here of June 2020, and so if it's not new work, then that alleviates my concern.
Thank you. We're already proceeding on that, so we can make that deadline, but thank you for asking.
Okay, great. The other one was, and the main concern that I had was in regards to the allowance of these vehicles for the one-way car sharing to park in the parking permitted zones, or RPP zones. That one, I guess I just don't fully understand. I didn't get an opportunity to speak with the mayor and his team to really dive deep into that. So my question maybe would be to you, Mayor, initially, what is the thoughts there? And as you are well aware of the sensitivities around the RPP zones, and people already kind of clamoring that there's issues there and too many cars parked. And so I just curious if this was something that was going to help or hurt that.
Yeah, mindful that it's usually disputes over parking that start wars and armed conflict throughout the country, but particularly in San Jose. So we want to minimize that. So we recognize the sensitivity of this. On the other hand, I think the feedback we've gotten from the industry is that it's really important to have that access. And so I'm hopeful that we could quietly tiptoe into this space and find a compromise somewhere. And good news is we have really smart people on staff like Laura and Jessica that are going to help us. Jessica, you might want to jump in.
Well, I think also it's there is a consideration that we've been working on with respect to the size of the type of fleets that we would be looking at for one-way car sharing. It's not that big compared to the size of the curb in all of the RPP zones, and just confirmed with Laura, the estimate would be that this would be kind of a maximum 250 type of fleet that would be exceeding our wildest dreams in terms of having really robust one-way car sharing. And so I think we can look at that in more depth. Where do we think these are going to be concentrated, et cetera? But we're not terribly concerned given the overall RPP areas.
Okay. My staff knows the majority of the RPP areas are in my district, and so I am heavily concerned anytime. And I know that my neighbors get really concerned in regards to the program itself. And I know I'm also working with you, DOT, on trying to see if there is a new version or new model in general, because we're already seeing some conflict with new development coming in and the potential for 500 plus passes going to a high rise, which defeats the purpose of why we want to have these zones. And then we're looking at areas that may not qualify today, but yet they're going to get a lot of dense development along urban village. So there's just a lot of concern there. And I know your language, Mayor, states that so the policy or the ordinance providing flexibility. So I would be comfortable if we developed an ordinance and be comfortable supporting everything. But if we could, I don't necessarily know if we have to bifurcate it, but if there's an understanding that that section would come back, right? That we could discuss that further before we just put that into the ordinance. So
yeah, I don't think there's any direction for ordinance drafting at this point. Is that right?
Yeah, come back with something.
Okay, yeah, so we're a long way off, I know, from figuring out the best way of doing this, if at all.
Okay, so just as long as there's an understanding with staff, right? The way I read the language is I'm comfortable. It's saying could provide flexibility, so there's not necessarily like a directive saying must go and include these two, but that it provides the flexibility for that. So as long as it fits to that language, then that gives me an opportunity to let my neighbors know I didn't just necessarily say, yeah, we're allowing, these other vehicles to maybe park within your RPP zone, but that we did seek out to create an ordinance that might have that flexibility. So I'm comfortable with that. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Camus?
Yeah, well, I appreciate this. I know we're going down heavily with the electric scene, but I actually was at the car show this weekend, and they had a couple of hydrogen cars out there, and they convinced me that hydrogen's even cleaner than electric. And is that something we're thinking about? I mean, there's already Hyundai, Toyota, and a couple of other car manufacturers that are producing these for Southern California because they have fueling capabilities, hydrogen fueling capabilities down there. What are we doing for this even cleaner technology?
The city is open to any zero-emission vehicle that comes forth. The obstacle has been installing enough of the fueling stations, which the state government has been trying to push, but they're very expensive, and there aren't as many of those vehicles available. But the city would be supportive of them coming to town as well.
Are there fueling stations in San Jose? I wasn't even aware that there's any.
I don't know that there is any.
I think Governor Schwarzenegger missed us on that one.
Huh.
Yeah. We can double check that and get back to you because my memory is at least 4 years old on that.
Yeah,
one.
well, I'm we're always looking for ways to incentivize the electric grid here, and and if I want to look for ways to incentivize even cleaner technology than electric. So I'm willing to. I want you guys to let me know what to think on these things. And I didn't have an answer when they were talking to me about it there. Thank you.
Councilmember Foley?
Councilmember Camus, my neighbor drives one of those vehicles, but I'm not sure where she gets fueled. Actually, she got a real good deal on the vehicle and the fuel as well, free for 5 years, something like that, in order to incentivize her to buy it. So this is really exciting. Initially, when this came before me and I started reading, and I thought, oh my gosh, I'm not going to understand any of this, but I do drive an all-electric vehicle, so I did start to understand some of it and found it really useful, and the idea is really important to us to help expand where we to allow access to electric vehicles through primarily the charging stations is the number one issue, I would imagine, plus awareness of electric vehicles. As Councilmember Davis said, you don't realize when you buy an electric vehicle that there's no maintenance on your car except for the battery goes out occasionally and you have to replace that, which can be costly, but there's no other cost. You thumb your nose at the gas station every time you drive by, which I'm very happy to do so. But I had a couple of questions regarding installing charging stations as it relates to small businesses and current landlords. Is there, or could we consider incentivizing small business owners to encourage them to install EV charging stations? Is that something we can take a look at?
Over time, that would be a wonderful thing to look at. It's possible, as San Jose Clean Energy has the funding to support programs like that, that is something that they could consider in their roadmap and may already be considering it. But I understand the funding, they won't have funds available for a couple of years to be able to support a program, but I think it sounds like a great idea.
So that would come from San Jose Clean Energy?
San Jose Clean Energy might be a source of funding for something like that. They are also pursuing a technical assistance program in the range of projects that they wanted to support to help folks who wanted to put in a charger know how to do so.
Wonderful. Do you know what it costs to install a charger? I'm just curious.
It depends on the location. and the type of charger. If it's
Whether you do one of the super-powered ones or the,
most the applications that are installed are level 2, so the charger might be less than $1,000, but it depends on how much electrical upgrade you need to do to your panel, or the,
right.
if you have to dig trenches in order to get the power between the power cabinet to the charger. That's where the big variance is.
That's why it's easier to do when you're building new buildings than adding it into existing buildings. But it's still important to add it into existing apartment buildings or small businesses or business complexes if that's at all possible. The other question I had, and it's maybe to the mayor or the someone who signed on the memo, was a relation, the question about electric school bus demonstration.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about
Yeah,
that?
I know we've already been looking a little bit at the opportunities provided by mobile energy storage that electric vehicles have. And what's unique about school buses is that, first of all, they're not operating throughout the day, unlike VTA buses. And we expect when there's a power shutoff event, they may not be operating at all, which means that there could be partnerships, you might imagine, if it worked out, where school districts might engage in purchases for these fleets, maybe with a little bit of city help, and if the city would have a claim on the use of those buses to go power the local fire station when we need it in an emergency. There's a lot of folks, including the VTA, that are actively engaged in looking at electric buses as being these mobile sources of energy storage that we might need in tough times.
Okay, I appreciate that. That isn't how I read it, so I'm glad I asked the question. It's more looking to the school districts or school buses for assistance if we need them in time of an emergency.
Yeah,
that type of situation.
Yeah, I'd expect they would, probably want our help in procurement, and we'd probably be looking at partnerships.
I understand. I'm completely in support of the memo and the progress that we can make in electrifying our vehicles in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. And I stand corrected. Apparently, there are 3 hydrogen stations in San Jose, 2 in North San Jose, 1 in West San Jose on Saratoga Avenue. 2 of them are open 24 hours for your hydrogen fueling convenience. Yeah, who knew? Okay. Councilmember Prowse.
I was just going to say First and Brokaw. That's First and Brokaw to 76. So it's just outside of D3, about 25 feet, but yeah, right there.
You can claim it anyway. All right. Just a question. Thank you again, Laura, for all your work on this. The group buy concept, have we done much outreach at this point to DG, or any of the other dealers that are out there? Are they interested?
Yes.
That's good. They're going to cut us a good deal?
Yes. I can get you
even
more
better.
information about that, because there's material that a colleague of mine has put together, and then the material will start going out in early February, but I'm happy to get you all information about the deals.
Fantastic. Great. And it'd be good to work with local auto dealers who provide us with lots of tax revenue. Thank you for that. And then I had a question about how we arrived at the 10 years for the fleet replacement. That is, it'd be 10 years. Is it just sort of backing into it based on how much money we had for capital for buying new cars? Or see Walter's making his way down.
Mayor Liccardo and members of the City Council, Walter Lynn. I'm the Deputy Director of Public Works and manage the fleet services for the city. In regards to the criteria for vehicle replacement, we have established a 10-year timeline for the life cycle, as well as 100,000 miles for vehicle usage as well. That's the base criteria that we're using. Obviously, we'll look at special case scenarios, but that's what we've used in the past for justifying the need for newer vehicles within the city's fleet.
Okay, so I understand that makes sense with the standard rotation of the fleet, but now we're potentially looking at replacing them with something with admittedly higher capital costs, but lower operating costs, and presumably a near-term payback somewhere on the order of 3 to 5 years. Is it worth looking at that? I mean, I guess that's kind of what we're urging in the memo. Is it worth us taking a look at that 10-year threshold?
Yeah, we've actually done some revisions to the vehicle use policy, and we can definitely look at that as well too to see the advantages of moving forward with the proactive replacements.
Okay, great, thank you. All right. Then any other questions? I just want to thank Angel Ibanez on my team for his hard work on the memo and on this issue. Let's vote. Great, thank you. Then finally, 8.1 is a report on hate crime statistics in San Jose. I believe Chief Garcia is here. Afternoon, Chief.
Afternoon, Mayor, Council. Thank you for this opportunity. Before I turn it over to Lieutenant Shab, I just want to stress how important this police department takes hate crime. We take it extremely seriously, and we always want our community to know that we take it extremely seriously. And we want potential suspects to know that we take it extremely seriously. Besides our use of force policies at 15 pages, it's probably one of the most expansive policies that we have on our department. We believe we've been a county leader. Lieutenant Shah will discuss briefly, but as I'm part of the county chiefs organization, and I've had conversations with the other county chiefs, including the DA, who've all agreed to convene a hate crime committee to discuss countywide trends that are occurring in our county. And we'll be meeting in the future, near future. In fact, after reviewing our policy, they want our policy to be the county protocol policy. Nothing's perfect, but we're proud that we're headed in the right direction. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lieutenant Shab.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'll be talking about hate crime statistics as requested in the August 21st Rules and Open Government Committee. I'll first start with some background. The San Jose Police Department's hate crime detail was started in 1993. It's currently housed in the assaults unit. Current staffing in the assaults unit is 1 lieutenant, 2 sergeants, 8 detectives, and 1 non-sworn staff. All of our detectives are responsible for investigating hate crimes that occur inside the city. No, not yet. We look at both hate crimes and also hate-motivated incidents in the city of San Jose. And I think it's important to understand the distinction between the two before we get any further. Hate crimes are defined as any unlawful act intended to frighten, harm, injure, intimidate, or harass because of bias against actual or perceived gender, race, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, disability, or gender identity. We refer to those as protected characteristics. Now, a hate-motivated incident is a non-criminal act, including words directed at a person or persons motivated by the same bias. While we may not be able to charge hate-motivated incidents, it's absolutely important that we keep track of and we monitor these hate-motivated incidents. And that's for a couple different reasons. One, because it helps us identify trends, but also because it actually helps us prosecute those hate-motivated crimes later on. As you might imagine, a suspect's first venture into a hate crime may not be the actual crime itself. It may have started as lesser incidents that didn't quite elevate to the level of a crime. But those patterns can absolutely help us in court prove those allegations. But it's also important because we want to make sure that we're connecting with victims, and even though it may not rise to the level of a crime, we know how it adversely affects those victims and how alienated they might feel, and we want to be able to get them resources as quickly as we possibly can, even if that means we're not able to charge the crime. Next slide. So
They asked staff to present 5 years' worth of data on hate crimes. When we started to look at it, we felt it was probably better to give you just a little bit more context and going out a little bit further. So we compiled 12 years of hate crimes for you to review. Now, the majority of what we're going to talk about deals with hate crimes only, and that's for a couple different reasons. One, because not all agencies monitor hate incidents, and federal statistics don't account for hate incidents. So any future comparisons that we're going to do would be disproportionate. But we do have our numbers for hate crimes from 2017, hate incidents from 2017 on. So if we look at that 12-year span, we look at an average of 26, almost nearly 27 hate crimes on average per year. I won't go through every year, but I'll ask you to take note on 2 of these years. One is the 2019. You see a little asterisk there, and that was year-to-date numbers for the first 3 quarters. At the time this slide was created, we didn't have all our numbers in yet. Fourth quarter has since reported, and we're at a total of 35 for 2019. The second year I'd like you to take note of is 2017. 2017, we saw a marked increase in reported hate crimes of 45 over the prior year's 19, and even more so over the 2015's 6. Now, obviously, we want to pay attention to trends and try and identify what's causing these spikes. And while there might be several different variables that account for that, one thing I can tell you is that in 2017, the department took a proactive look at our hate crime policy and our guidelines. And we saw that there was a need for an update. And those updates were centered around training our patrol division, first and foremost, but also we made it, 2017 is when we made it mandatory for all hate incidents to be documented and reported to the department. And so what we did was our policy made that change where we now will respond to all hate-related incidents. Whereas prior to 17, someone might call 911, and if the details on its face from the call taker did not elevate to the level of a hate crime, chances are we might not respond. That changed in 2017, where we respond to every single allegation of an hate incident, whether it rises to the level of a crime or not. It also included a mandate for supervisors in the field, sergeants and lieutenants, to actually become more engaged in the hate crime investigations. Sergeants are required to respond to the scene, and lieutenants are required to monitor the investigation and report back within that same night up the chain of command on what the findings in that investigation are, and then collaborate with the hate crimes detail to make sure that we're getting on the cases as quickly as we possibly can, and we're getting the victims the resources as quickly as we can. So that certainly accounts for an increase in, one of the increases for the 2017 rise. We saw a similar increase in 2008 when we again took a proactive look at our policy at that point, made some additions, provided some training to all of our patrol folks, and in 2008 we saw a rise over 2007. Next slide. So not only do we look at hate crimes and hate motivated incidents, but we also make sure that we're paying attention to offender bias and making sure that we're breaking down who's being targeted, what demographics being targeted by these hate crimes. And so what you're looking at in this next slide is a breakdown from 2013 to 2019 of offender biases. And it shows that year range because prior to 2013, FBI did not keep stats on, only kept stats on race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and disability as offender biases. So if we look at this graph, you can see that 60% of the offender bias is directed towards race and ethnicity, with the next highest bias being shared equally, or nearly equally, between sexual orientation and religion. All 3 of these categories account for 98% of all of our offender bias for hate crimes during this period. Next slide is just merely a breakdown of those years by year with the offender bias. And you can see, for the most part, that pattern holds true year after year. So with that, we want to break down our offender biases one more degree. And so we're going to look at, the next two slides will deal with both race, ethnicity, and religion breakdowns. I did not break down the sexual orientation offender bias because 100% of those hate crimes were directed towards homosexuality. So race, ethnicity, we see over the 2018 and 2019 that offender bias was most directed towards African American community, with the next highest level towards the Hispanic community. And when we look at religion, we can see that in both years, the Islamic religion was most targeted, with the Jewish religion and the Church of Scientology targeted equally. The next slide is a national comparison for 2017, which is the year that we saw our most recent increase. And you can see that these are in percentages, not in raw numbers. Obviously, you can see that we are staying fairly in line with national trends in terms of offender biases, with right around 60% being race and ethnicity. And the next slide shows a breakdown of some of the more comparable cities, at least in terms of population, around the United States, and where we stack up against those cities. Now, I will tell you that I am not personally knowledgeable about what some of these other cities are doing in terms of how they're reporting hate crimes or hate incidents, and how they're tracking their data. All I can give you is their numbers that they report to the FBI through the FBI UCR hate crime statistics. Next slide. So I'm sorry, one back. We were asked also to talk about what the police department is doing in terms of how we impact hate crimes in the city of San Jose. I think that can be best looked at from three perspectives: policy, training, and outreach. And first, we'll start with policy. Like the chief alluded to, we have a very robust 15-page hate crime policy that was drafted in 2001. Several revisions since then and updates on a regular basis to make sure that we're staying current with trends and make sure that we're staying current with developing trends in investigation of hate crimes. Now, our policy covers many, many things: definitions, statutes, victim resources, but most importantly, it provides a framework for the investigations, not only for our patrol officers out in the field, but our communications folks, our Bureau of Investigations people, crime prevention, crime analysis, and even our victim assistance folks. And also, as the chief alluded to, earlier last year, we presented at the county chiefs on hate crimes, our hate crime policy in San Jose. And as a result of that, we were asked to look at drafting and updating the current county chief's two-page policy to be more in line with current policies similar to San Jose's. Next, we'll talk about training. So hate crime training is mandated by the legislative government in Penal Code Section 13519. And it was adopted in 2004 and was fully enacted in 2007. For the San Jose Police Department, that training occurs in the academy as part of Learning Domain 42, where every recruit at the San Jose Police Department gets a 3-hour block of instruction on how to investigate hate crimes. In addition to that, we take a very proactive role in periodically reviewing our policies, reviewing our training, and making sure that we provide updates. Most recently, like mentioned, we did it in 2017, and prior to that in 2008. Now, also with regard to what the department currently does, we look at outreach. Now, we are constantly engaged in community outreach at the San Jose Police Department. Our goal is to make sure that there's no place in San Jose for hate. Some of the pictures you see on the slides are of San Jose's Safe Place program, which was started last year, and where we're at over 100 businesses citywide now. And this is an outreach that was done through businesses where we're trying to make businesses more helpful in being able to harbor victims and being more willing to call the police and be witnesses for hate crimes and give victims of hate crime or hate incidents a safe passage or safe place to go and look for help. The other photo you see is of members of our Foothill Division a couple years ago going out proactively to the Gurdwara, the Sikh temple over in our district, Paul, in the Evergreen Foothills, where they, on their own, this patrol sergeant, is pictured in here, reached out to the Gurdwara and decided he wanted to go out and do some education, not only for his own officers, but also for the folks of the temple, and establish those relationships. And so those are just two examples of what patrol is doing in terms of outreach. But above that, externally, we're also working with the DA's office and adjusting our gun violence restraining orders, because those play a huge part in our ability to combat hate crimes. We're working with the legislative team to try and get a new law signed into law where it'll become a crime to make threats of mass shootings, even if there's no intent on carrying it out, a prosecutable crime, which is, again, 90% of those are directed towards hate.
Jump in real quick with just one more thing that we do. We also stay really on top of current events. And regardless where these tragedies strike, whether in the country or the world, we stay on top of these things. We have a great intel unit. And what we do is when we see something, whether it be the catastrophe that happened in New Zealand or what happens in New York City, the very next day our patrol officers and our commanders are making contact with our mosques, with our Jewish synagogues, and letting them know that we're here for them. When the catastrophe happened in New Zealand, we actually put officers on call at some of our mosques, and I just think that sends a strong message as well to our own community that it's not just what happens in San Jose. We're very mindful of what happens around the world to ensure that we put our community and our most vulnerable possible victims at ease as the best we can.
And lastly, before I open it up for questions, I'd like to give you two case examples of typical hate crimes that we're dealing with in San Jose and how our department was able to respond to them. The first example I'll give you, they're both from 2018. In October, we had a suspect transient who entered a dental office during business hours and started drawing KKK and swastikas, not only on the walls of the dentist's office, but in the parking lot. Frightened, obviously, he called 911. Officers were able to respond, locate the suspect a short distance away, and were able to make the arrest. After interviewing both the suspect and the victim, it was clear that the motivation for the crime of vandalism was hate. And so the suspect was arrested and booked and charged accordingly. But what's almost more important than that was our officers at the time understand the significance that can have on a victim. And after they were done booking the suspect into jail, they actually came back and worked with the victim to clean up his property, to get the hate speech and the hate rhetoric off his walls and off his driveway. The second example I'll give you is also 2018, and it was over at the Bonfair Market near the Villages, and where a suspect walked into a convenience store, went to the back aisle, grabbed some alcohol to purchase, and as he was purchasing the alcohol, started making disparaging remarks and ethnic remarks towards the clerk. Now, that in itself is not a hate crime. And had it stopped there, it would have been just classified as a hate incident. The suspect then walked outside, left the store after paying for his alcohol, but then came back in and threatened the clerk, which then elevated it to a hate crime. Officers again responded, were able to do some follow-up, locate the suspect, arrest him, conducted the lengthy interview, and were able to arrest and charge for 422.6, which are Penal Code Section 4, for a hate crime. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. I just want to thank, in particular, your effort and the department's effort to do this specific outreach. I know that matters a lot, and I remember having a conversation with folks at the Gurdwara who had been particularly concerned, probably about 2 years ago, regarding some incidents that had been causing, I think, reasonable basis for fear in the community, and just really appreciate that the department was very proactive in getting out there and talking to the residents. It's very helpful. Okay, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, and thank you for your report. I do have some questions for you, though, specifically as it relates to the sexual orientation, the LGBT issues that were reported. Those numbers seem underreported to me, and I want to try and unpack why that might be. In your memo, you talk about sexual orientation is directed towards homosexuality. Can you tell me what you mean by that? Is that sexual orientation that you're referring to?
Yeah, it was directed towards homophobia.
Okay, so any bias or hate crime related to the transgender population, where would it be reported?
Gender identity.
Okay, and there was only one issue, is that right, going back to your statistics? Gender identity, one report.
Yes, one report that came to us.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons why we're so excited about the Safe Place program, because we're really reaching out and trying to get the community more comfortable with reporting. Do I think that there was only one in the city of San Jose? Absolutely not. We need to get the community feeling more comfortable so that they can report these crimes to us.
Okay.
Councilmember, if I can just add also, you know, in the department's LGBTQ committee that we have, we've discussed these issues, and we know that hate crime amongst our LGBT community is very underreported for a myriad of reasons. But you know, we can't get ourselves in the minds of our victims to make them come forward. But what we can try to do is, no pun intended, but try to make it a safe environment for them if they choose to come forward, to make sure that they're treated with empathy and their cases dealt with seriously. And those are things that we're trying to do. One of the reasons that we came up with the LGBTQ committee is to try to establish more of that trust, and we're going to be doing more in that effort in the months to come.
I really appreciate that, and I appreciate the training that you're giving your officers in relation to bias and hate crimes, but particularly as it relates to addressing LGBT issues. As someone whose brother was a member of the gay community in Portland and was a couple of times accosted with real severe hate crimes, and he chose to not report to the police department, and that's because he didn't feel safe reporting to the police department or that they would listen to him. This is a long time ago, and it's another jurisdiction, but it does go to, when I look at the numbers, and I know that there's a lot more bias and hate crimes that are committed against trans and other members of the LGBT community, but we have to make them feel safe in order to report. And part of that is the sensitivity on the part of your officers, and the training that they receive is really invaluable.
And I'll say one more thing on the training that, you know, is in the academy, where when we have cultural diversity training, I know the recruits spend time at either at the Gurdwara or they'll spend time at the mosques. But one of the things that they do in every academy class is they spend half a day at the Billy DeFrank Center with panel discussions, question and answer, which has been, which has been very well received by both communities.
That's really wonderful to hear. Also, how do we in my council office, we've been talking about your Safe Places initiative, and how do we, as the council offices, get involved in that, in supporting our businesses, in getting that information out to our community to work and make their office a place that someone who's experiencing a hate crime might be able to walk in and get feel comfortable.
Well, if there are businesses, again, we have over 100 businesses now. You know, obviously, Starbucks and Citibank led the way, but other businesses come on forward. If any of you have businesses that want to partner, either contact myself or contact Officer James Gonzalez, who's been my liaison with regards to the Safe Place program.
Great, I really appreciate that. The final thing I want to ask about is, how are we communicating with the schools as it relates to hate crimes or bullying that may be going, and I use bullying as a trigger for a hate crime that may be occurring at a high school or a middle school that is not necessarily risen to the level of a hate crime, maybe a hate-motivated incident as identified in your memo, but how do we connect with the school districts to target any of those individuals or those statistics, or get a hold of those statistics?
So our response, whether it's at a school or whether it's at a residence, it doesn't change. If it's a hate-motivated incident, our officers are going to respond, and they're going to take a report, and they're going to investigate it just as if it were a hate crime. What we do in addition to what we might do at a normal residence is we make sure that we immediately loop in our school resource officers and get those folks out, and so they can stay on top of what's happening in that particular school, and they can kind of pay attention to that school specifically to see if there's any trends that are happening, and they can provide additional training to both staff and student body to address it in addition to what our patrol folks might do.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate the report. This is really a serious subject, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness and the information that went into it. We need to allow our community who are suffering from hate crimes to feel safe in reporting to us, and I think we all have a role in that. So with that, I will move the item and to accept the report.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. I don't take comfort in the numbers that are reported, especially because I think we can all agree that they're probably underreported, right? So there's more things happening out there. But I do take comfort in the fact that you all seem to be doing everything you can to make sure that this is a priority and taking it very seriously, and I very much appreciate that. And I'm sure the residents in my district appreciate it, and I'm sure residents across the city appreciate it. I also look forward to seeing how the relationship and the work with the county and other stakeholders sort of moves forward. And so I know that's obviously, that wasn't addressed here because they have yet to get started, it seems. I think they're going to get things moving. So look forward to seeing the progress on that and following it. I just have a few questions. The first question is, so in 2008, 2017, seems like some of the updates to the policy occurred. I'm curious if you remember or if you know, but what is it that triggered that change or that update? Was it an incident? Was it the chief saying, hey, go do, I mean, how did that happen, or what triggered that?
So we just take periodic looks at our policy and looking for updates. I don't know if there was one specific incident that led to either of those reviews, other than it was time to take a look at them.
Okay. Good. Thank you. I think that's very important. I just didn't know if there was something that sort of prompted that. But the other thing that I'm wondering, and Chief, I had mentioned this to you, is I know obviously the focus of all the statistics in here are the hate crime statistics. What I'm curious about as well is the hate-motivated incidents, and I'm wondering if you could just touch a little bit on that, if you have any numbers, or because I suspect they're at the very least on par with the hate crime incidents, right? Because
Yeah, we've been recording those for the last 3 years, so I think we have those.
So in 2017, when our policy was updated, that's when we started really being able to track hate-motivated incidents. And so The numbers for 2017 were there was 129 hate-motivated incidents. In 2018, we had 111, and in 2019, we had 115. Now, I don't have those broken down into offender biases for you here, but I can tell you that I've looked at them over the past year and a half, and they're pretty commensurate with what we're seeing in hate crimes in terms of the vast majority being directed towards race and ethnicity, second to both sexual orientation and religion.
Okay. Is it safe to assume then the hate crime statistics that are provided here are captured within that 111, 100,
No,
that
so
there's overlap, or these
those are just
uniquely-
hate-motivated incidents. In total for 2017, there was 174 incidents and crimes. In 2018, 148, and 2019, 149, and that's both incidents and crimes.
Okay, all right. And I suspected those were going to be higher, obviously, but, okay, and those are incidents where someone yells something out at someone and maybe someone reports it, but there was no crime per se committed, right?
Exactly.
Okay, all right. And we believe those to be underreported as well?
I would venture to guess that those are underreported as well,
Yeah.
especially since someone who thinks that it doesn't rise to the level of a crime may not think that there's going to be much that we can do, but that's where the outreach is so important, and that's why what we really focus on, is
Okay.
reporting it even if you don't think that it rises to the level of a crime.
Okay. What would be the recommendation to an individual in the community, whatever category they fall in, if they experience hate-motivated incidents, someone yelling out X thing or Y thing, what would be the recommendation from the police department? Would it be to call 311? Would it be to call,
911.
911.
If it's occurring right now, then that's a call to 911. If it's something that occurred 3 or 4 days ago and it hasn't been sitting well with you, and you feel the need to report it now, but it's not occurring anymore, then that would be a 311 call. But if it's occurring now in your presence, that's a call to 911.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was the Safe Place program, which I think is great. I think it started in Seattle, Chief. So I'm wondering if you can take me through. So it started there, and we sort of brought it here, and sort of how it's worked, or if it's been effective. Have some of the businesses, 100+ businesses that are in the program, if they've actually seen folks come in and report stuff, or how that's sort of taken shape?
I don't have the exact figures on how many calls we've handled particularly. We wouldn't probably keep track of that. If the call comes from a Starbucks or a Citibank as an example, it's not going to flash. We'd have to pull each one of those separately to see. But like most things, I'd venture a guess, there's no negative to it, to giving someone safe haven to wait for police to come and to have businesses partner with the police department. But in most cities, it's working extremely well. It's, again, marketing it and partnering with these large businesses really sends out that this entire city is against hate, and we're not going to tolerate it. And so, if anything, it really sends out that strong message to allow people to know that we're going to take this seriously. And so, I believe it's extremely beneficial.
Good. I do too. I just, and it seems to me that there's very little cost associated with it, right? It's maybe the cost of the
I think
sticker.
maybe the
decal-
sticker.
Right.
No.
Okay. All
It's
right.
all positive.
So one of the things that stood out to me, and I think it's a wonderful thing, I've seen it placed on stores. It'd be great to know, and I know it's a lot more work, but great to know sort of to the extent folks actually go into the businesses and report something due to this. But obviously, looking at the decal, right, I have it on the screen. I think everyone can see it. Obviously, the rainbow color, obviously in line and supportive of our LGBTQ members of our community, which is great. What we also recognize based on the numbers is that some of the folks that are facing some of these sort of acts of hate, race, ethnicity, religion, and such. And so what I'd be curious about, and I don't need an answer now or even for folks to go out and do something, but I think it's worth exploring, maybe having this in a different language, maybe making it a little bit more universal where folks that can see it and identify with in very different ways, and keeping the rainbow, right, but maybe adding something else to make it more inclusive and expansive, I think would be beneficial to try to get people to come out and report stuff. I'll give you an example. I mean, just thinking about a store in my district, a mercado, right, a little supermarket that sells a lot of groceries and stuff to the Latino population. But if they had something there in Spanish, right, that say you can come in here and report something, who knows? I mean, it may attract some folks that would normally not be willing to go out and do that. And so, anyway, just a thought. I don't know who spearheaded it. I suspect it's probably Mr. Gonzalez. That's
Well, there's a couple things. In our research to this is that, part of it's somewhat of a trademarked program. And one of the things when you work with the city of Seattle is they allow you a little bit of creativity with regards to the badge, but they really want to use this universal sign as this. There's certainly room. You're making the book right now with in different languages is a great point to make. But the one thing that we want to do is that whether someone is in San Jose, but ideally, any good program, I think, that works in our great city of San Jose, I think could work throughout the county. And so if other cities ended up adopting this, one of the good things about it is the consistency, is the fact that if someone's in San Jose, Milpitas, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Gilroy, Morgan Hill, that means it's somewhere safe I can go.
Yeah.
As opposed to, 5 different agencies having 5 different logos signifying the same thing is part of the thinking as well as just keeping the consistency. But certainly we can look into the language piece. And again, it comes back down to our marketing perspective and of letting our whole entire community know what this program stands for.
Yeah. And I appreciate everything Seattle's done, and I do like the fact that it's what they use in Seattle, and it's a different state, right? And so to the extent I think that the good work begins with the county and other partners. We're a big county. I think that may be the entry point to maybe even develop our own that's specific to our county, to our region, where all the cities can adopt it. Not to take anything away from Seattle, but I think we're a much more diverse place, as you well know, than Seattle. And so I think taking ownership of that and really moving it forward in a way that is super inclusive. I know this is already inclusive, but being super inclusive of some of the folks that, we're 40% of the residents of Santa Clara County, I believe, are foreign born. I think it's the statistics I often hear. Being appreciative of that and respectful of that as we put out some of this marketing, I think would be great. But I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Just 2 comments. Want to thank you for the Safe Place program. I've been seeing them around. I didn't know we had gotten up to 100. That's great. And then as person who represents both the Billy DeFrank Center and I also have 3 synagogues in my district, I just want to thank you for being proactive on this issue. When we had Captain Randall, who's now a deputy chief. When we had her, we met with 2 of the synagogues that are right next to each other after there had been a couple of incidents elsewhere in the United States, but that had been targeting Jewish congregations. And so we had a session where we talked about kind of what happens and when they meet and when their services were, and we now have kind of patrol just knows that when their services are and when they can be just needing that little extra visibility. So we are very grateful, and I know that the congregations are very grateful to have that partnership with SJPD. So thank you.
Councilmember Camus.
Yes, I want to also echo that. I think after the New Zealand thing, I think I stood with police officers at one of the mosques out here, and I think that the congregation at the mosque was very grateful to the services that our police department offered in their time of need. And I do have a couple questions in regards to what other statistics that you take on the perpetrators themselves. Are they, are they are they drunk, or are they on drugs? Are they, are they white? Are we taking other information on the perpetrator? I know we're taking information on the type of hate crime, but is it like white on Hispanic? Is it, what other statistics are you taking on the perpetrator side?
I don't have that data for you here today, but what I can tell you, having looked at all of these crimes that came in over the last 18 months, that it really does run the gamut just as well as the victimology runs the gamut. We do note in our report taking sobriety of the suspect, obviously, as well as age, race, and that type of demographic. So it's definitely information that we could get for you. I just don't have it for you here today.
Yeah, I just would be interested in if you see trends, if let's say that we need to, if there's a higher set of discrimination along, one set of ethnicity that we need to address, maybe, are you looking at those? Is there any statistical trends that you're seeing with the types of perpetrators that are doing this?
Right now, we tend to focus more on the victims and making sure that we understand the victim demographic so that we can focus our outreach around the victims. Obviously, we don't have any control of what suspects are doing. So, yeah, we can grab it. We just don't have it now.
But if there was some sort of trend, Councilmember, when we're looking at these crimes, we definitely jump on those immediately.
Yeah.
But, and we do have, obviously, we keep all that data.
Yeah. No, I would just like, maybe there's they're all listening to one website, or, like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I just was curious what other statistics you're gathering when you're arresting these people. And that's all. I'd be interested if you had anything succinct or something that you wanted to email or send to me. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you again for all your work. Really appreciate your efforts.
Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So thank you so much for the report, Chief. I was looking at the policechiefmagazine.org, and they actually have this article that talks about how low numbers keep tensions high. And then they made, which, it's kind of what we see here, where I think these numbers are low. We know these crimes are underreported. And they have Alabama in 2013 had 6 hate crimes in the state of Alabama. So we know that these numbers are unreliable. So I'm hoping that we could make sure that we continue to have like maybe PSAs that specifically talk about the hate crime issues. Last year, I was very concerned about the Latinos in our district, not because I'm of Latino descent, but because of the national conversation that the president has just set up some people to really focus on Mexicans. And we saw some of that unfolding last year with some of those shootings in Texas, here in Gilroy. These are just not words that the president chooses to use. These are really ways to scapegoat people. And I've shared before some of the interactions that my son has had as young as when he was in 3rd grade, when Trump was running to be elected. And so we see this in our neighborhoods. We see that we already know that these things are happening. And I want to make sure that I'm being a resource to you. We're all being a resource to you. And I want to know how can we get more of this conversation out in the open? There was a lot of tension around the detainer conversation with the county last year, and then on top of that, there was conversation. Then the shooting happened. My district specifically, because we have a lot of folks who are very sympathetic to hate crimes. We have a lot of Muslims out there. We have Sikhs. We have Hindus. And unfortunately, nobody really knows. Sikhs get targeted as Muslims because they think that the turban is part of the Muslim community, although it can be, but typically is not. And some of the folks out there, they started sharing with me some of the incidents that they had happened to them. It was after a vigil that we had for the shooting in Gilroy. And, I encourage people to to report. Were especially women who were sharing with me some of their incidents. I don't know that they did. And it would be wonderful to have, and I know that you did this at one point, Chief. You went to a lot of our faith-based communities and had conversations during services, and I thought that was very effective. And I think the same topic in terms of hate crimes should be the focus on some of these follow-up conversations with our faith-based communities. I'm having a faith-based lunch, faith-based organizations luncheon later on this month, and I'm, more than happy to have you be part of our programming to share with some of our faith-based leaders some of the work that you're doing here, and to ask them how they could be integrated, because some of the, I think having the safe place emblem there, I think. Is great, but it might be might indicate for some people that it's more of sexual orientation instead of ethnic or other reasons for hate crimes. And so I'm not sure that message is pretty standard to folks, that if they see this emblem, that they understand that this is a safe place for anyone suffering from a hate crime. And I want us to get to that point where people know exactly where to go. We always know that they go to churches. That's where we, when crisis happens, we all tend to go to a church or some place where we all gather and feel safe. And so I want to really encourage the work that can be done with our faith-based leaders, also with the Office of Immigrant Affairs. I don't know if there's any work that's been done with them, as well as, the streets team that is taken onto the streets and actually working with folks and maybe possibly having some of these conversations there or at the community centers or the Mayor's Gang Task Force. So if you have a response for any of these, I'd love to hear maybe some of the work that's been done with any of these folks.
Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, I don't think when it comes to community, let me just deal with the community, the religious leaders. I think I've probably there's been a lot of faith-based leaders that have reached out to me when there's issues at their institutions or places of worship from a myriad of religions.
Yeah, and I want to thank you for that, because I know that that when they go through, that when they receive a letter or they're on hyper alert, you always come out to our folks out here in District 8, so I want to thank you for that.
With regards to getting the message out, I mean, some responsibility lays as well with we market as much as we can. We market for a particular reason. When you talk about these offices and other places, I mean, I'd like for them also to know what their police department is doing for them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's important as well, because if not, our marketing's for naught.
Right.
Everything we're doing. With regards to the Safe Places sticker, because that's come up a couple times now. This is being used by 131 different cities across the country, to include Los Angeles, Seattle, Miami. I want to make sure that we stay on point with regards to continuing to message out. We'd be more than happy to come out to the faith-based things that you have had, that I know Councilmember Davis has had as well, to say exactly what we're doing and to ensure that people know that we're here for them. And I think, and we're going to continue to do that. The PSAs are a great idea as well. Because I think we can encompass a lot of other things as well. Because to Councilmember Foley's point earlier, there's a fine line between hate-motivated incidents that aren't crimes and bullying that occurs in schools. And so these are things that we have on our plate. It's a lot. We got a lot of things on our plate, and we're trying to get to them all. But they're certainly on the radar.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I think my point was to go back to some of the groups that we know are being targeted, the groups that we know on a national level are being scapegoated. And so specifically, I'm talking about the Mexican group that lives here in California. because we have seen some of that unfold locally. I was absolutely disappointed, heartbroken to see it happen so closely to us. And I'm glad we're having this conversation now. I'd love to, be part of this, help support this, make sure that all of our communities are feeling safe. I'll tell you that we have a neighborhood association out at Welch. I know you're very familiar with our folks out there. It's also a Project Hope area. And the neighborhood association former president has a food distribution with the Second Harvest Food Bank out there every month. And from last year, after that incident, those numbers really decreased. And even though she had additional, I think she had protein added to the menu, which wasn't happening before, it was just vegetables and fruits. And so she still saw a decrease in that. And people are just afraid for whether it's, being deported or a reason of a hate crime. There is fear among our community, and I want to make sure that we're getting the message out in terms of really contrasting some of that messaging that we're it's out of our control. It's on the national level, but we have control on the local level in terms of what messaging we can give. And I'd like to see more of that messaging coming out of our Office of Immigrant Affairs, and working with you to make sure that you're achieving whatever this task at hand. As well as the Mayor's Gang Task Force, making sure that we're all coordinating together to make sure that we get more of these reports on the books. One of the things that I was looking at is, can we report a hate crime online? So I looked and I saw that there's 7 different types of crimes that can be reported online: vandalism, vehicle tampering, harassing phone calls, fraud, identity theft, lost property theft, and vehicle burglary. Is there a possibility that we can include a hate crime? This is sometimes, I think, something might be humiliating for some folks, and they don't want to come out with, talking to somebody about something that's been said to them specifically. Is there that possibility to put this on our website?
There's always a possibility to put a crime like this on a website. The issue is with reporting online is the fact that there's so many questions that are very difficult to put on some sort of mask that an officer would need to ask to try to get more specific information on the perpetrator and the individual.
Mm-hmm.
Someone could report it and it become a statistic. But as police officers, we always want to take reports with the goal of catching and apprehending the perpetrator. And sometimes there's additional questions that an officer will benefit by asking a victim. And so that's just some of the things that we have to be mindful of as we put things online.
Sure, absolutely. At the very least, I don't know if we can have a pilot or a trial or see if it actually is fruitful. And if there's any, I'm guessing you still have some kind of follow-up with these reports that happen online anyways, right? There's some level of follow-up. If it's lost property or theft, you're still following up and you're still asking some additional questions. And so if that's a possibility, I would strongly recommend that we have this as a feature on the website. Yeah, I think that the last comment that I wanted to make is around the schools, and I wanted to thank Councilmember Foley for bringing that up. I think this is where a lot of the way that we think about each other and the way that we socialize, all of the social learning sometimes most of the time happens at school, right? It's initially at home and then is reinforced at school. And so I love the idea of working more closely with our schools, and I know you do that through our best programs in the Mayor's Gang Task Force, but that's for a slightly different goal, if you will. And so I think we should take advantage of the folks that have these relationships, the former school board members, I think all across here, and just folks that are really willing to help and support in any way that's possible to really decrease your work and maybe just facilitate more of the messaging. So anything that we can do, anything that I can do personally, please let me know. And that invitation stands. We'd love to see you later on this month. And I know that you're going to go to one of our public safety workshops, which is something that my community always benefits from, especially around the Christmas and holiday season. But thank you so much for this report. I know this is just the beginning of a long conversation, a longer conversation. And please count on me as somebody who can help with any of the suggestions I've made. I'm not just suggesting so that work can be done elsewhere. I'm willing to be, roll up my sleeves and be part of that solution. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember, yep.
Thanks, Mayor. I think you already answered my question, Chief, but I'm just kind of clarify. I agree that it's important to not just get the statistic, but to kind of get some sort of actionable intel or something. So as we're collecting these data points, if there was, for instance, like Councilmember Camus suggested, like these bunch of kids or somebody was being influenced by a website. I mean, would these kind of reporting these statistics help officers potentially find that, oh, there's this website that is influencing teenagers somewhere? And
Yeah, absolutely. If we identify like an active group that's involved in hate speech, then that's something we can absolutely become proactive in. Most of what we see at the police department is not associated to organized groups. It's more associated to single suspects acting out their own biases. However, that being said, we do have a phenomenal intelligence unit who on a regular basis meets with other groups, both city, county, and federal, to really try and monitor and stay on top of organized hate groups. Luckily, thankfully, we don't see a ton of that here in San Jose.
okay, and I know this is more difficult to track, but do we have statistics on cases that are investigated as hate crimes, whether they're prosecuted as such?
We do, and the numbers aren't super high. Hate crimes are very difficult crimes to prosecute, and I'll explain why. Most crimes are what we refer to as general intent crimes. All we have to do is prove that the crime occurred, and we get a conviction. A hate crime or hate crime enhancement is what's referred to as a specific intent crime. So it means we have to prove motive. So we have to be able to, and 9 times out of 10, that's done with suspect admissions or statements, and we don't always get that. Now, there are some times where the crime in and of itself, the motive is proven, and going back to the earlier example of the guy spray painting KKK and swastikas on the dental office. Well, the crime of vandalism occurred. The motive was established by hate, just merely by what he put on the building, and so that made it a little bit easier to get a conviction in that case. Other cases where we have to be able to prove the motive can be challenging.
No, I understand. Yeah, thank you. I'm just curious. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Nope. Okay. Just one note. I know the comparisons with other cities are hard, and you look at cities like San Antonio and Dallas, and their numbers look remarkably low. And I'm confident.
Skeptical.
Yes. I'm confident that no one is safer from hate crimes in those cities in Texas. And I'm suspicious that probably state law and how we define hate crimes in every state probably has something to do with it. I assume we use a California state law definition for hate crime. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That's how we report. All right. So we're looking at a lot of apples and oranges at other cities. Okay. Thank you. All right, then. We have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Soto, forgive me. My apologies.
I only got 2 minutes, huh? What I understood was this report was requested because Stephen Romero, being one of them, was murdered. And the dude said specifically that I'm gonna kill him because he's a Mexican and he's invading my country. There was a YouTube video that came out real quick, and then it was deleted from the press. And it was, he quoted it and he referenced it, and it was Might is Right by Ragnar Redbeard, and it was written in the late 1800s. And he made direct reference to it before he committed that crime. And so I would suggest, read it, listen to it and read it, because it states the entire ideology that supported his reasoning. And what it did is it was like ignited by the rhetoric that was coming out of Trump. And so, but this experience is not unique. Experience is unique to Mexicans, because Mexicans, as you know, have been experiencing this from the lynchings that have happened in St. James Park all the way to what happened to Stephen Romero here. And nothing is really, that topic, it's being like gingerly like danced around, but not directly confronted. And I think that we as a society, by not directly confronting it and laying it on the table, man, if feelings get hurt, if we get hurt, if people's egos get bruised, fine, man, let's deal with that. I'd rather deal with the bruised ego, or have somebody else deal with the bruised ego, than somebody's bruised body. Because that's what we're talking about here. So I don't know, man, just as a citizen, I respect the work that you're doing, Chief Garcia. It's a hard job, and there's not many people that want to do it or could do it. So I respect you for protecting the city. But God, man, there's just so much more that we can do. There really is. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Okay, back to the council. Any further comments? Let's vote on the motion.
My screen's not working, so.
Are there any cards, Henry, for open session? Okay. Who would like to speak? Come on.
Appeals Hearing Board.
Oh, forgive me. How could I forget? Yes. Is now the designated time for the Appeals Hearing Board.
Yes, so David Hook is on his way in, and
Thank you, Tony.
Jimenez can't vote, so it's unanimous of those present.
Okay,
So
forgive
for
me.
the
All three candidates have shown up. Is that right?
All three candidates are here.
Great.
But to wrap up 8.1, I want to say verbally, since Jimenez's vote is not showing, that it's unanimous of those present. So 8.1's done.
Yeah.
Now, going back to Appeals Hearing Board, David Hook is the first one to be interviewed. All three are present.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. All right. David, welcome. Thank you for your patience and for taking the time to return.
I'm here to answer your question.
Yes, welcome. Forgive me. If you, I was just pulling up the page so I can make sure. If you could just tell us a bit about yourself and why you would like to serve again, and we'll just open it up for questions from the panel.
Outstanding.
Thank you,
well,
sir.
I've lived in San Jose since 1982. I've started to think about it as home. I grew up in various parts of California, but I'm a Californian just all my life, just random chance. And I think it's kind of a dual thing about why I'm here. I was an engineer for a long time. I guess I still am, but I'm a retired engineer. I like being useful. I like serving the community. I like giving back. And also, I like doing things that are interesting. It's a nice way of both giving back and yet doing something that helps enlarge your life. And I heard about this particular board from a friend of a friend, and I thought, that looks interesting. And I think I could do that. I bring a lot of skills to this that I've learned. I have not done this exact thing, but I've served on the Library Commission for 5 years. I've done other things, and both in my professional work and also just outside of volunteering, that I think I just bring a lot of skills to it, and yet I could be useful and also hopefully fair. And so that's kind of why I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Hook. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Okay, back to the council. Questions for Mr. Hook? I have one if nobody's ready to jump in, so I'll jump in myself. Feeling a lack of ground swelling. All right. It is often the case as you sit on this board and a couple other commissions we've got, that inevitably issues will come up where you feel like, I'm pretty sure I know what the right answer is here, but you've got a muni code or state law, whatever, that tells you you have to do it this way, and you just think that's the wrong way to do it. There's a better policy, there's a better law, better regulation. So when you have a conflict like this about what the the law is that you're asked to apply and what you think the right answer is based on your own moral judgment or other sources. How do you reconcile that?
Well, I did think about that a little bit, and I think I talked about that a bit in my application, but it's been long enough since I applied that I actually can't remember everything I wrote. I think I would look for kind of a middle ground on this. I mean, I'm kind of a strict constructionist in terms of following the law. I'd really be looking for guidance from the city legal staff about what is the range of legal outcomes that the Appeals Hearing Board can actually come up with on these things. And I believe I would be complying with that range. I would be trying to look at it with compassion, because I know these are all real people out there that we're dealing with, and especially I suspect if they're dealing with the Appeals Hearing Board, many of them are probably having challenges in their life. And I think they deserve compassion, but at the same time, we need to do the best thing for the overall community. And so we have to look at how does that balance out. I think if I found something that I felt was really unfair or just wrong, I would probably like to mention that to somebody with the city staff. Maybe it could be looked at, whether it could get to the city council or some other way of changing the deal. But for that time, I would be applying the deal that was in place.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hook.
Mhm.
And thank you for your public service to the Water District.
You're welcome.
Okay, other questions? I think we have a tired council, apparently. All right, if there are no further questions.
Can I make one final comment?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I don't want to talk too much, although I'm kind of a gregarious engineer, which is dangerous.
It's a rarity, yes.
I think one of the things I look for in life is, to be of service, yet at the same time, I want to have fun doing it. I want to enjoy the company of my peers. And I've heard good things about this board. And I just think that would be a great thing to be part of. And I think it could be a really valuable thing. And so.
That's a pretty good reason. Thank you, Mr. Hook.
All right. You're very
Appreciate
welcome.
it. All right,
Thanks.
if no one is jumping in, then we'll ask Mr. Hook to sit down, and we will, and thank you. You're welcome to stay, certainly, or you can take off. No obligation, but we'll make a decision today, I expect. Tony?
The second applicant is Timothy Kenny, and he's on his way in as well.
Great.
And while he walks up, there are 3 applicants and 3 positions.
Hi, Mr. Kinney. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah. Thank you for your willingness to serve again.
Oh, and my
and for your
pleasure.
past service.
It's been a pleasure to serve up to this point, and then thanks for the opportunity to apply to serve again.
Of course. Typically, we just ask folks if they could tell us a little bit about themselves and why they'd like to serve again or serve, and then we'll go right into questions.
Okay, I've very much enjoyed serving. I've worked with some excellent people, including the city staff. I found it to be a really great experience, a good way to give back to the community, and an excellent way to serve our community, including the people that appear as appellants, because I have frequently found the people that appear as appellants are people that don't have a degree of sophistication that you or I might have and don't understand the laws and don't quite know what to do when code enforcement shows up in their world, and then find themselves at the last house on the block kind of bewildered. And I think the goal of our board is to help them get into compliance with the least amount of pain and discomfort as possible. So I like the challenge of looking for solutions that are creative and effective. So I like to think that we're living in the nicest, safest neighborhoods we can, and that we can help our neighbors that are out of compliance get into compliance with as little trouble and pain as possible. So that's the challenge I enjoy there. You occasionally run into a very egregious offender, and there's not much you can do with that except for more the stick than the carrot. But I'm a carrot kind of guy when it comes to getting to compliance. So we look for opportunities to help our neighbors and help our communities on the board, and I think that we're pretty successful at it.
Thank you. I'll jump in with the first question. Undoubtedly, you've understood in your experience that you're given set of rules in the Muni Code and regulations and so forth that you have to apply. And sometimes those rules don't always comport with your sense of fairness, your common sense, your moral judgment of the world. And so when you apply them in that instance, you come out with something of an outcome that you find less than fair or just. How do you reconcile those situations where you think the rules conflict with, or at least the application of the rules conflict with how you think it ought to turn out?
First of all, we're very grateful to have a city attorney sitting up there with us when we hear, so we can, I frequently ask, what is the purview? What can we do? What's the scope of the board's authority? And sometimes we don't have any authority. Sometimes we're there to affirm your findings on, say, a weed abatement or failure to pay for their trash pickup and stuff like that. We're just there to affirm what somebody else has already done. And there's somebody in the audience that says, but. And for an example, weed abatement, somebody says, I've sold this property or I donated it to the city. And well, the city hasn't accepted it yet, you know, so you are still responsible for it. But city staff and the city attorney are very helpful in laying out what we can and can't do. And sometimes you just have to accept what you can't do. We have been able to defer stuff, the billing, to the following year so that the city staff can investigate it. And that's been a very effective technique where we're like going, let's defer this. If it winds up being a lien needs to be placed, it can be placed next year. Well, let's find out what needs to be done and whether or not it's fair. There's necessary trumps fair sometimes, but we do try to be fair. And there's, amongst the sitting board members, there's a lot of empathy for the people that appear before us. We really do try and get to yes in a way that's not too painful. I hope that answers your question.
It did, thank you.
Okay.
And just from your service, Mr. Kenny, are there anything you would suggest to the council about things you think we should change about either the process or the rules?
I'm going to leave that to the council. I like interpreting the rules. I find the city code, I was very much impressed with what you guys crafted. I was there for the medical marijuana period where we spent long nights here trying to figure out how to deal with the collectives that shared a zero lot line with the somebody's residence.
Yeah.
And how uncomfortable that must have been. And we very much encouraged them to move to light industrial and industrial because we saw what was coming from the council, and the council did a spectacular job of codifying that to make it easy on us, and that we're no longer hearing those cases because those that complied are in compliance and those that didn't want to are closed. So I like that the city council does a very good job of giving us municipal code that we can interpret.
Well, thank you for buttering us up, but yeah, the city attorney's office really does the heavy lifting on that with planning. But
that was a rough year.
We're happy to move to approve. Okay, other questions from the council? This is not a particularly active council today, I'm sorry. There have been very few questions coming from this group. I think everyone's tired. Councilmember Perales, just.
I'm still not going to throw you a bone here. I'm just going to say thank you for applying again. I know you're a resident here in District 3, and I know my colleagues as well. We get to see the applications and stuff ahead of time. The mayor's correct. At times we will ask more questions. Don't take that lightly. I truly value and think you have been great on the board and on the commission, and am happy to reappoint you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll call the final applicant.
The final applicant is Jorge Garcia, and he's on his way in.
Hello, Mr. Garcia. Welcome. Good to have you. Thank you for your patience, and thank you also for your willingness to serve. Typically, we just ask folks to tell us a little bit about themselves, a couple minutes, and why you'd like to serve in this way for the city.
Okay. Well, my name is Jorge Garcia. I'm a lifelong resident of San Jose. I was born and raised, grew up in the East Foothills, first generation bilingual household. Graduated from Mount Pleasant High School, attended San Jose State University, attained a degree in business management. Spent the last 25 plus years in the financial services and banking and lending industry. Different roles that I've held include lending officer, both residential and commercial, and branch management, VP of lending, things of that nature, right? I'm married, been married for over 25 years, live in Evergreen, have 2 adult children, both attained their degrees at San Jose State University and are gainfully employed. So my experience that I believe is relevant to this role is in lending and real estate. I've had different positions as a loan officer, residential and commercial, as I mentioned, property management, familiar with lending guidelines, and it's a very, very highly regulated environment right now in lending and real estate. So the ability to stay in business requires you to have continuing education, be aware of all changes to policy and guidelines, regulations, and it is important to be able to assess a situation and understand what needs to be done for somebody to qualify, right? If there's an obstacle to qualify, or if there's an issue with the property, health and safety issue with property that is against code, such as in residential, it could be something like bars on a window without safety latches, safety releases, or an empty swimming pool. And being able to assess the situation to determine what needs to be done, a course of action to get from where you're at today to compliance, right? To get the loan through or the transaction completed on a sale, whatever the case may be. So, you know, I pride myself on being well-versed in compliance and guidelines, and I believe I could leverage that in this role.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Just one question from me. I'm sure you've had some experience with this in your work, but inevitably there are some rules, regulations, muni code provisions that you'd be asked to apply that, when you do so, may conflict with what you think is the fair or just outcome. How do you deal with those situations where being asked to apply a set of laws or rules that you may disagree with?
Well, you know, you have to listen to what the scenario or situation circumstances are. You have to ask questions to develop more information. You have to compare the situation with what's presented to what the law or ordinance is, and you have to determine what the intent of the ordinance is, right? And is there a solution within the ordinance that is attainable or feasible for the individual to, within their means, to be able to comply, right? To, you know, for their own benefit or to not be a nuisance in the neighborhood or whatever the case may be. So to find a space and find a workable solution within their means and within the ordinance, right? Because you can't just waive the ordinance, right? You have to be compliant.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Okay, any other questions? All right, take no offense. We've got a very tired, quiet council this evening.
No offense taken.
So what we'll do, I think, is we'll proceed with selection. Is that right, Tony?
Yes, we have 3 positions.
Okay.
One position ends December 2022. The other 2 positions end 2023.
Okay,
So the ballot is just marked up to 3.
okay,
You can vote for 1, 2, 3, or none, just
Got
mark
it.
your ballot, and then you'll need to decide who gets the shorter term.
okay. Mr. Garcia, thank you. Please have a seat. We should be through this in just a second. I think what I recommend is that we go ahead and vote, and then we'll make a decision about who would take the shorter term. Is that right? And I just want to say, I was a little nervous going into this, realizing, I mean, typically we have many more applicants than positions. In this case, with only 3 applicants, I was a little nervous, but I'm heartened to see that we have 3 very high caliber, high quality members of our community who I think contribute very well in this. So I just look forward to supporting them. All right.
I want to take public comment while I do this. Is there any more? Wait, I got one. Thank you, Henry. It's unanimous for all 3 are appointed.
Not much suspense here.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a choice here. My recommendation might be that certainly, well, let me just open up the floor here. Suggestions from council about how we might allocate the seats. I mean, we do have, of course, an incumbent, that is Mr. Kenny. I would suggest he probably should be entitled to the full term. And I suppose we can.
To put him on for a full term.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Let's vote on that. And I certainly have no preference with regard to the remaining term, so open to any suggestion about how to resolve that.
I just wanted to state that even though one is being maybe appointed to a shorter term, that they can then reapply for
Yes.
another term when that comes up.
Yep, fair point.
I'll nominate Mr. Hook for the full term.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Okay.
Councilmember Foley? Okay, so the full term goes to Mr. Hook and Mr. Kenny, and the term ending in 2022 will go to Mr. Garcia.
And Mr. Garcia, we encourage you to certainly, if you're willing to continue serving, please let us know you'd like to. I appreciate your willingness to serve and want to support that. Great. Okay.
If the 3 of you could come down and talk to Michelle, we'd appreciate that.
Okay, that's Michelle. Okay, Michelle's.
This is
to
they
our
know
left.
Michelle. They've
Yes.
spent the afternoon.
Oh,
with her.
good. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you all for your willingness to serve, and look forward to working with you. Okay, I think that's it. We have no cards. We do. Oh, yes, we do. Mr. Ashby, there you are. You were hiding on us. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Winston Ashby. I'm the executive director and founder of the Party Program. We are celebrating 20 years of providing services to youth in Santa Clara County and more specifically San Jose. Oftentimes, I want to let you know that it's challenging speaking to the city council members and getting timely responses. For those of you who responded about our kids leading the 20th annual Martin Luther King Jr. Stop the Violence event, I appreciate you for that. I wanted to just share with you what we do with safety. After the Gilroy Garlic festival shooting, we gave, as a group, 500 scoops of ice cream to kids that were going back to school in Gilroy. This was aided by notes, cards of appreciation, and support from kids at Oak Grove High School. When there was a bomb found at Oak Grove High School, we then provided snacks as a way of comfort, support, and a show of empathy, which was supported by other kids throughout San Jose. My reason for speaking to you right now is to let you know that we're continuing to do work even though we've been doing work for 20 years and we need your support. My son Taimane, when he was in 6th grade, he didn't feel supported. I went out to your Mayor's Gang Task Force and I said, what kind of support can we give him? The response was, well, if he has not committed a crime, there's no support that we can give him. We received some Safe Summer funding, and when Tamani and his peers was participating, it was communicated to me that these don't look like kids who need support. A year later, Tamani was arrested when he was in middle school. I'm glad he's doing well now. But we as an organization, we do a lot of preventive work, and we need your support. So please, return my emails and answer my calls, because the calls of the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
Until 6 p.m.
Yes, until 6 p.m. You can adjourn before 6, right? Or does that mean your meeting's deferred or continued?
You're coming back at 6. I just want people to know you guys are coming back.
Yes. Yeah, don't run far. Okay. Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome. We'll call the meeting to order for the evening of January 14th. We'll begin with a ceremonial item. I should note for folks who were not here this afternoon, as I expect most of you were not, we decided to, there are only 2 items after this ceremonial item. One involves the Winchester mobile home community. We wanted to proceed with that item first. We had some requests from several seniors who were particularly concerned about their ability to stay on through the evening, and so we wanted to take that one out of order, and then we'll immediately go to the remaining item, which is relating to the hotel on Almaden Corner. So first we'll start with ceremonial. I believe, is John Quebeca here? I didn't see him walk in. Oh, there's John. Welcome, John. We're going to commend John for his exemplary leadership and collaboration and his support for all things innovative here in the city of San Jose. We're sad to see he's moving on from his role heading our local patent office, and we're so grateful for his being here spearheading this as a pioneer. Come on up, John. Amazing. Okay, fantastic. Sorry to lose you. So, despite his youthful demeanor, John Quebeca is veteran of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office for 31 years. Is that true? 30. 30 years. Okay, sorry to age you. Jeez. He started at the age of 2. It's remarkable. He began his career as a patent examiner back in 1989 and became a supervisory patent examiner in 1997, joined the Senior Executive Service in 2008, serving as Patent Technology Center Director, or the Semiconductor and Electrical Systems Technologies. And I think many of you may know, for many years we had tried valiantly ultimately successfully, and I see Kim Wallish smiling because I know she was deeply engaged in this for many years, trying to secure a U.S. patent office here in San Jose, in the heart of Silicon Valley. We became the only second city outside of Washington, D.C. to do so. It was a great victory for our city and for the Silicon Valley community. And John, of course, was the pioneering director of this local U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, which has been such a huge help, such an enormous support for the innovation industry here in Silicon Valley. And so we're grateful certainly for all his leadership. He established and leads the West Coast Regional Office for the entire region, of course, based here, but it covers California, Washington, Oregon, Nevada, Arizona, Hawaii, and Alaska. That's a lot of travel. He's got more travel, though, in his immediate future because he is headed off to India. He'll tell you more about his adventures to come, but really by his focus on engaging with communities, particularly with small businesses, with small entrepreneurs who are looking to be able to make that first step in this very challenging economy. We know it's a very complex one. He and his team have just been absolutely invaluable partners. He's dedicated much of his career to the Patent and Trademark Office's outreach and education programs, really focusing on small businesses and startups and entrepreneurs. And so we wanted to thank him for his service here in San Jose as the pioneering director of the local office. And so before I give you the commendation, John, I was hoping you could say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. It's quite an honor, and I just want to thank Mayor Liccardo and the City Council for this distinguished honor. It's been really the culmination of many years. I was actually very sadly packing up my office today, and I came across a document that I wrote actually two documents. One I wrote in the late 90s about opening regional offices up around the country. So actually being part of opening the most, in my opinion, and I think it's true, the most important office, regional office for the USPTO here in San Jose City Hall has been truly not just a rewarding, but just a memorable experience beyond explanation. We received this region, not only is it the largest by land, it's also the largest by patent applicants. We receive 37% of the US filings from domestic patent applicants. 37% are coming from the 7-state region, and nearly 30% of US trademark applications are coming from this region as well. Most of those are coming from the state of California, with a large concentration right here in Silicon Valley. So opening the regional office here in Silicon Valley made the most perfect sense to serve our innovators and our entrepreneurs, trying to get the protection that they needed and to secure the rights that they needed to advance and commercialize their inventions. What we didn't realize was the tremendous sense of community that we would create by opening this office. In the past 4 years since the office opened, we've held over 1,300 programs, most of those right here in our offices in San Jose City Hall, reaching over 90,000 people. We never thought we'd be able to reach in to the regions to the extent that we are able to today. And a lot of that comes from great vision and great support from headquarters, but also great support from the city. And having our office here in city, I say it all the time, what I always say is we're the only federal agency that resides in a City Hall campus. Nobody has proven me wrong yet, so I'm going to keep saying it. I think there's small, 1-person, 2-person shops, maybe in some other city municipalities around the country, but to actually have a fully functioning office, we have over 110 employees, all of which were hired into the office here. We're hiring another group of 25 examiners in a couple months, and we're continuing to expand our footprint in the West Coast region. Right now we have almost 500 examiners, patent examiners alone, working out of their homes in the region as well. So, so it really has made a tremendous impact. It's become a focal point, not just for innovators and entrepreneurs, but also for within our agency and for being a springboard for our agency leadership and even the administration to take advantage of the great space we have here, as well as the great connections that we've made across the Bay Area. So as the mayor mentioned, I am leaving the role. So instead of serving the 7 western states of the country, I'll be serving U.S. industries for the 8 South Asian countries. So I'll be moving to New Delhi, India, and be helping U.S. industries protect, enforce, and obtain their rights in a very important sector of the global marketplace. And I feel like I could have never taken that big leap as a diplomat without the great work that we've done here. I'm very grateful for the amazing team that I have here that will continue to do great work, and as always, the great support from the City of San Jose. So thank you very much.
Okay, let's take this out of the way. All right, item 10.1 is the consent calendar. I have no cards. Do I?
There's nothing on consent.
Nope, nothing on consent. Forgive me. 10.3. This is the general plan amendment, general plan text amendment, and plan development rezoning, tentative map, and plan development permit, also known as Winchester Ranch. I believe we have a presentation, and then we'll hear from the applicant and then the public. Hi, Rosalind.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Rosalind Huey, Director of the Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. With me this evening, I have David Keon, Principal Planner for our Environmental Review Team, and Ryan Doe of the Department of Public Works. So the project we have before you this evening is the Winchester Ranch Mobile Home Park conversion. The site is located at 555 South Winchester Boulevard. And it involves the demolition of 111 mobile homes and associated carports and recreation buildings. It allows the construction of an approximately 2-acre neighborhood park and 687 residential units. The project also includes a change in the general plan land use designation from urban residential, and also includes the amendment to the Urban Village Plan, Santana Row Valley Fair Urban Village Plan. So the conversion of mobile home parks is regulated by the state of California, and additionally, it must comply with the City Council Policy 6-33, conversion of mobile home parks to other uses, which the council amended in May of 2017. There is an agreement regarding the conversion of the mobile home park between the applicant and the Winchester Ranch Senior Homeowners Association. We understand that agreement was reached in June of 2019. And we understand that this agreement was reached really after extensive negotiations between the applicant and the association over a 2-year period. The association was represented by the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley throughout the process. And the city understands that the association unanimously approved the agreement. The agreement sets forth the relocation, purchase assistance, and benefits to be provided by the applicant to the mobile home owners and tenants if the council approves the conversion. And the residents, as you can see in this slide, has 3 options and can also receive relocation packages. So an environmental impact report was prepared for the project. The draft EIR was circulated from August 30th through October 15th. We received 18 comment letters. And we do want to note that the analysis indicated that there are significant impacts with mitigation regarding construction vibration, impacts to the adjacent structures, biological resources, and hazardous materials. There are also significant unavoidable impacts regarding the Winchester Mystery House historic resource, as well as construction noise. And I do want to point out that a statement of overriding considerations is required by council. So regarding traffic improvements, staff has amended the transportation conditioned in the plan development permit resolution that includes improvements for the Winchester Boulevard, Stevens Creek Boulevard, and Monroe Street, Stevens Creek Boulevard. We have language that conforms to the I-280 Winchester Boulevard Transportation Development Policy and driveway construction for the project. Staff also wants to acknowledge a letter that we received today from the City of Santa Clara. There's been extensive community engagement for the project. A combined community meeting and environmental scoping meeting was held on March 2nd of last year, and a second community meeting was held on August 26th. In addition to that, the applicant held several other community meetings and forums with residents in the community. Key concerns and issues that were raised throughout the engagement process included density, traffic and parking, keeping the dead-ended streets closed, lighting and security issues relating to the park and how the park was going to be programmed, preserving the trees that are on site, and replacement housing. So as a result of all of the comments that the applicant heard and gathered, the applicant did revise the project plan, and here's the revised site plan. The changes include actually increasing the size of the neighborhood park from a ½ acre to 2 acres. And there is an extended bike and ped trail connecting the neighborhoods with Olson Drive while keeping the neighborhood streets closed. One of the items that was studied in the EIR alternative was reducing the height of the apartment podium. So these so-called fingers of the building were reduced from 7 stories to 4 stories. And another change included shifting the bulk of the units to the back of the apartment podium away from the Mystery House, which is a historic resource. Also, 11 trees are preserved on the site, including one beloved large cork oak tree that was a significant concern for the community. So the Planning Commission held a public hearing on the project at its December 4th meeting and voted unanimously that the council adopt a resolution certifying the Winchester Ranch Residential Project Environmental Impact Report and adopt a statement of overriding considerations in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program in accordance with CEQA, that the council adopt a resolution amending the general plan land use designation from residential neighborhood to urban residential, that the council adopt a resolution amending the Santana Row Valley Fair Urban Village Plan, that the council approve an ordinance rezoning the property from the agriculture plan development zoning district to the RM planning development zoning district to allow up to 687 units, that the council adopt a resolution approving, subject to conditions, a plan development permit, and finally, that the council adopt a resolution approving, subject to conditions, the vesting tentative map to subdivide one parcel up to 64 parcels. And lastly, before I close, I just want to acknowledge really the hard work of city staff throughout the planning department, public works, other departments, and in particular, the project manager for this project was Stephanie Farmer, and she spent many, many hours working with city staff and with the community residents. And with that concludes staff's presentation.
All right, thank you, Rosa. Mr. Shane, you represent the applicant? All applicants have 5 minutes to speak and then 2 minutes for the members of the public. I think the mic isn't on.
My name is Eric Schoenauer, and I represent Pulte Homes on this application. First and foremost, we'd like to thank the residents of the mobile home park. They've gone through more than 6 years of uncertainty about their future, and I know that was very tumultuous for them. So we thank them for their time and effort to work with us. We thank the Law Foundation for representing the residents and working with us to come together to this mutual agreement. And we'd like to thank the city staff, all the city departments that have worked very hard to get to this point over 6 years. Vice Mayor Jones's office and his staff, as well as the mayor's office, and I have to say, Councilmember Pete Constance's office. Before that, that's how long we've been working here. So, with that said, the Planning Commission, the city staff, and the residents of this park recommend approval of the project as proposed by staff. So we hope that you will agree. The Winchester Mobile Home Park is located behind the Winchester Mystery House, which is on the picture before you. And the cornerstone of the proposal is really how the residents of the park will benefit from what the Pulte proposal is. And the Pulte development has stepped up to go above and beyond the ordinance requirements of the city. And the primary program is to provide replacement housing on site. So any resident that lives in the park now will have the opportunity to move into a brand new condominium on site and stay within the neighborhood. And they will pay the same rent that they pay now in the mobile home park. And through their lease agreement, they will get the benefits of living under the same protections of the city's mobile home rent control ordinance going forward, meaning no rent escalation beyond 3%. So basically, they're going to take their same rent structure they have today in the mobile home park and move into a brand new condominium. That's really the big plus in all of this and goes above and beyond the city's ordinance. If there's a need for interim housing, meaning they move from one mobile home to another mobile home on site in order to do the construction phasing, or if they move off site and then come back, the developer will pay for those costs to move to the interim housing. They'll also pay for the actual moving expenses to go back and forth as needed. Of course, construction, we have to build the development, so there will be a need for some people to move to get out of the way for the first phases of development to happen. There's also a commitment under the agreement to provide accessibility enhancements within the individual units beyond what the ADA requires to meet the individual needs of residents. And the particular units that are being selected for replacement housing are flats, meaning they're single story and they're elevator served. So they're very suitable for senior population, no stairs whatsoever for these housing units. The residents will all be paid appraised fair market in-place value for their mobile home structure up front. So they will get a chunk of change up front for the value of the structure that they are giving up. And if a resident chooses to move off-site, then per ordinance, they will receive a 24-month rent subsidy between the rent they pay now and the rent they're paying in their new location. And all residents have access to a relocation specialist to help them plan future housing for them. This shows where the replacement housing is in green. So there are 60 units designated there for replacement housing. So the residents of Winchester Ranch will be clustered together so they can maintain their community that they experience today. And in the agreement, we are required to provide minimum requirements for the units, 1,200 square feet, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, etc. I'm going to speed along here. With regard to the Winchester Mystery House, this is the current site plan, and you can see the Winchester Mystery House where we have large open podiums facing the house. And the original development looked like this, with the 7-story fingers reaching to the house, and there was concerns about the impacts of that. So we changed the development, removing the pink units here, replacing them, and coming up ultimately with this plan, where we have lower building elements and open courtyards facing the Winchester Mystery House. because I'm out of time, I'm just going to move right now to the third key pillar of the proposal, which is the new neighborhood park, a 2-acre neighborhood park existing for the existing neighborhood and the new neighborhood. And all of these public streets that you see the red arrows on currently are fenced off, closed, and pedestrians and bikes cannot access through them. We will be opening these up for pedestrians and bikes so that people can walk to Santana Row, the Winchester Mystery House, and other services instead of literally having to get in their car and drive or walk a very long distance to Santana Row. So because of the benefits to the mobile home residents, the sensitivity of the Winchester Mystery House, and the Central Park that's for existing and new residents, we hope that you'll find that this proposal is worthy of your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shainauer. All right, we'll proceed now to members of the community, and I just want to thank all the board members of Winchester Ranch and the residents who have endured many years of uncertainty, a lot of anxiety, and yet through it, really, because of great leadership. I see Ruth and Ken Greathouse, I see Dave Johnson, and Ms. Johnson, and a lot of wonderful people have been deeply invested in trying to do everything they can to help protect their neighbors and ensure they got a fair deal. And I really appreciate the extraordinary amount of time that has been invested. Dave, I know, has been president of the board for many years, and this is not the kind of thing that lowers the blood temperature much. So I appreciate all of the hard work that has gone into this. I appreciate the work of Nadia Aziz at the Silicon Valley Law Foundation and her team. I want to thank certainly Vice Mayor Jones for his leadership and Jared Ferguson on his team. I know Vice Mayor Jones will have much more to say in a moment. As well as the Pulte Group, Cagliari Auto for working collaboratively with the owners, the homeowners, and everybody on our building department team and Public Works and City Attorney's Office. This has been a long process, and I'm glad that we are getting to a place where I believe, at least I hope, residents feel that they have gotten a fair deal and we're able to move forward. All right, I'll call you your name, and if you could just come up as I do so. Everyone has 2 minutes to speak. Alex Shore, followed by Kent Greathouse, Nadia Assis, Paul Baim. Forgive me, Paul, if I've mispronounced your name. Paul Bohm. Brian Darby, Chris Giangreco. Welcome, Alex.
I'm Alex Shore here on behalf of Catalyze SV. Want to thank the Law Foundation and Pulte Homes for their efforts to make this project a place where folks who are vulnerable and need naturally occurring affordable housing have a place where they can stay in our city. This is a wonderful landmark agreement that we are fully supportive of. We held a community visioning workshop about this project in September. We had 55 individuals come and provide feedback on this project. They had some additional ideas and themes that weren't touched upon here tonight. Things like different ingress and egress out of the site, having neighborhood retail, and I would just continue to ask the council to look at a community engagement process that's as inclusive and collaborative as possible so that the larger community can envision developments in our city. We know that that process sometimes needs a little help, and we are always here to do that. We hope this project will be really great. We hope that you'll come back and look at it one day and never wonder if there could have been more homes on the site or a different way of getting in and out of it, or if it could have been more mixed use. And we certainly hope as you look at projects going forward, you will always ask the development community, especially in this housing crisis, to build as many homes as possible as they go forward. So we hope you'll continue to think about that as you look at future projects down the line. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, Kent.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's been a long time getting to this. I'm glad to see it. I speak in support of this item on the agenda. And I want to emphasize that of the many aspects to this project, and there's been so much that's had to be considered, the overriding concern still has to be the welfare of the homeowners of Winchester, who have endured nearly 7 years of uncertainty, stress, and anxiety. After long negotiations between the HOA and Dan Carroll of Pulte Corp., there is now a formal agreement, has been mentioned, defining how the homeowners will be protected in this process, and the homeowners now support this proposal in a unanimous vote. To Chappie and Sam especially, and other council members, thank you for your support. And Dan Carroll, thank you for your honesty and even-handedness. When we started this, we didn't know what to expect. We managed to come out with something that everyone can live with. It may not have been what anybody dreamed of. Now's the time to approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Nadia.
Good evening. Nadia Aziz with the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. I represent the board of Winchester Ranch Senior Homeowners Association, and we support the project and the development. So the closing of a mobile home park is something that you all should take seriously and scrutinize. It's the loss of affordable housing, it's the displacement of families, but I really think tonight we should acknowledge when we talk about the housing crisis all the time, but this is a success and this is a win for our community. Really, we are going to not only keep a community together, but we're going to be building more housing. So I just want to thank the leadership of Vice Mayor Jones and Mayor Liccardo in terms of getting the parties together. I want to thank Pulte Homes for coming to the table as a developer and willing to talk to the residents and work with the residents for many, many, many hours. And lastly, I want to acknowledge the work of the residents. These are people who plan to retire and live out their lives at Winchester Ranch Mobile Home Park. And 6 years ago, when this park was threatened, they began organizing and they began talking to each other, and they quickly formed an association. And I know that they were all meeting with all of you and advocating for themselves. And so some of them are here if you want to raise your hand, or and so that's what we need to be doing as a community, empowering the people who live in our community to advocate for themselves and be champions for themselves, and really be champions of their own housing and of their own destinies. And so I'm really proud of the work of the board, and I hope that we as a city can encourage people to organize and to advocate for their own communities like the board members of Winchester Ranch have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia, and thank you for your work. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Paul Boehm, and I'm talking to you as a private citizen. Want to make that perfectly clear. My concern with this project is that we are sacrificing some historical heritage when we, if you were to vote for it. The Winchester Mystery House is not only a San Jose City landmark, it's also a state landmark, and it's on the National Registry of Historic Places. I believe that it is in many parts of the world known because it's been publicized so much, and I used to work there as a tour guide a few years ago, and we actually offered written materials for people taking the tour in 7 different languages. People come here from all over the world, from every continent, to go to the Winchester House. And so it's an important landmark. Now, if I could, I'd like to take you down to Winchester Boulevard. If you haven't ever walked on Winchester Boulevard in front of the Winchester Mystery House, what you can imagine is it's a house it's about 2 stories tall, more or less. It's got one little part that has a balcony that's 4 stories, but most of it is 2 stories tall. And I want you to try to imagine on the left a 7-story tall building. It's going to dwarf the Winchester Mystery House. It's going to make the Winchester Mystery House look like a dollhouse, essentially. This is something that we need to carefully consider. I agree that the Winchester project is doing right by the residents that are currently in the mobile home park, and I applaud that. But does this podium building, which is 7 stories tall on one side, 4 stories tall on the other. Does that have to be placed so close to the street that it will dwarf the Winchester Mystery House when you're looking at from the street? I would submit to you that there's another way. The podium could be set back farther. It could be reduced in size and height.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome, Brian. After Mr. Darby is Chris Giangreco, Ken Pyle, Kirk Vartan, and Mike Sodergren.
Thank you, especially Mr. Mayor, Mr. Jones. Thank you and everybody, thank you for me still having a place to live, not to sound selfish, but now I still have a home. And that's what everybody really was fighting for, is a home. I mean, that's why people went overseas, was to fight for a home. And it may be a little apartment, it may be a mobile home. Unfortunately, it might even be a tent nowadays, but it's a home. I would like to thank everybody else thank, but I would really like to just take a few minutes to remember the neighbors of Winchester Ranch that aren't here anymore, who've passed on, and they weren't sure at times. And I think we need to remember that. One thing that shouldn't happen is a person be afraid where they're going to live. That shouldn't happen in the richest country that's ever existed in the entire world, ever, since we've been a species, since we crawled out of the trees and made it to where we are now. We stand on the shoulders of giants, and we'll never remember them. The best way to remember them is that people don't have to be afraid for a home anymore. And I know, Mr. Mayor, you're trying that. I know you take a lot of grief on Facebook over that, but people don't understand that. A home is where people live, and it's just something, just a few seconds to remember those people that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Hi, my name is Chris Giangreco. Many of you know me as the Traffic and Transportation Liaison for the Winchester Orchard Neighborhood Association. I'm on their board. It's the position of the Winchester Orchard Neighborhood Association that City Council go ahead and adopt this as approved by the Planning Commission. The neighborhood feels that this is a good project for our community, the impacted neighborhood. We think it's great deal for the senior citizens whom we founded as a neighborhood association, in part to protect their good standing, their interests in our neighborhood, and to protect our neighborhood itself from opening of the streets. That's one of our biggest concerns moving forward as a neighborhood association, is that our streets remain closed as they historically have been to through traffic. We've heard one voice of opposition concern about the 7-story apartment building. I would suggest that voices of opposition for this project will be coming from outside of the impacted neighborhood, from the broader community, and that be considered. You know, it's a tight-knit community, and geographically we're constricted within our boundaries, and we've got a lot of impacts coming our way with all the developments. We think this is a good development. We would like to see it proceed forward as planned, and we think it will benefit the community greatly as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Welcome, Ken.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed 6.1 earlier. Kudos to everyone negotiating this deal, and it's very good that we've got the seniors protected. The one disappointment and why I would say let's delay this is that when we did the urban village plan, this 16-acre plot was, even though it was part of the urban village, it was set aside to be talked about later. Well, we never really had that discussion. And so although there are some very good elements to this plan, the park and the fact that there is some temporary affordable housing, there are a lot of things that maybe could be better. And I submitted some of those comments, but you know, some questions when you get back to the urban village plan. Are these units part of that plan, or is it additive, or is it something that will just take away from other parts of it? Is this accounted for in the EIR? What percentage of the population can we expect to actually be living, working, and playing in this spot so we can get the vehicle miles traveled reduced like we want to? What about removing parking? Can we do that? And can we do creative things like Santana Row is right next door? Could we possibly share parking with Santana West, which will have commercial traffic? Wouldn't that be great if we could reduce parking requirements and maybe have some more residential, and maybe make some of those affordable residential that people who could work at Santana Row in a retail job and actually live across the street so they wouldn't have to get in a car. And then, of course, we have my favorite topic, the cap over 280. That could play into this. Parking over 280, it sounds ridiculous. They're doing it in other places. Those kinds of discussions were never had, and I think they're very important because they could help the longer-term goals we have in San Jose. So thank you again.
Thank you. Welcome, Kirk. After Mr. Vartan is Mike Sodergren and Sarah McDermott.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and a Happy New Year. Thankfully, and to everyone's relief, the legal agreement between the developer and the senior residents was completed last year. Aside from the seniors' replacement housing that will become market rate when vacated, the proposed project has no affordable housing, no ground floor activation, 2 stories of above-ground parking, no neighborhood retail, and a mandatory park that is underfunded. If you can add some of these requirements to the approval and entitlements for both the neighborhood and public benefit, please do so. If not, I'm asking you to deny the project. Additionally, the building next to the site at Santana West will be 25% taller, the volar more than double. Based on the ULI study commissioned by San Jose and presented in these chambers almost 2 years ago, West San Jose was one of the few places in the entire city that could support all construction types. Surely a taller apartment building could support even 70 permanent affordable homes, which is barely 10% of this project. This area has over 30 million visitors per year and is an economic asset for our city. I ask you to please evaluate and request for an improved proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vartan. Sarah, I mistakenly called you on the wrong item. My apologies. Okay, Mr. Sodergren, I believe you're the last speaker. If there are any other folks who'd like to speak on this item? Mr. Johnson, did you submit a card? Okay, well, come on up. If anyone else submitted a card, come on up, and my apologies.
Okay, for the first approximately 60 seconds, I'm going to speak to you on behalf of PAC San Jose and Preservation. I want to start by saying that from the very first community meeting I went to, I was very impressed with how Pulte Homes and their consultant, Eric Schoenauer, dealt with a troubling issue for somebody of potentially losing their home. And so I share the gentleman's comment about that's the good news. Our concern with PAC San Jose remains 2 things. I sent a letter this afternoon on this. We dearly want to protect our 2 landmarks, the Century 21, which hasn't been mentioned so far, and the Winchester Mystery House. In protecting the neighborhoods from traffic associated with this project, and in protecting the people from being dislocated, we have created an enormous freeway that's going to be known as Olson Drive. And I have asked from the beginning that the projects Santana West and this project be tied together with an analysis by the Department of Transportation to make sure that we really can, in the combination of Olson Drive and Cali Drive, handle all that traffic. It is unclear to me that that will not damage greatly the Winchester Mystery House and our hoped return of the Century 21 to a viable movie screening theater at some point in the near future. The last thing I would like to say about this project is a personal comment. I met with Scott, who I think is a great guy with Pulte Homes. And I've asked him, given that the mayor and Land Deep had to run out to West Winds recently to calm people down. Friends of mine live there. Please go that extra step and keep those 111 homes that are going to be transferred into maybe 60 apartments or whatever that accommodate the people that remain. Find a way to keep those as affordable housing so that every other developer of a mobile home park can see that as the model of how to do it, adding to the good model that's already been built. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, council members, staff, and our loved Representative Vice Mayor Jones. My name is Sandra Williams, and I'm speaking tonight for the first time in 50 years of my husband and I meeting in college and raising and working and raising 4 children and working in the city here. And I just felt compelled to get up here tonight because I believe in all these measures that are before you right now. And I'm hoping that you will accept the rezoning of the Winchester Ranch senior community and the urban housing development. Over the past 7 years, the Cali area, I can't even talk, I'm so upset right now. The Cali Ariota family and the homeowners, the mobile homeowners, and Pulte have worked together with the assistance of the Law Foundation. And they've reached a successful solution that satisfies all the parties involved. And they're in favor of this development. And these are the people that are involved and being impacted personally. During this long process, the Cali Ariota family have continued to maintain the Winchester Ranch at a high standard. They have spared no cost. I mean, purchasing a new heater for the pool, $10,000 they spent last year on just, keeping up the park and keeping it in the pristine condition it's in now. And I'm saddened to hear other people get up here and, they have a right to talk about the Mystery House and overdevelopment, but these are the people that have been waiting and hoping that this city would be in favor and back all of us. I certainly encourage all of you to pass this measure before you tonight.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, and I want to thank you for your time and consideration on this, and I feel that...
I'm sorry, the time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dave, you have the last word.
All right. My name is Dave Johnson. I am the president of the Winchester Ranch Senior Homeowners Association. We have a myriad of people to thank, all of you on City Council. Many of you have been in my home. I'd like to thank the Planning Department for all their work, Housing for all the insight they've given us. I have to particularly thank Mayor Liccardo and Vice Mayor Jones for all of the time they've spent with us and helped us with. The Law Foundation has been phenomenal in their support. One of the things we need to keep in mind here is we have 7 years invested in this process. We also have 32 people who are no longer with us. Keep in mind this is a senior park. We need to get this done. It's time to end people's nervousness and their worry about where they're going to live and how they're going to live. So I'm looking at you as City Council to give this project their blessing and let us move forward with our lives and how we're going to live it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Thanks for your leadership. Henry, you indicating someone else would like to speak?
Yeah, one more.
Okay. Welcome.
Okay, my name is Carlin Black. I've been working on urban village projects for many, many uncounted hours. And this project is basically a 20th century development in a very critical parcel of the Winchester Urban Village Plan. And the project basically does absolutely nothing for the city, for the urban villages, Winchester Urban Village and Stevens Creek Urban Village, which this influences, and it really does nothing for the city. There's no ground floor retail to support residences to the west of the project and Santana West. And in general, it just is not a good project in terms of the urban village plan. And the 2040 urban village plan, if any developer is allowed to trash the 2040 urban village plan by opting out of an urban village to create nothing of worth to the city, and this project will set a horrible precedent if it's approved. You might as well just trash the 2040 plan, and I've spent countless hours for nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to the council. Just want to observe this is a very different conversation than we were having 7 years ago. And as I mentioned, there are many people to thank, but particularly leadership of Vice Mayor Chappie Jones. And Vice Mayor Jones, thanks for all your work on this.
Thank you, Mayor. And I was sitting here trying to figure out how to speak about or encapsulate what has been over a 6-year journey. When I first ran for office, this is one of the first issues that came up. And I wrote a letter to the residents of the mobile home park, and I made a commitment to do everything in my power to keep you in your homes, to allow you to stay on site for the rest of your lives. That's a commitment that I made when I was running for office, and it's a commitment that I hope that you feel that I've lived up to during this journey. I want to recognize, there's so many people to recognize. I want to start out with the planning department, Stephanie Farmer, Rosalind Huey, the whole planning team for all the hard work and dedication and just the willingness to come up with solutions and overcome obstacles. It's just, I'm so proud of what we were able to accomplish from the city side. The Law Foundation, Nadia Aziz and Matt Warren for all their hard work and dedication and commitment. You were a joy to work with. You know, when we agreed on things or disagreed, we were always able to move forward and try to come up with some solutions or workarounds. So I just feel it was an honor and a privilege to work side by side with you to make this process happen. The folks from Pulte, Dan Carroll and your team, again, it's been a pleasure to work with you. I know that you got tired of hearing whenever we had a discussion that the fundamental principle was, how do we protect the residents? I knew that you heard that over and over again, and I appreciate your patience in working through that process. Lee Arioto and his family, I know that you know, there were some difficult conversations and difficult interactions and disagreements, but at the end of the day, they had the flexibility and the will to come up with a solution and a final resolution, so I want to commend them for that. And I want to actually also acknowledge my team, Jared Ferguson, who initially was working on this, as well as Cassie Cole, who took the baton and moved it forward and put in a lot of hard work and a lot of hours to make this happen. I want to finally acknowledge the residents of the mobile home park. I see Ruth and Kent Greathouse here, and Joan and Dave, and all the residents of the park who I had an opportunity to work with. And I can tell you that you can write a textbook on how to advocate and speak out for yourself as far as City Hall or anything. You can actually write a textbook or conduct classes, because you guys were amazing. I know that there was some skepticism in terms of my commitment that I made to you, and I I'm making eye contact with one of the residents who I think it took me about 3 or 4 years to finally convince you that I was genuine and I was going to be a man of my word and support you guys to the end. And I just marvel at the grace and class and dignity that you've approached this whole process, which I know was so painful and so uncertain, and we didn't know how it was going to turn out, and we didn't know what the future would hold, and the stress and the anxiety. But through all of that, you maintain your dignity and respect, and I so admire that. The process is coming to a close, but I think that we should all hold our heads up and be proud of what we accomplished. I'd like to make a motion to move my memo to approve staff's recommendation.
All right. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I am happy to support this project. I think I just want to commend everyone involved in getting to this point. Vice Mayor Jones listed everybody off, and the mayor acknowledged you already. I know you've gone through a lot with this project, and I think it's a win. You almost never see the nearby neighborhood association say, yes, we'll take 6 times the number of homes in a new development right next to us. I think that's great, and to have the residents of the park get a good agreement. I'm just, I'm so impressed by this deal. And I think it's really cool to have Santana West is nearby, but Santana Row and Valley Fair, all those amenities, it's going to make it such an attractive place for hundreds of new people to live in that neighborhood. So again, I commend you, and I commend everyone who's been involved in this process and getting us to this point, and I hope we can put this to rest for you tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Camus?
Yes, I also met with people, many people in the association. Actually, this item came in as soon as I became a council member when I first took office, and I remember having conversation with Pete Constant because he couldn't wrap his head around how to solve this problem, and I want to thank the folks at the mobile home facility for actually working very hard on creating an agreement that everybody could live with. I know sometimes it takes a lot longer to work out these things than one would expect, and I feel for the tension that was in the air all the time. And I'm so happy that this model now exists. In fact, we're going to be talking about mobile home conversions tomorrow at Rules. And I'm hoping that this could be a model, not to say that you guys were the guinea pigs here, the canary, but this could be a model for amicable agreements for the future of our city. So I want to thank all of you for your patience, your time, your commitment, and the developer as well. So thank you for all that.
Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I wasn't a council member when you started working on this 7 years ago, and have only been a council member 1 year, but I truly appreciate the collaboration and the partnership that you've all created to make this a truly win-win development for all involved. I particularly like that the mobile home park owners will be able to live next to each other and enjoy each other's community collaboration as they move forward. I'm mindful that this is a senior park and that many of you have lost friends in this fight. And I'm just so proud to be able to be a part of this and really watch good collaboration that the developer and everyone was willing to move forward in a positive way and come to yes in this development. So I'm happy to support it. And Vice Mayor Jones, you must tell me how you did this when I get to one of my developments. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Renes.
Well, I also want to join in the cheer and thank and recognize Vice Mayor Jones for your leadership. And I believe it took a whole village. So I'm going to say really great things about our planning department, and thank you for the support that you provide, the guidance that you provide to all of this community. I was really impressed with the number of people that came to talk. I thought with all of this show of folks, I was going to get a variance in terms of the message, but it is so impressive that you have really one voice. And it is to support this project, and so I'm really impressed. You even got T-shirts to support, so super impressive. And I think it takes a certain type of company, and so I'm really happy to have somebody like Scott, and of course Eric, to lobby for and to be the voice for those businesses, and the owner of the mobile home. Who continues to invest in that property despite this conversion. And so I think congratulations to everyone, and I'm really happy that everyone else is happy. So thank you so much.
All right, Councilmember Dieppe.
Thank you. Of course, I didn't work on this. I've only been here a few years, but I was in the well as a citizen, I think in 2016, 2015, talking to four of my colleagues now, Councilmember Camas, Perales, Mayor Liccardo, and Jones, when you guys were discussing the mobile home closure moratorium, and I was there that day to speak in favor of it, and somebody named, old lady called Ruth Greathouse came and tugged on my sleeve and said, you're running for city council, aren't you? And I have a story to tell you. And so she pulled me aside and started telling me about what was happening at Winchester Ranch. And I listened, and she won me over. And I promised her after that conversation that if I became a council member, I would do my best to protect not mobile home parks, but mobile home communities, because they're not parks, they're communities with people and families and relationships. I've tried to stay true to that. I hope that Ruth and Kent feel I have. But I just want to speak to how great that Kent, Ruth, and Joan and Dave and the whole community at Winchester Ranch has been, and thank them for their friendship. I also want to acknowledge just Nadia and the Silicon Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. As a former legal aid attorney, I know how this stuff works, and I'm always there to support legal aid, and I see that as a testament to sort of work that and how important legal aid, closing that justice gap is, providing a free service to people who couldn't otherwise find that necessary legal advice. And I also want to acknowledge Pluti for going the extra mile, and this happened during a time when our city did not have the protections that everyone is kind of talking about now. We're just now getting to that point where we're thinking about crafting protections for mobile home residents beyond what the state demands of us. And so for that team to step up, I recognize that and I appreciate that. I also want to say one last thing. There were allusions or comparisons between Winchester Ranch and what's happening in West Winds in my district, in District 4. And I just want to say that let's not make those comparisons just yet, because there's nothing that we know of factually beyond speculation and hearsay that there is any park closure in West Winds happening. Mayor Liccardo and I will get to the bottom of that. This council, I believe, soon will deal with protections that we can implement to stop any potential danger that might be impending upon the residents at West Winds. But as of this moment, it's simply one letter going around, and we have to get to the bottom of it still. So I don't want the people at West Winds losing any sleep over this, and I hope they don't. But tonight we're celebrating Winchester Ranch, and I'm with you. Thanks so much.
All right. Is there any other comments? Let's vote on Vice Mayor Jones' motion. All right. That's approved unanimously. And thank you all for your engagement in the process. All right. Now we're going to item 10.2. where I suspect there won't be such unanimity of joy. The site development permit and parking agreement with Almaden Corner, and we have a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Rosalind Huey, Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. And I'm joined by our Planning Department staff, Patrick Kelly, who served as project manager for this project. Ryan Doe is here from Public Works. And we have 2 team members from our environmental review team. So the project before you is located at the corner of West Santa Clara Street and North Almaden Boulevard. It is a hotel project that's 19 stories with 272 guest rooms. It includes a 1,200 square foot lobby that has a restaurant and bar. The project also has a rooftop restaurant and bar that faces West Santa Clara Street and also has an open rooftop deck. There is no parking provided on the site, but there are 32 bicycle spaces located in the ground floor hotel lobby area. The project also includes a parking agreement between the applicant and the city to allow up to 41 parking spaces in the Market San Pedro Square parking garage. Oops. Can't go back. So here is an aerial detail of the site. As you can see, it's located adjacent to the Hotel Dianza, and to the rear of the site is the Axis residential development. A supplemental environmental impact report was conducted for the project. The public circulation period was from August 19th through October 3rd of last year. City staff received and responded to 12 comment letters. There is less than significant impact with mitigation measures regarding air quality, vibration impacts, biological resources, and hazards and hazardous materials. There are no significant unavoidable impacts, therefore no statement of overriding consideration is required by the City Council. So regarding community outreach for the project, a community meeting was held on February 4th of last year. The item went to the Historic Landmarks Commission on early referral as per the City Council policy on historic preservation. They reviewed it on April 3rd of last year. Regarding the major comments and concerns we heard from the Landmarks Commission and residents, including the height and massing of the building, respect of the historic character of the Hotel Dianza, the lack of on-site parking, and construction staging. So there were changes made to the project to address the concerns heard, particularly regarding design. So the stepped-up portion of the top of the building has been redesigned that results in a cutaway that actually angles away from the Hotel Dianza. And the floor mass is decreased beginning at the 9th floor that actually provides a sculpted appearance on the building. So in this rendering, it's a little bit hard to see, but you can see how that angle is stepped back away from Hotel Dianza. This is a rendering of the project. This view is facing eastward along Santa Clara. And you can see the rooftop restaurant and bar. So city staff received a comment letter from the Axis Homeowners Association on January 10th, and they had 3 key issues that they suggested in their letter. First was around the public garage being used for a private purpose. And the city uses its assets, such as parking garages, to promote economic development, particularly in downtown, where we want to incentivize businesses and developers to help them meet their parking requirements. And really, it's the city's goal, actually, to reduce parking and the need of parking in our downtown. There are currently other downtown hotels that actually have parking agreements with the city. And it's been determined that the Market San Pedro Square garage has capacity for these 41 spaces. Regarding the review by the Historic Landmarks Commission, as I mentioned, the commission provided comments on early referral on April 3rd. As a result, as I shared earlier, the design of the project was modified to address those comments. The HLC did provide comments on the draft supplemental EIR in October, and staff did respond to those comments as we do respond to all comments received on the draft EIR, and they were included. Regarding the parking valet operations, staff is actually recommending to change or alter the permit condition to actually include that a minimum of 2 valet staff would be available during the non-peak hours at the site, and that the valet parking operations be evaluated periodically to see if any adjustments would be needed. So staff recommendation to the City Council is that you adopt a resolution certifying the supplemental EIR and adopt the associated mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, that the council adopt a resolution approving subject to conditions, the site development permit, and here is the change language for permit condition number 9. The text in underline is the new language that we are suggesting, so that a minimum of 2 valet staff be provided during the non-peak traffic hours. We are recommending that the language at maximum hotel occupancy actually be deleted. And we are recommending that the parking valet operations be evaluated periodically by the Departments of Public Works and Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. We are also recommending the council to approve the parking agreement between the city and the applicant to allow up to 41 parking spaces in the Market San Pedro Square garage for 10 years. And I do want to acknowledge the memorandum from Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and Council Members Perales, Jimenez, and Camus to actually modify the options from 2 10-year options to 1 2-year option. And that concludes staff recommendation. We are available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Rosalind. Okay, as we always do, we'll go first to our applicant. Is that right? Okay, Mr. Tersini, you have 5 minutes, and then we'll go to members of the community.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mark Tersini, KT Urban. I'm pleased to be in front of you this evening with a hotel project that has been in the works for a number of years. And with the strong demand for hotel and the need for additional hotel rooms, both for the convention center, for the SAP facility, for the concert facilities, and also this to address the new activation or the continued activation of the downtown core with the expansion of Adobe, with the new office development by J. Paul. The demand continues to be extremely strong for hotel rooms, not only in the entire Bay Area, but more particularly in the downtown core. We have spent a lot of energy and time with staff, and I appreciate the urban designer on the planning staff today, along with the peer review that took place throughout the review and the different iterations of the design. I also want to compliment Councilmember Perales for his taking a strong leadership role with respect to really looking at the design as it does interface with the De Anza and also with the Axis residents. Recognizing that we are now at a point in time in the downtown renaissance where you're actually having residents that are going to weigh in on new development that may cause them pause. And it's perfectly acceptable, and also along with what has been a hotel that's been very favored in San Jose for a number of years. And I'm very familiar with the hotel. I spent a lot of time in the hotel. We had my parents' 50th anniversary in the hotel. My parents almost made 65 years, but my father passed away in May of 2019. I think if he would have made it to the 65, we may have done another event there. It's a beautiful hotel. We believe the new hotel will actually complement the De Anza Hotel. What I mean by that is it's going to create additional activation on the street, and the occupants of that hotel will have an opportunity to say, hey, we may want to go to the Headley Room and have a nice, quiet drink and visit with our friends. Or we may just want to enjoy the interior of the De Anza Hotel. Similar to what I do when I travel to Chicago, San Francisco, New York, and other parts of the country. There's a synergism that comes between the hotel you're staying in and the hotel in close proximity. We also believe that energy will allow the occupancy of both hotels to be very strong, to play off of each other, because it is in a nice setting in close proximity, as we know, to the SAP and walkable to the Diridon Station, and therefore I think the not having parking is something that we're very comfortable with here, but I've also been able to interface with the ownership of the management of 333 West Santa Clara Street, the Comerica Bank building, a privately owned garage, and they have more capacity than they need, and are very open to providing parking stalls for the staff and the workers at the hotel, to a point of where they suggested to me that they would charge half the rate of the normal going rate to help those individuals, because it is parking can become a burdensome cost when you're employed in a hotel. So with that said, I just want to compliment staff and the environmental team. It was a very extensive document, and I appreciate the effort that went into the report and the timeliness of the report, and I appreciate staff's favorable, or council's favorable recommendation for the hotel this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trissini. Okay, we may come back to you with questions, but for now, let's hear from the community. I ask everyone to come up as I call your name, and thank you for your patience in waiting for this item. Walter Solner, John Mitchell, Embert Madison, Jeannie, I'm going to mispronounce your last name because I can't quite read this, but I think it's Berbekmos, Bill Souders, and Brian G. Hi, Walter.
Hi, Raul. Hello, board and mayor, city council. I am here, my name is Walter Sollner, and I'm here representing PAC, San Jose, and also South University Neighborhood Association. I have grave concerns regarding the proposed Moxie Hotel to be built within several feet of the historic De Anza Hotel. My three concerns, I have three concerns. Number one is, it's just too big in proportion to the De Anza Hotel. It's only several feet away, according to the designs. It infringes on the historic and the aesthetic beauty of the Art Deco Hotel, which is, of course, the De Anza. Number two, no parking for a hotel. Really? No parking for a hotel? I mean, yes, you're going to have parking across the street or somewhere in some other building. It is encouraging to hear that you're going to have 37, bicycle stations. It's kind of a joke. But dumping the guests' autos onto the streets and the overextended parking garages is a complete disregard to the workability of downtown traffic. Number three concern, giving parking waivers, to me, is outrageous to developers. Also, giving away the required city parks allocations to developers is another outrage. It injures every citizen in San Jose by depriving them of the enhanced quality of life parks and open spaces provide. Please cancel or at least curtail the appropriate building that's under considerations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Embert Madison, and I'm from the law firm Hoke Fenton, and we represent the Hotel De Anza. I'm here to express the hotel's opposition to the project because Hotel De Anza will face serious construction and operational issues that may lead to the demise. We have voiced our concerns for over a year, yet the developer has never bothered to speak to us. I have 3 short reasons why we have voiced our opposition this evening. First, the project will financially injure the Hotel De Anza. Upon completion, the project and Hotel De Anza will be separated by a mere 3 feet. But the proposed mitigation measures do not address the shading of 45 rooms of the Hotel De Anza by the project that will tower above. We estimate the project will directly cause a $3 million per year loss to the Hotel De Anza post-construction. During construction, the revenue loss is estimated to be almost twice as much because, as a historic building, the Hotel De Anza's windows do not provide sufficient sound deadening to allow guests to enjoy the rooms near construction. The second reason we voice our opposition tonight is that the project has an incomplete parking plan. The project intends to satisfy guest and employee parking needs of a 272-room hotel with a mere 41 off-site parking spaces. Concurrent with the approval of the project, the city plans to enter into a parking agreement with the project applicant for a mere 20 years. The useful life of the project will far exceed 20 years. However, there is no discussion of how the project will meet the city's parking requirements for the project's entire existence. And thirdly, the project will exacerbate traffic congestion in the immediate area. The completion of the project will bring hundreds more daily visitors to the intersection of the project, but the circulation issues associated with this impact are not adequately analyzed and mitigated. The SEIR does not take into account the morning and evening peak hours of traffic, as many in the intersection as many of the intersections that will be used to shepherd vehicles to and from the valet parking will be significantly impacted. The Hotel De Anza would like the opportunity to work with all stakeholders to design a project that benefits the entire community and not just the project applicant.
Thank you, sir.
Unfortunately, to date, we have not had that opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome. Bill Souders, Brian G., John Mitchell, please come on down, folks. I'm calling you because I expect you'll stand there. Thanks.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name's John Mitchell. You know some of me as the Preservation Council guy that's advocating for our clock tower. I'm sure the rest of you have heard of me. I'm here. We've heard a lot of arguments, and there are going to be a lot of more arguments from the citizens, the good citizens of your community, your town, that have some real strong feelings about this development next to their historic hotel. Beyond the factors such as parking and traffic and that, there's the aesthetics to be concerned with. And I'd like to ask the council to at least put this into abeyance so that we can come back with a better design that's more complementary and works better for our city. I have here today, I've taken this shirt off my back, and I'm presenting it not as a gift, not as a quid pro quo, but just as a badge of honor for any council person that would like to wear this and at least ask us, everybody, the planning and whatnot, to come back and look at this and see if we can't come up with a better design that's more workable for the community, for the hotel, and even for Mr. Tersini, my friend, the developer, that we can't all have some copacetic and good project here. So can I leave this right here?
I tell you what, why don't you hand that to the clerk, and then our city attorney will figure out whether or not that's an inducement for a vote. Hopefully nobody will get arrested. We'll be all right. No. Okay, welcome. Is it Jenny? Jeannie, please forgive me, Jeannie. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor
and city council members. Section 20.70.110 of the zoning ordinance requires projects over 150 feet in height that are constructed within 100 feet of the city landmark structure are reviewed by the Historic Landmark Commission, and that the comments of the HLC be considered by the City Council. My comments are regarding the resolution approving the site development permit and the fact that the resolution doesn't even mention the October 3rd letter from the HLC, but instead discusses some more general comments of the HLC from April on a prior design. The October letter is much more direct and specific. The HLC's concern include the incompatibility of the proposed design, including but not limited to the disproportionate scale, choice of materials, and nominal attempt to acknowledge the massing of the historic structure. They go on to say the proposed 19-story structure has dwarfed the 10-story stepped massing of the De Anza Hotel, with little to no attempt at mitigating this sizable, undeniable impact. No attempt has been made to address the sheer 9-story disparity between the two projects. This is a direct, unmitigated impact. Another quote from the HLC's letter is, "The materials in the Almaden Corner Hotel are clearly not compatible." Their concluding paragraph says the city has in the past required other projects constructed near historic resources to comply with both the Secretary of Interior and the City Historic Preservation Ordinance. The proposed hotel, as submitted, fails in both regards, close quote. My last comments regard the co-workers to be on the project, both construction and operations. If the project is approved, the developer and the hotel owner will make a lot of money. Workers should make enough money so they can afford to live here. Please support labor, good wages, and local hire for this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Bill.
Good evening. My name is Bill Souders. I'm a downtown core resident, and I'd like to start out my comments with a brief quote from the memo that Sergio and Raul and Johnny and Sam and Chappie felt necessary to put out last week. It says, I quote, "This gateway corner of downtown will continue to densify, and with it, potentially, more vehicular, pedestrian, and micromobility traffic." Do you think? It is important that all major stakeholders continue to work together to ensure that circulation issues do not create barriers to the economic health of their respective operations. What does that even mean? And by the way, how are you considering the health of my operation, which happens to be my home and my neighborhood? Downtown is finally on the verge of popping, having something great happen. But the planning has barely started yet, and it's not anywhere close to being completed. The integrated station plan, the Google campus, the Diridon area plan, the parking strategy hasn't even started. BART construction, when that happens, right through that corner, and so on. DOT cannot even give us something that looks like a model of what the traffic patterns might look like in the station area alone. So, the ERI stated that the hotel with virtually no parking will generate nearly 2,300 additional vehicle trips per day. That lot has been vacant for decades. Why the rush? Why right now? You guys back down when a handful of NIMBYs come out because they don't want you to put tiny homes on lots that are larger than this lot. It's 0.2 acres. So that seems to be okay in everybody's mind. But when the Tersini brothers decide that they want to flip another entitlement, then you all come rushing in to approve it. Explain that. It makes no sense. So if you approve this, you will be responsible for scarring our downtown forever. So
Thank you, Mr. Souders.
all I'm asking,
Mr. Souders, I'm sorry, your time's up.
no,
your time's up, sir.
Tersini talked
No,
a lot longer
your
than
time's
this.
up. Sorry.
All right, let me just close with my
No,
request.
your time's up. Sorry, sir. Everyone gets 2 minutes. Everyone gets 2 minutes. Thank you. Welcome, Brian. After Brian is Barbara Goldstein, Sylvia Carroll, Andre Luthard, Mark Lewis, and someone who did not sign their name, but they're with PAC SJ. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Brian Galuth, and I'm a downtown resident. I'd like to say good evening to all the members in the council. I wanted to start off by saying that I'm not here to protest the development of the land, but to contest the massive size of the development, especially next to one of our city's most recognizable national landmarks. And I want to emphasize the word national landmark. And I also have concerns about pedestrian and even traffic safety. In previous meetings, such as the Historic Landmarks Commission, an HLC member commented it might be a better cityscape view if this building was stepped down, or you split the difference between the condo building and the Hotel De Anza. The historic recommendations to do that would give a more very dynamic streetscape experience from both the vehicle driving down Almaden and the pedestrian level when walking by. And architecturally, it simply isn't very interesting with the heavy gesture at the southwest corner, which does not help the element feel integrated into the cityscape, especially since architecturally it's very different from the hotel and the condo building behind it. I think we all understand that we need more hotel rooms in San Jose, but I'm asking that we do it with a more smart plan that doesn't destroy the cityscape, doesn't create increased traffic problems, and doesn't put pedestrians at risk. I don't know if anyone has tried this, but I pretended I was a guest checking in at the hotel as it's proposed. Get out of the car with a few other occupants, unload luggage, give a name, get a ticket, then drive it to the parking structure 2.5 blocks away during a Sharks game, and then run back or walk back based on traffic and pedestrian traffic. It took me almost 12 minutes for one car. Now imagine this current structure at this height is going to have anywhere, well, let me back up. On the AC Hotel, on a regular night, they have 3 to 5 cars out front, and that is off the street from Santa Clara because you can pull in and pull in front of the hotel. If this structure is 2.5 times that, you're going to be looking at anywhere from 10 to 12 cars waiting, and with only 2 spots available, that means the remaining 10 cars are going to be backed up on Santa Clara Street, westbound towards SAP.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Welcome, Barbara.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm Barbara Goldstein. I'm opposed to the architectural design and bulk of the Almaden Corner Hotel. The De Anza Hotel adjacent to it is designated historic icon, valued for its stepped massing, its Art Deco detail, its neon sign, and its pink color. It's the terminus of Almaden Boulevard, and whatever is built beside this beautiful building should complement it, not obscure and diminish it. The current proposal is beneath the dignity of our evolving downtown. It's hostile to the pedestrian environment, it's too bulky, and it's unresponsive to the 2019 downtown design guidelines, which require that new buildings adjacent to historic icons step back and complement their architecture. It's actually notable that the planning department used the downtown design guidelines from 2004 rather than the ones that they commissioned and paid for in 2019. There are many examples of projects that gracefully live beside historic buildings and complement them. Notably, I'd point to the Biltmore Hotel Tower in downtown LA, which was a collaboration between the Biltmore Hotel and the new tower. I respectfully suggest that City Council direct the Planning Department to convene a thorough design review process for this site, and that the current proposal be shelved until a more suitable design and appropriate density are proposed. For too long, the city of San Jose has given away its history in exchange for buildings like this that lack in detail, are pedestrian unfriendly, and feature expansive blank facades. This is no way to build a beautiful and sustainable downtown. Let the developer of this site rise to the occasion and propose a building that respects its neighbors and adds to the cityscape.
Thank you, Barbara. Good evening, Andre.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Andre Lutard. I'm with the Preservation Action Council. As you may know, San Jose was founded in 1777, and it has grown considerably since then. Historic buildings, large and small, contribute to what makes San Jose a unique and special place, a place that is distinctive from other cities and uniquely San Jose. Unfortunately, we have lost many historic buildings to development, fire, illegal demolition, etc. These losses make our remaining architectural resources that much more special and due for exceptional protections. The rush to develop practically every square foot of downtown San Jose has put extreme pressure on those resources. City residents have to put up with many things. They deal with traffic, high cost of living, homelessness, and other issues. Especially for longtime residents, preserving our historic signs and buildings provides a comforting connection to our city's history. Losing our familiar and cherished vistas makes for just another reason why folks get fed up and move to other states or cities. The view east of the iconic De Anza Hotel Neon and its impressive Art Deco architecture has been unobscured since the historic hotel opened nearly 90 years ago. And this vista is something that new visitors and residents enjoy as much as old-timers. The Almaden 8 Hotel is just another project that disrespects our historic cultural resources. First, a totally inappropriate tower across the street from the Bank of Italy. Now this proposed project, and perhaps soon, another tower that will cantilever and loom over the Montgomery Hotel. Is nothing sacred anymore? For the sake of current and future generations, please deny this proposal.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Sylvia Carroll. Our city mothers and fathers, and you city council members are our city mothers and fathers, talk often about happiness of the residents and civic pride. And one of the things we're proud of and make us happy is historic buildings, and we like them and we enjoy them, and we don't want to lose them, and we don't want to ruin them by ugly structures. I like to be proud of my city, and the way this is planned now, I'm sorry, I'll be ashamed of my city.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Lewis.
Mayor, City Council, good evening. My name is Mark Lewis. My wife Sherry and I have been downtown advocates for 30 plus years, and we moved downtown 2.5 years ago. Philosophically, we are pro-growth, respective, appropriate, well-planned growth. The proposed hotel is not the appropriate project for the Almaden Santa Clara corner. Many negative impacts have been cited. Our most significant concerns are that there is sure to be significant traffic and congestion near and around the access driveway that hotel guests' operations will cause, especially at peak times, that will regularly be blocking residents from accessing their homes. The traffic congestion at the corner will be excessive as well. I'm thinking of the crowds heading to a Sharks game now, and then thinking of them having to mix it up with out-of-town guest Uber, Lyft, and valet drivers. Also of a concern is the negative impact to the De Anza Hotel, aesthetically, operationally, and ultimately financially. That would be a loss to the entire city. Any project on this plot will require that the stakeholders work out the details, but that is only possible when the stakeholders are given a workable starting platform. We agree the downtown needs hotels. Let's just find the right places for them. And there is a right project for the Almaden Santa Clara Street corner. This hotel just isn't that right project. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. After our next speakers, Josue Garcia, Wade LaPearl, Gail Frank, Ed Corrigan, and Andrew Chang.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I believe I'm the person without a name on my card. My name is Lisa Wongsness. I am a PAC member. And I want to say that it's so terribly disappointing and disheartening to be here tonight having to fight to protect the De Anza Hotel, a beautiful city heritage landmark. It is sad and almost inconceivable to believe that the proposed hotel project, which will indeed adversely impact the Hotel De Anza, even though some of the proposal in language does not say that it does, might actually be approved tonight. Does the city have so little confidence in itself and who we are that we are unable to say no to such an inappropriate development? Compromise was mentioned for the previous development. If the design of the structure that was shown in the illustration was the compromise we've received on this project, I disagree. That was no compromise. It's inappropriate. If this project is approved, it will stand as a testament to the short-sighted choices being made here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, sir.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. I'm a resident at Axis, right next to this proposal lot, and I want to speak for my neighbors as well. I want to kind of speak simply, give us people a sense of scale. The lot size is about how wide this room is, and the square of that. And they want to build 20-story building in this exact space with no buffer zone. On one side is a street, Almaden. On the other side is Santa Clara. And the third side is our parking entry, garage entry, which is about from here to there, to Council Member Foley. And let's imagine now, to build a 20-story building, you need a crane. The crane length to swing up is twice as long, with the ballast the size of a car. And now I want to imagine this scenario. There's been an accident. Something dropped from the 20th floor during construction. And somebody's child is here. Or you're driving around here. It landed on somebody. And this is something you cannot take away. It's not aesthetics. It's not pretty. It's a life. This is about safety. And if that happens, I like to look proactively. If something happens, who is responsible? Nobody has died yet, and somehow I'm kind of almost tearful because I'm worried, And then about community, we all talk about hotels and aesthetics, historics, but what about the people who invested their homes here? From first floor to 20th floor, somebody's going to block your view completely, and then have strangers looking into your room, into your bathroom every day. And then you're going to have drunken people looking, peering. You can't talk sense to them. They're going to play music at night, waking you up when you're trying to go to bed at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Please think about it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Just one moment. After our next speaker, I have Ed Corrigan, Paul Bocha, I believe it's Bocha. Please forgive me, I'm not sure I'm reading it correctly. Sarah McDermott, Denise Olenek, and Grace Yang. Hi.
Hi, I'm Gail Frank, and this project for me is wrong on so many levels. The proposed 19-story incompatible tower, only 3 feet from the western property line, disrespects our city landmark and nationally listed Art Deco Hotel De Anza, and may result in its demise. It needs to be built somewhere else. I ask that the city use the Phase 2 SEIR from 2008 as its guide to the physical limits of the design on this parcel. In that document, the applicant noted a 6-story height limit and an appropriate setback in deference to the Hotel De Anza. I strongly agree with a comment I read in the SEIR for this project, stating that the city wishes denser development, but that doesn't mean that every building should be built to its full density. For good planning, some parcels must not be built to the full potential height. Even Google recognizes this. Their conceptual development plan for the Diridon Station area emphasized that they were not planning their development to the full density limit because there needs to be space and light and air in order to have a healthy well-planned community. Please consider keeping space, light, and air around the historic Hotel De Anza by not approving a resolution allowing construction of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ed Colligan.
Ed, forgive me, I'm sorry.
I'm an original resident of the Axis building. In 2008, I purchased the unit partially to help stimulate the revitalization of downtown. I knew if no one ever lived in downtown, the area would never grow. So that was part of the intent. So I'm all about vibrant downtown. I could go on a long list of grievances about, and you're going to hear them all today, so I don't need to go into that. I'd like to pop this discussion up a level and ask you to step away from what I'm sure is a crazy day-to-day responsibility of running a city and ask yourselves why you got into San Jose politics in the first place. Didn't you want to build a great city, well-planned, well-functioning, with iconic buildings? I'm sure you did. We have a number of cornerstone buildings in this city: the Tech Museum, the Fairmont, the Convention Center, SAP Center, the Hotel De Anza, and most recently, this beautiful building that is one of the most iconic modern city halls in the country. The leadership of this city took the time to build the right city hall on this site because they knew it was a cornerstone building. The site at Almaden Corner is a cornerstone site. We should do it right, not just do the expedient thing to get one more decision behind us or for the benefit of one developer. We should do the right thing for the citizens of this city. We live in one of the wealthiest, most beautiful areas of the world, and San Jose deserves to be one of the most high-tech, thoughtful, well-planned, and yes, beautiful cities in the world. I know everyone wants cranes in the air, and there is a feeling that traffic is a non-issue, but if I wanted the gridlock and wall-to-wall buildings of San Francisco, I would live there. We have the opportunity to build a better planned, multimodal city with a little space, grand boulevards, and in our iconic spots, beautiful buildings. This project is not a well-planned from a design, traffic, or use perspective.
Thanks,
We should
Ed.
build something that complements the Hotel De Anza and greets visitors and citizens alike at the head of this grand boulevard.
Thanks,
Let's
Ed.
be the Dyson or Apple
Ed, thank you.
of cities, not the
Ed,
Hoover.
Thank you. Ed, thank you. Welcome. Welcome. Sarah, come on up.
Good evening, Sarah McDermott. I'm here on behalf of Unite Here Local 19. We represent the workers at almost every downtown hotel in San Jose, including the Hotel De Anza. We are very concerned about the impact this project will have on our members at the De Anza in particular and on the entire nearby community. We understand that the city needs more hotel rooms, and we are supportive of taller hotels under certain circumstances. However, when large-scale construction happens, it must be done thoughtfully and with thorough consultation and negotiation with affected stakeholders. That has not happened adequately here. Unfortunately, in this case, if you approve this project as proposed, you will be accepting that it's fine even if the new project comically dwarfs an existing hotel, adversely impacts the residents at Access, creates traffic issues at a busy intersection, and for all intent and purposes, mostly hides a beautiful mural. And yet, it still gets access to prime public parking. Our members already have a hard time parking for work, and this is going to make that much worse. As you can see tonight from the turnout and the testimony and the t-shirts, this project is upsetting a lot of folks. But you are being asked to push those folks' concerns to the side and plow forward by giving the project a valuable public resource in the form of a parking agreement. The memo from Mayor and Council does take a stab at addressing some of these issues, but the city should not offer up these valuable parking spots when so many stakeholders are feeling they are getting a raw deal. We think the council should delay executing this parking agreement to allow for more time for the developer and stakeholders to find common ground. On behalf of the members at the De Anza, thank you for considering these issues.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Captain America. Edward McMahon wrote, "Growth is inevitable and desirable, but destruction of community character is not. The question is not whether your part of the world is going to change. The question is how. I have no skin in this game other than being a citizen of this fine city who's been waiting for a long time for this city to grow up. I go to cities throughout the country and around the world, and I see public art everywhere. I see murals everywhere. I see architectural character everywhere. Here we have so very little of this. So few iconic buildings, so few murals. So here we have this tiny sliver of space, often in shade of ordinary buildings, where on the side of this iconic, deeply loved building, a beautiful mural lives. And next to it, the oh so tiny, delicate painting of the diving woman, which has graced that wall since before most of us were born. This project makes no sense. Please, please, please vote at least to suspend this for a while before you can figure things out, because this idea is bad. And no offense to the planning department, but 0 parking spaces for 272 guest rooms? Who's doing the math over there?
Thank you. Mr. Garcia?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. José Garcia, representing Silicon Valley MEPS, and we are here asking you to please suspend this project for now and send the developer back to talk to the community. This project, as many people have mentioned, they have parking issues, design issues, too small of a site. As you know, my take is that we still don't have this will be one more project without strong labor protections, without strong prevailing wage requirements, good benefits to the community, without local hire. It's the beginning of the year, and for what we can tell, it's going to be the same trend where you will continue to approve projects without any worker protections. And if I can ask every single person that is against the project to stand up, please. Every one of you that is against the project, please stand up. And look at this community. I mean, it's not even labor anymore. It's everybody is opposed to this project, and all we are asking is to stop the project for right now and send the developer back to talk to the community. I think something can be worked out, but we need your support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. After our next speaker, I have Paul Bacha, Grace Yang, Mike Sodergren, Chris Giangreco, and anyone else who submitted a card who hasn't yet spoken. Come on up.
All right. Yes, Honorable Mayor, City Council, my name is Wade LaPearl. I'm Executive Manager for the Santa Clara Valley Contractors Association. I speak on behalf and for over 30 local contractors here in Santa Clara County who do work here, San Jose often. Right now, they have the same concerns as many of these citizens of a not very well-planned project, not even sure that it needs to be built. But if this project is built, they would oppose approval of this project as proposed by this developer, KT Urban. KT Urban tells the City Council and Mayor and San Jose residents it is a responsible developer. What does responsible mean? The project should not be approved without more protections for the historical building, Hotel De Anza, and conditions for the developer to hire local mechanical and construction workers if KT Urban wants to live up to being a responsible developer. Housing projects built with substandard wages and trained labor force have proven to add, without a trained labor force, have proven to add to homelessness and a worsening economic conditions in the cities they're built in, because it decreases the available work for workers in the community while not paying fair wages for workers who are not well trained and travel long distances to work for less. In the long run, this type of situation leads to a downward spiral of despair for local community members. Local contractors deserve a shot at this work. They don't feel they have a local shot at this work because KT hires general contractors who do not hire local labor and pay standard wages. It takes time and money to bid these projects, and local contractors can't spend their valuable time and money to bid projects if they have no chance of being awarded the work because they are honorable and long-standing local contractors who pay fair wages for their locally trained workers, and they can't compete against unscrupulous contractors who are willing to employ workers for lower wages than our residents earn to support their families and hope to retire with dignity and not become dependent on taxpayer-funded social services at the end of their careers.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Welcome. Chris, come on up. If any of the other individuals I called, come on up. Great. Welcome.
Christine Greco. You all know I'm here on behalf of the mobile home park issue. This was a new issue for me. I didn't know anything about this issue until after I came back in from talking with my neighbors after the fact here. But what I've heard tonight, I've had the sense for quite a while that the city really has very little sensitivity to its architecture and its culture versus development and growth. I've gotten that sense with the Century 21 Theater. I've gotten that sense in many different ways, and I would just urge, I'm not here to advocate pro or con on this because I don't know enough about this particular development and the issue, but I would say that I feel like the city needs to run with caution when it's making a decision that might impact cultural resources, architectural resources, other things of that nature. And this development just seems, from what I've heard, to be pushing that zone a little bit. A lot of concerned citizens, and I can understand their concern. I can't speak of their concern for this particular project, and I've got no vested interest in this project other than the way the project might impact our architecture and our cultural, historic assets that we have in the city. So I would just urge the council to move with caution regarding things that might impact those cultural assets that we have so few of left in the city.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Dear Mayor and Council members, my name is Grace Young. I'm here representing myself as a private citizen, a proud naturalized U.S. citizen, and my unborn child, and my husband, our small family, possibly a lot of the access young families, and also people who care about the Dianza Hotel. So I have 2 points to make. The first one is the Dianza Hotel. A lot of people talked about it's a historical site, and then we need to preserve it. And I have actually 2 data points, a good example and a bad example. My husband, he's an Italian, so we all know the Roman Forum. It's beautiful, it's well preserved. So that's the good example. And I grew up in China, and then China has the Great Wall, but there's a lot of other things that was destroyed and can never be rebuilt. And then in my hometown, there's these places 40 years ago I grew up with. They were destroyed, and then people now are thinking about rebuilding it, but you don't have anything to build upon. So please don't make the mistake that we're going to regret later on. On a personal level, and when I was looking at 272 rooms with no parking, I love Dianza. Dianza still has a problem about parking. Their valet is not very effective. When I was driving home, now that I'm pregnant, I'm 8 months pregnant, and then I look at all these valet blocking my driveway, and I cannot imagine my unborn child running around on the street. Can you let your kid do that? It's very dangerous. Without a proper planning for the parking, 272 rooms. Can you imagine, where are all those 272 cars gonna go? They're gonna pile out on the street, and what if a young child running around get hit? Who's responsible? Even if the family gets paid millions of dollars, but the child is gone, that's not acceptable. So I'm here requesting you to think about your family, think about all these other people, think about the historical heritage that we're trying to keep, and then think about opposing this project. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Welcome, sir.
Hey, shortly after I got back from Paris, I was greeted with this project and said, oh, good, right? If you've walked on the streets of Paris, you run into this interesting thing. Ben Franklin's name is on a street. And then you find all these other citizens in the United States that are on a street. And then you realize that you're surrounded everywhere you look. You don't even have to pay to go in a museum. Everything's beautiful, everything's architecturally preserved. I was visiting my sister-in-law in Paris who used to work for Pixar, and she did this movie called Up, right? Where they took balloons to haul it out because development was coming around and swallowing it. So if you, Cassie, if you can put that second one up there, I just want to point out that the CEQA process requires a discussion of alternatives. And this is just an alternative I looked at, and I was being a little cheeky here, but hey, Moxie, step back 5.5 feet from the Grand Dame and let her breathe. And that could have been done as an alternative in the analysis of alternatives that would have given 14 feet of separation between the De Anza and the Moxie, but no, we're stuck at 11.5 feet. So anyway, I just want to thank you very much. I also want to point out with that drawing that we're analyzing these projects like we would do it in the 50s. This is the capital of Silicon Valley. We should be using 3D models and BIM models on all of our projects. We should not have to evaluate these things based on artist renditions. If we are not, I'm going to say this as quick as I can, if we are not 100% sure that we have reviewed every document that's been submitted by the Historic Landmarks Commission and the community on this project, we should not approve this project tonight. If we're not 100% sure that the EIR that was done for phase 2 of the original Axis project in 2008 isn't going to come back to bite us legally, then we should not approve this project tonight. If we're not 100% sure that this project won't cause physical harm or economic harm to the De Anza, we should not go forward with this project tonight. If we are not sure
Thank you, sir.
that BART and
Thank
other
you.
public transportation projects are not going to be affected, we should not do this project tonight, and all of them.
Thank you, sir. Has everyone who's spoken been able to be heard at this point? I want to make sure everyone who's turned in a card has been heard. Okay. All right, thank you all. I want to thank all the members of the community who came to speak. And I know that Councilman Perales is about to speak, but before he does, I usually don't jump in, but I think I have to at this point because I know there are many friends, folks who I've regarded as friends for many years who have spoken on this item, and I know they may not feel like they're my friends after this vote, but I do, and I know that leadership sometimes is about disappointing your friends. And I want to explain why I feel the way I do about this, because I think a lot of folks have raised some very important points, and a lot of very thoughtful folks have raised very important issues that go back many years here in this city, how we treat historic resources, how we develop, how we plan, how we deal with parking, which I know it seems pretty pedestrian, part of the pardon, but it's a big issue, I know, for a lot of folks. So I'd just like to explain my thinking about why I'm supporting this project, so at least if people are disappointed and unhappy, at least they understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. And I'll let my colleagues speak for themselves. I think when we've allowed everyone to have an opportunity to speak, and that's certainly your right and your entitlement. And I'm happy to continue to listen after this meeting. But as long as we're speaking, I just ask everyone to be quiet for the purpose of the decorum of the council. And we'll be able to get through this meeting fairly quickly. I think that Rosalind spoke to this issue about reducing the need for parking. And I think more specifically what she was referring to was the need for construction of new parking. And that is why we have often made arrangements to allow developers to use public parking and pay the cost of leasing that parking for the benefit of the public. And the purpose of that is twofold. One, because we know that requiring structured parking on many projects, particularly on small sites like this one, is likely to mean that nothing ever gets built. At $60,000 a space, it means it's probably going to be an empty space forever, and for a lot of folks, that may be a happy outcome. But when you have perhaps the smallest downtown of any major city in the United States, there's not a lot of reason to have a lot of empty spaces, other than the fact that there's a lack of interest in building in your city. And also because, really most importantly, because we're anticipating a changing world, a world in which we're not going to be depending on parking. And it is quite reasonable to believe in 10 or 15 years from now, there's going to be a lot of empty parking garages in a lot of cities that are going to make a lot of folks scratch their heads about how they can better utilize space in the city. And so telling developers to go build more parking when the world is clearly not moving that direction doesn't make a lot of sense, particularly when you're talking about hotels, because we do a lot of study on parking needs and impacts and traffic studies, and hotel uses typically have the lowest parking demand. And that's because, of course, the world has changed dramatically. Think about the last time you rented a car, particularly if you're going to a downtown destination for a hotel. You're probably there because you're going to a convention, you're going to a civic or cultural event, and that is within walking distance. And even if it's not, you're more likely to be using a taxi, Uber, or Lyft. It is certainly the rental car industry will tell you the world is not moving the direction of people staying at hotels having cars. That's simply not the way the world's moving. It's moving sharply the opposite direction. And it's not the way our city is moving. We're investing billions of dollars in transit along this corridor of Santa Clara Street, where only a couple blocks away will be the busiest multimodal station in the Western United States if we are successful at building it out over the next decade with 7 different major transit lines. That's not a world in which we want to go invest in a lot of structured parking. We'd much rather use our scarce space for all the things that we think are beneficial in our city, whether that's retail, housing, or office, or whatever the use might be. So I appreciate there are folks who are concerned about the fact that there is a parking deal with a public garage, but this has been something we've been doing for certainly 3 or 4 decades. It's nothing new. It becomes more and more imperative, I think, as we move forward, and we're trying to wean ourselves off of the automobile. I believe, I'm not certain of this, but I'm pretty sure the De Anza Hotel does not have any parking within the building either. I don't recall seeing any parking garage around the back. Is that correct, Rosalind?
Yes, Mayor, my understanding is that the De Anza Hotel actually leases parking spaces to meet their parking requirement and needs.
Right, and do they lease them from us or from someone else?
My understanding, and I think Ryando can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the De Anza actually does lease spaces from City Parking Garage.
Okay. So this is a pretty standard arrangement. I got the sense a lot of folks thought this was somehow unique. It's not, and it's the way we're going to continue to move if this city is going to develop as a big city should. Not a city built for cars, but a city built for people. And that has been my passion and something I push very hard for. I think the bigger concern for an awful lot of folks is, and particularly many who are wearing t-shirts who have been passionate about historic preservation and about historic resources, and I'm grateful for your passion. You have done much for this city through many, many years. I know there are many familiar faces. And that is that we have this big glass tower, 19 stories, that's adjacent to this beautiful historic hotel. And I appreciate the sensitivity, and I appreciate the concern about that approach to development, particularly given our history, because we know there was an era in this city back in the 60s and 70s when we tore down a lot of beautiful historic buildings. And it was disgraceful. And I think about buildings, you know, like the old city hall that was over in Cesar Chavez Plaza that we would love to have back today if we could possibly get it back. And that was, I think, a period of awful planning, and the good news is I'd like to believe we've come a long way. The problem I'm concerned with is that the notion is that the pendulum has swung to the point that our sensibilities are that somehow or another all development now should stay away from historic resources, that we regard historic resources, I think the word that was used was sacred, and that anything that is encroaching and too large next to the historic resource is disrespectful. That was another term I heard. And I appreciate the sentiment and the intent behind those words, that we should honor our historic resources, and De Anza is an important one. But great cities, I don't believe, simply keep a large zone of non-development and non-interference around historic resources. Great cities find ways to integrate historic resources and ensure that they can be respected despite what may be larger buildings, more modern buildings all around them. And I'm thinking just off the top of my head, I think about Copley Square in Boston, where that beautiful church and large glass towers all around it. I think about Chicago. It has the Tribune building, which is historic, and the second tallest skyscraper is being built right next to it. And there are many great items of architecture in that city. I think about the London Armories Hotel, where literally the hotel is growing right out of a historic armory. And there are many other examples. It's not the case that we treat historic resources with kid gloves. These are resources that are in a city and as part of a city and within the fabric of a city. And the question is, are we integrating them well or poorly? And I see here clearly that the opinion of folks we've heard testify is that this is a poor job of it. I get it. I understand the opinion. I disagree with the opinion respectfully. And I think when we see how it's done in other cities, and I look at the design of this, and I just ask if we could put the, is it possible for us to put the design, Mark, I don't know if you have it, or Kevin or someone. And I'll just ask, Mr. Tersini, I believe this is the same architect that designed the axis, is that right? That's correct, sir. Okay, it's the same architect designed the axis. I happen to believe that this is a significant improvement, frankly, on the architecture and design we see throughout much of our downtown, particularly if it was built in the 70s or 80s. We'll see if we can get that up on the screen for a moment. So again, I appreciate the concern and frustration of those who have a different opinion. But the reality is we are going to build densely in a city. And we should be doing it well, and we shouldn't simply believe that because something is historic, that means we stop building tall buildings there. Or else, particularly in a small downtown like ours, there's not going to be much room to do much of anything. I know I had heard from many Axis residents, because I have several friends that live in the building, a sentiment that they were not warned that if they moved in, they'd have this building that may be blocking their view, may be obstructing them in some way. And I appreciate that is intensely frustrating, someone who has invested their livelihood in their home, in their condo. And I have no idea what conversations happened or didn't happen. But, you know, as I've observed it since the Axis was built, there's been this big gaping hole right on the corner of our main street in downtown. And I can't help but believe we all kind of expected it would be inevitable that something would be built on this corner. This is supposed to be a very busy corner, and we wouldn't want it to be vacant. We were pretty close there. Do we have it yet? It's coming. Okay. Yeah, if we could get the larger view, that's all right. It's close enough. And, you know, I should point out that this is, after all, it's adjacent to two high-rise structures. So the notion that we wouldn't build a high-rise adjacent to two high-rise structures in a downtown is pretty unlikely. Of course we will. And those structures are going to be different sizes, and that's the way downtowns work. We had it, and I think you just lost it again. That's all right. I know there was an issue raised about a city parks fee, that somehow or another there was a waiver of a parks fee. There's no parks fees that attach to hotels. There never have been. So that's there's been no waiver or special deals on fees here. I know that Bill Souders raised an issue about planning, that planning hasn't started in our downtown, or we need to be doing more planning. We have many, many plans for our downtown, and I can remember well back in 2000, hearing the frustration after the fact when there were many big projects that were planned, and at the time the head of the RDA decided all the projects had to stop so we could do a new plan, the Downtown 2000 strategy. And so all the projects stopped, and then we went into a great recession and all the projects went away so we could do planning. And it's an example that's used by many folks who've been downtown for a while about how the city should or should not get engaged. We do have a plan for the downtown, and in this corridor where we're investing billions of dollars on transit projects, the plan is to build densely. That is, we want to build in a way that supports the transit. We want to build in a way that supports the vibrancy of our downtown, and build in a way that supports all of our objectives in our downtown. For example, right now we've got a convention center that's literally losing events because there aren't enough hotel rooms, and we critically do need hotels. I know that there's also an odd suggestion that somehow or another, in some past vote, we backed down for tiny homes on specific sites, and I'm not sure I understand the factual basis for that allegation. Councilmember Raul Perales is about to speak, in fact, stepped up in a big way to take on a significant tiny home development, which is now being occupied with homeless residents in his district. It's a few blocks from my home, and we have a second tiny home development that's under construction now. So we don't back down, and we're not going to back down. I've heard very recently about construction impacts on the Hotel de Anza, and because those were raised fairly belatedly, I'm really not sure about how to evaluate them. And Rosalind, if I could just ask if staff has had time to consider the objections about the construction impacts on the adjacent hotel, and whether or not the vibration may have some impact on the adjacent hotel. I know that that is standard. I know it's in the report, that it's something that's considered as part of the IR. Could you please tell us how staff evaluates those construction impacts?
Sure, I'm going to ask staff of our environmental review team. I do want to note, Mayor, that that is one of the measures that's included in our mitigation monitoring report, and something that we will be remonitoring as the construction occurs.
Okay.
Hi, Councilmember. My name is Tai-Chao Lee. I am the environmental project manager on this project. And as part of the EIR, and as standards when it comes to construction impacts on many projects, not just in downtown, we do have air quality, and particularly and specifically to the De Anza Hotel, we have vibration monitoring during construction, meaning we are asking them to take a survey of the existing condition, give it to us before we even sign up on grading permits, and we'll be monitoring and having frequent updates from a historic architect and structural architect and engineer regarding if there's crack surveys, what needs to be mitigated, what needs to actually be reviewed again, and also if it goes over a certain threshold, we will halt construction until the impact is mitigated.
Great, thank you. And finally, just this issue about traffic, and there's some suggestion that we haven't somehow or another acknowledged that hotel will create traffic that may slow things down in our downtown. My understanding is we just approved a new EIR for downtown, or a supplemental EIR, what, about 5 months ago? Is that right, Rosalind?
It's been about a year ago, I believe.
As a year ago? Okay, thank you. Nonetheless, the capacity that we anticipate in that supplemental EIR is far greater than this hotel is going to.
That's correct.
Yes. And yes, traffic is something we get in downtowns. For those of us who have been living in downtown, I moved in about 2003. I think there are an awful lot of us who are tired of being in a place where on a Saturday afternoon you could shoot a cannon down 2nd Street and not hit anybody. And traffic is actually a welcome thing in downtowns. It means there are actually people there. We understand and appreciate that traffic can also be a real impediment, particularly on a night when the arena is emptying out. I get it. It's a real pain. But hotels are not huge generators of traffic. Of all the building types we got, this is about as little traffic as you're going to get from a high-rise development anywhere in the downtown. So I appreciate the concerns folks have about this. Please know that we do pay attention to traffic impacts. We model for them. We've upgraded our EIR or updated it as recently as the last year. And there is certainly ample capacity in our roadways and our transit system for this hotel. All right, with that, I know I've talked long enough. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I know some of our city staff cringed a little bit when our staff called you council member, but
Sorry about that, Mayor.
It's all good.
It's okay. Well, I think a little bit of fear sounding redundant. That's what I'm gonna have to sound like, because I definitely wanted to speak about the three major issues that I heard, but certainly echoing some of the comments you made, Mayor. But I do think it's important to address them even still. So first off, I do want to thank all the residents that came out to speak. As the mayor pointed out, equally so, have a relationship with a number of you. And at times, certainly, there are differences of opinions. And I do appreciate as well PAC SJ members in the conversations that we've had with a number of projects throughout the years. And certainly, there's never full agreement across the board. But I hope that you recognize and understand that I do truly value the historic elements that we have in buildings within our city. And as we have worked together a number of times to be able to preserve a lot of those. Indeed, as well, I feel strongly about the Hotel De Anza. PAC SJ members will recall that I told you that that's where I spent my wedding night, and have always had a deep passion for that hotel. Both my wife and I enjoyed many date nights there, and we both were very happy to choose that as a place for our family to stay, and for us to take our wedding photos, which are displayed proudly in my office, and for us to spend our wedding night. And so I have a deep passion for the hotel itself, but I do differ on the opinion of what this new development next to it will do and its impact. I will say in regards to the late comments, and I say late from the Hotel De Anza because I received a formal letter from the general manager, Yves Hansel, at 5 p.m. tonight, actually 5:05, in regards to some of the concerns that I believe the representative from Hoag Fenton mentioned today. Which I think is unfortunate, because I first met with Yves, the general manager there, in October of 2018. I know that there were some comments in regards to the expediency or rushing of this project. It began back in 2018, and we're in 2020. There's no expediency. There's actually been quite an amount of time put into this. And in that first meeting with him, made clear my commitment to be able to connect him, if need be, with the developer, with KT Urban and their team. And at the time, Yves stated to me that his concern was not with the development itself. It was going to be with the future operations and how the two hotels would operate side by side, valet, and issues like that. And so without any sort of contesting of the actual development itself, I never heard from Yves again until December of last year, when he reached out to my team to want to have a meeting. Unfortunately, on I believe it was December 10th, he never responded to my executive assistant in regards to following up on taking a meeting, and there was a date on hold on my calendar for him, and because he never followed up, we never took the meeting. But yet he decided to email me at 5 today saying that it was unfortunate there was no follow-up. It was unfortunate the lack of follow-up was on his part, and as it turned out, he reached out to the wrong chief of staff, to the District 2 chief of staff, and took a meeting with her yesterday. So I can't solve that, and have made myself available for partners, whether it's the Access residents or the Hotel De Anza, other partners or interested parties, to be able to chime in and be able to hear them out. And even if we do have a difference of opinion, as again, the PAC SJ members will know, because I kindly took that meeting, and there's a number of more, I think, meetings we'll have left to go, because there's a lot of projects coming through the downtown core. I'm happy to do so. We may ultimately differ on certain opinions, but at the end of the day, we don't make these decisions in a vacuum. And I do think, I was kind of hoping that some of the residents that reached out to me, I had a couple dozen residents from Access reach out and express support. And I think it's unfortunate because the sentiment that I got, because most of them actually were reluctant to allow us to make their comments public, because they felt concerned. They felt concerned because it didn't feel as though there was sort of an open environment to have a difference of opinion on this project. And this is messages coming from some of your own neighbors that I have emails from that express their own personal opinion, but yet were concerned about expressing it publicly. And I do think that's unfortunate because I did encourage some of them to be able to present today, but I understand the nervousness you may have of speaking out when you know some of your neighbors have so strongly opposed and had a difference of opinion. But that's the case, and certainly we as well are here in a position to make a decision. So not only do we have opinions, but we are able to evaluate the analysis that our staff experts put in, as well as evaluate all the input from community members such as yourself. So I did want to talk a little bit about what the mayor did. Excuse me. Number one, the parking, which was one of the major concerns that we heard. The mayor alluded to it, but I'm going to specify it a little bit further. So Hotel De Anza actually does utilize parking, and it's actually in the same Market San Pedro Street garage. The new hotel across the street, AC Marriott, did not build any parking, zero parking as well. They also have to lease from a neighboring parking garage. The Hilton and the Marriott near the convention center, zero parking. They had to utilize public asset parking, which is at the convention center parking there. It is not uncommon for hotels to have zero parking in a downtown core. And those are hotels, besides AC Marriott, that were built previously before we even had more ambitious goals of actually eliminating cars and getting people to utilize other modes of transportation. The mayor did speak about a trend that is newer as well, which is people not even renting cars, but utilizing the new age transportation like Ubers and Lyfts of the world. I personally happen to have a recent example of it down in San Diego, and the cost of renting a car, even a cheap one, after taxes and insurance and everything you have to pay, was around $80 a day. My wife looked into it. My wife and I looked into that. The price at the hotel we stayed at, because it had zero parking, and the options are either valet, or it literally says, I looked at their website, it says, find a parking garage in the area. The valet is $52 a day. And I was traveling on a convention, and if I were to utilize and have to rent a car at nearly $80 a day, pay for $52 a day, where all I really have to do is get there and then go back to the airport, and it's in a downtown core while I'm walking around. The trend is not just me making that decision. That's the trend that we're seeing across the country in urban environments where people they're not even renting the car. They're traveling in these, when they're on travel, when they're staying in hotels, they're utilizing other modes of transportation. That is our goal. That is what we are shifting and hopefully moving people to. That's why we're doing things like investing in BART into the downtown core. So even still, we have a requirement because there's an analysis that was made, and we certainly don't believe that there will be nobody driving cars. So even still, that's where the requirement of the 41 parking spaces comes from. But again, it's not unheard of that those parking spaces need to come from a neighboring garage, and that neighboring garage may be one of ours. Now, I do personally, as well, have some concerns about us expending our public garage parking spaces, too many of them, to where now they're maybe not accessible for just the general public that wants to go out into the San Pedro area, or people going to a Sharks game. And we have made a number of commitments in that garage. The courthouse, as it was built and came in, has a longer-term parking commitment. Again, as I mentioned, the Hotel De Anza has a long-term parking commitment. And so I did have a concern about that, and which is why in the memorandum that I wrote and had my colleagues co-sign, I talked about eliminating the 10-year options. And I've talked to the developer about this and the requirement that if there is a need for beyond the 20 years, if we ultimately extend it even beyond the first 10-year option, because we will analyze it. And the hope is that the shift that we have in 10 years from now, I guess, cross our fingers, we'll have BART in downtown, that we may not need even that next 10-year extension. But if we do, and it even goes beyond that, beyond the 20 years that I've suggested in my memo, talk to the developer about the need that there will be to evaluate and utilize other off-street parking. The hope is that in 20 years, though, we don't even need that, and that's why we've put these triggers in place to evaluate those options. But I too share that concern that we need to be a bit stingy about our public assets. But we also need to be fair, and we can't just completely eliminate that opportunity for one development or one hotel like this and then make it available for the next. And so that's why in my memorandum I did suggest that we eliminate one of the 10-year options. In my mind, resolves at least my concerns with the parking. In regards to the traffic and the congestion, as well, echoing in regards to what the mayor says, the only thing I think untruthful about the image you see here is we should be seeing 100 more cars on that picture. And that's a good thing. In a downtown core, you want congestion. That's the only way we're going to get people out of their cars. If it's the downtown that the mayor can recall with large open spaces and streets, that means that it's dead. That means nobody's living here, nobody's working here, nobody's coming here for shopping or for dinner. When you have congestion, just like any major urban downtown core, that's when we finally can move people beyond that single occupancy vehicle mode of transportation. And we can get people into other modes of transportation. And just to speak to one of the last speakers as well, and it's not to poke fun at it, but I push my child in a stroller through downtown, and we've gone through San Pedro Market area. I don't care what age my kid is, I wouldn't be letting them run around the downtown core and assume for them to be safe of not getting hit by vehicles or whatever it may be. That's not this environment. Heck, I grew up in West San Jose in a suburban neighborhood, and my parents were concerned about me running around outside. If that's the idea of what somebody living in the downtown environment with children wants, you're not going to achieve it on a street corner. At a park, hopefully, and that's our intent on doing things like being able to actually renovate to the tune of $50+ million parks like St. James Park, to actually make those more usable and family friendly. But it's certainly not the street corner of Almaden in Santa Clara. So I'm sorry, but I don't necessarily share the sentiment that there's the concern there that it needs to be at that level of safety where we can let our kids run around. The traffic is absolutely coming, and it should come, but at the same time, again, we have to analyze that. And as the mayor pointed out in asking our director of planning, this is something we had to analyze. We had to analyze the impact that a hotel like this would actually bring to the area before we can actually deem it and give it its environmental clearance. And that was done. I want to ask the planning staff again, because that work was done. So it wasn't overlooked. It's not overlooked by me in my decision. Those are things that we absolutely are concerned about in a number of meetings that I had, my staff had, whether it was residents, Hotel De Anza, or the developer, in regards to how we can actually make those operations work for everybody, and hence why we also did write that into our memorandum, because that is a concern. And we recognize that we can't fully predict the future. Even with all the best planning we do, and when we do these ERIs, we still don't know what the future is going to actually bring, inevitably. And so at the same time, right, it's important to continue to monitor that, and that's why we put that also, that's the other second recommendation within our memo to try and address that. So the last one for me as well is, as the mayor pointed out, I think, and this is certainly the one that for our historic preservation advocates, really there's no mitigating. Unless you chop the building maybe in half, or you don't build something there or much smaller, right? There's no mitigating, right, by just designing the building slightly differently. And I agree with you on that, right? The impact, and this is actually the perfect picture that we've got paused up there. I think it was a slideshow, so thank you to the staff that got it to pause. That's it. So that's actually the perfect picture to show, yes, that is not, we're not able to mitigate that. There's a beautiful mural there, which I've loved on the side of that building since it's gone up. And in fact, we have a number now of beautiful murals throughout the city because of the same organization, the Exhibition District and Local Color, that came through and put a lot of these murals in our downtown core and now have started to move those throughout our city. even they, as artists, recognize that not only some of the buildings that they put them up on, they'll be covered. In fact, they put them up on a lot of buildings that are going to be demolished. But they're doing that for their love of art, to continue to beautify our city, and recognizing that we're a growing, developing city. And so, personally, I will miss that view in that mural. But it's not about my personal opinion on, well, what would I like to see in regards to the best view there. And this here, I agree, we're not able to mitigate that. But at the same time, I too have also traveled, and in fact, it's odd because the Omni Hotel I stayed in San Diego, although not historic, another Omni Hotel I stayed in Boston was, and that's the Omni Parker House. Some of you may know the history of that, especially some of our preservation actionists. That's the hotel where JFK proposed to Jackie O, certainly not named Jackie O at that point. It's a beautiful hotel in the center of Boston. And as you walk around even just that hotel, you will see beautiful old historic architecture, certainly because it's the East Coast, much older than our buildings like the De Anza, which was built in 1931. Yet at the same time, as the mayor pointed out, you will see some of the tallest buildings, much taller than 19 stories, adjacent to them. Because that's what's happening in these urban environments. What I think is special about that, though, is that it's actually preserved. They're not just demolishing some of these historic buildings and then building something new in it. They're actually preserving them. And the investment that this city has made, I wasn't, and at least in elected office at the time, I was working for the city as a police officer. The investment the city made was to the tune of over $165 million in preserving historical assets like the Hotel De Anza, the St. Clair, the Montgomery Hotel, as was pointed out, and that's certainly another decision we'll have to make later, to move that hotel, pick it up and move it. That was all made through the redevelopment agency here at the city. Investments to actually preserve these historical developments. So there's no doubt that the city not only says it, or people like me say that that's important to us, there have been investments, real dollars made to preserve these buildings. And they continue to, and they will continue to today and into the future, because we do care about these. We may have a difference of opinion in the height and the close proximity of a building that can go next to one of them. But to me, I share no loss for my importance, and I also echo the appreciation that the mayor did, because it's because of individuals like you that we have actually preserved these buildings, that we even know the extent of the history of these buildings. One of the best memories I have, and I'm bummed that it's gone at the Hotel De Anza, is down at the Headley Bar. They used to have a drink called the Brook Heart. And some of you know exactly who that individual is. Well, it was a specialty drink made by one of the bartenders that moved to another bar. And so they took it with them. I've lobbied the Headley to bring it back. And they said they're going to try to get the mixology rights from the original bartender. But that's what you get in a hotel like the Hotel De Anza. And you're not going to get this out of this Moxie, but you're going to get something else. We're going to get the hotel rooms. We're going to get beautiful architecture. I don't know if there's a picture that you can show. I know it's a slideshow. But that if you can pause it there, I don't know if you can, but the elements that were added, which you can actually see here, the tan kind of gray that the Moxie has put in its development here to actually to tie in the Hotel De Anza that was not there before. Rather than have a sheet of glass on the side that faces the Hotel De Anza, having this design element that breaks that up. The difference between the first and second floor, those were actually made now to be level, whereas previously they did not match up. There were design elements that our planning experts put in as work with the developer and their design team to try and actually make these two buildings work better together. And again, I completely hear the point that says, well, the height is too much for me and what it does, and that's your opinion. But this building, in the way that I believe that our planners have worked with the developer and their architects to actually tie it in, I truly do appreciate that. And I think it's way better designed than what was first proposed with the glass sheets that were there. And so I recognize again, right, there's just going to be a difference of opinion from some of our community members today. And I'll end in saying it's not lost on me, right, that we still have not achieved certain things for our development in our building community in regards to assuring things like local hire. I know that it was made, and the mayor made mention earlier in regards to some of the things like park funds, and I don't know if it was because this doesn't achieve park funds, but that's just normal because it's a hotel, or if that comment was because of some of the prior incentives that this council has offered up. Those of you in the room, maybe not all, but some will recall, I've argued some of those things. We've also shared difference of opinions on this dais about a lot of those things. And I have not necessarily been in favor of all of them. But at the end of the day, we are a Democratic majority-led council and city. And so these things will move forward, and our private development community and private property owners have their rights. And the council and I, too, will live by the policies that have been passed by this body, whether I agreed with them or not. And so I think we have maybe exhausted at least the concerns that I've heard. And I do, again, appreciate staff, the developer, and most importantly, our community for participating with us today. And I will move my memorandum.
Right, motion and second. Councilmember Kemps.
Yes, and thank you. I'm not going to belabor any of the points that were already made, but I did want to appreciate, I actually met with people on both sides of this issue. I will tell people that we're only here because to vote on a parking requirement as it is equated to the CEQA report that we have, and we don't really have a legal right to say no if they fulfill their parking requirement. They have fulfilled their parking requirement, and so I see no reason not to vote no. I sympathize with everybody who I mean, people came to me and said that they're going to lose their view because they were told by their real estate agent that they were promised one thing, and I have to say shame on that real estate agent for selling you something that he wasn't truthful about. I'm sorry. It's my turn to speak. I'm explaining why I'm voting the way I can.
Let me just say, if anyone continues to speak up and interrupt, we have to ask you to leave. So please, if you could just listen. Thank you.
Yeah, I was sympathetic to the parking requirements because I've been really opposed to this mass movement away from providing adequate parking. In fact, at the state level, we're changing parking requirements all over the city, not just downtown. In fact, all new projects with low income have a 0.25 parking spots per unit, where it used to be 2 parking spots per unit. And those are state laws that have reduced parking requirements throughout the state of California. So parking is something that's changing, and we can't even force developers of housing to produce parking anymore. And so a lot of laws are changing, and I just want to make sure that I studied the matter. I looked at both sides of the issue, and I'm sympathetic to the plight of the people who were promised one thing and were sold something else. And but as a person who wants to follow the laws that are available to him on this council, I feel that it's appropriate to vote for this in favor of the memo.
Ed?
Yes, so I just wanted to clarify something that Councilmember McCammon said. So in the recommendation of the Planning Department, number 3 is approve a parking agreement. That's the only item that this council would be the only body who could approve. The other 2 items are also being brought to the council for its approval so that they could approve all of the requirements together. So they wouldn't be brought separately, so that they wouldn't be conditioned on the council approving the parking agreement. So all of those 3 items that are in the recommendation are being approved by the council today. I just want to make it clear. The parking agreement is the only one that this council could approve. The director couldn't approve the parking agreement, or the planning commission couldn't approve the parking agreement. This council is the only one who can approve that. But you're also approving item 1 and 2, which is the supplemental EIR and the site development permit because they brought them all together so that you would approve the project in its entirety.
Are you asking me or
No, I'm just
the maker of
clarifying,
the motion?
I'm just clarifying it.
Okay, yes, no, I understood. I mean, that's what I said. We're approving a parking requirement, and that's why we're here. And the EIR, the necessity of the parking requirement is based on the EIR. Anyway, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Let's vote on Councilmember Peralez's motion. All right, the motion's approved. We have one speaker for open forum. That's Chris Giangreco. Welcome, Chris.
Council, I came across the news that you had lost one of your fine staff, Doug Moody, of the Transportation Department. And I would like to say that Doug Moody was an excellent service provider for us in the community. He gave work like just fantastic, cooperating with the public, working with the neighborhood, trying his best to achieve a professional job and be sensitive to community needs. So I would like to propose, you lost him to a private firm. If you ever get a chance to hire this man back, hire him back. If you can, if you have the means, please send him on behalf of the community a letter of thanks and a commendation from the city council that this man did such an excellent job on behalf of the community. That's the first thing I wanted to talk to you about. The second thing is that the Winchester Orchard Neighborhood Association will be proposing city ordinance.
I'm sorry, Chris, forgive me. If I could just ask everyone to carry their conversations outside so we can proceed. Thank you. Sorry, Chris.
Winchester Orchard we found that there's some deficiencies in public space, sidewalk space. We're going to be proposing a new ordinance that would enable the city to better its pedestrian access and meet many strategic goals and initiatives in the 2040 plan. We'll be proposing that. I talked to Chappie briefly at his shred-a-thon that he had last weekend. I'll be getting him a condensed version of the proposed ordinance. Hopefully within a couple of days. I'm hoping to be able to provide the rest of you with that as well, as it would be a city council approval, but we believe it can help meet many of the strategic goals and initiatives for benefiting for us all. And the third thing I wanted to talk, I'm hoping
Sorry, Chris,
for
you have to do this in one sentence if you can.
Stevens Creek holiday traffic. There's been no law enforcement. Our community has been upset about the lack of enforcement for years now. We're hoping that the city will do something, work with us.
Thanks, Chris.
It's a big problem. We need to solve it, and I believe we can.
Okay.
Let's work together. Please,
Thank you, sir.
Chappie.
All right, Mike Sodergren.
I'm really sorry to do this late, but I've come to planning and to the Landmarks Commission, and I know it's like a clanging gong, but we really should take a serious look at using 3D models. All of these developers, when they prepare these projects, they have BIM models. They have them, you know, and unfortunately we continue to look at these projects from like 7 artist renderings, and it generates hundreds of pages that you have to read through to explain, you know, why you have a particular view and why you can't see something. And that old axiom, picture is worth 1,000 words, is really what I'm keep asking about. And because of who we are and where we are, we really need, please, can we just please ask planning to make that a requirement for all projects? It's not onerous. they have the models, right?
Yeah.
And we should have the models, and we should have AutoCAD, and we should be looking at them in 3D models. Please, please.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. The meeting is adjourned.